Tommy, can we hear you?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
Great.
Good. We're about to go.
We're about to go.
Take two.
Just hearing your colourful language, Tom.
The race committee boat has got the starting sequence underway on this, the fifth and final day of the 2022 Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship held annually by the Balboa Yacht Club. This the 55th edition. I'm Tom Eamon along with Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield here on the broadcast boat. Adios. And also with us today we have on the roving boat Tommy Spithill, Colin Kennedy, and
Christophe Killian, former Governor's Cup winner for Balboa Yacht Club.
Indeed. Delighted to have you all joining us here. It's a little softer, as you can see. Those of you who are racing sailors can read the surface of the water and see it's a little less breeze, still raceable, a little less breeze than we've seen in the past 4 days. It's Saturday, which means it's the end of the semifinals and the start of the finals. Jeffrey Peterson in semifinal 1 against Marius Vesterland, Jeffrey from the host club Balboa Yacht Club, Marius Vesterland from Sweden, GKSS, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club, and then semifinal 2, Jordan Stevenson from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron against Jack Egan from the San Diego Yacht Club here also in SoCal. And we've got a pre-start underway. Let's go to play-by-play man and GovCup guru, Andy Rose.
Well, let's first explain what's going on here. The format for this event, we want to keep the sailors sailing for as long as possible. So what you're going to see first are 4 different matches in the consolation rounds. So what the implication of that is that 4 boats went ahead and qualified for the semifinals, and we're in the middle of the semifinal rounds. The 5th place boat races against the 6th place boat, the 7th against the 8th, etc. And ultimately they will get those places. Whoever wins, if the 6th place boat beats the 5th place boat, then they will be 5th. So it's important. You know, these are on the World Sailing Rankings and everything else. It's important, and also, you know, sailing's sort of fun. So I think they're enjoying being out here in this beautiful weather. Let me say something about the weather. It's a little more to the right today. There is less wind. Tom is absolutely right, but it's cleared up, you know, pretty nicely. So I don't think we'll have a lot of wind, but I think it will increase slowly from this and probably move to the right just a little bit. But there's still some moisture clouds here, so you know there'll be quite a few shifts here in the first races at least, and that was the case yesterday, which just makes it, you know, harder for the sailors to do it, but also emphasizes those that are good at calling wind shifts and anticipating them are going to do well today. So this first pair, Christine, our spotter, or Maddie, tell us who the first.
It's Porter Cavley. So we got Robbie McCutcheon, right, for 9th and 10th? Or 10th, sorry, 11th and 12th. And they are into the last minute of their starting sequence. Porter Cavley from the Eastport Yacht Club in Annapolis, Maryland, was 3rd in the GovCup last year, and also there his team won the Sportsmanship Award, which is not an insignificant award in this competition. Robbie McCutcheon, also from New Zealand, is in his last year, I believe, isn't he, Andy?
No, Robbie is only 20.
Oh, so he's got a couple more
years.
This
is his first Governor's Cup.
It's Porter's last year.
Porter's last year, yes, indeed. So, okay, just coming up to the start, both boats be a fairly even start. The boat behind there, is that Porter?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Will have to tack away. The reason he'll have to tack away is, if you can imagine it, the wind coming straight down your screen, down the middle of your screen, it will hit his opponent, the boat ahead there. It'll hit his sails and bounce back. Yeah, and there's the start. So pretty even start, but Porter Cavley could not hang, as we say, in that position because he was getting disturbed air. And interestingly enough, Robbie McCutcheon wasn't able to cross through the line on starboard tack, so tacked right at the pin. So pretty even here.
Although I do think one thing to mention there is Porter Cavley didn't do the best acceleration, whereas Robbie McCutcheon did get up to speed on starboard and then was able to do attack at full speed, whereas Porter Cavley was a little bit down speed, and looks like Robbie McCutcheon's doing quite well here.
For racing sailors, you will all know that that's the downwind gate, the leeward gate. This is not marks of the course on here on leg 1. It's a 4-leg race course. Windward, meaning going upwind as they are now, zigging and zagging up to the top mark. Turn that mark to starboard, leaving it on the starboard or right-hand side. Come back downwind with the kites, the spinnakers on leg 2. There's a nice diagram. Go through that gate that we're just seeing there on the screen, coming downwind. Then back up for upwind for the third leg, leg 3. At the top mark, they round again and come downhill to the finish line, which is the obverse of the starting line at the end of leg 4.
So we're going to focus on the semifinal boats for obvious reasons. There are only 4 boats that have a chance to win this. We will try to keep you updated on these consolation races. We will certainly give you the results. They are sailing a first to 2 points, and with 1 point for a win, 0 points for a loss. So they will have at maximum 2 races today, and and perhaps just 1 for some of the consolation rounds.
We're going to go up to our roving boat where Tommy Spithill is holding forth. Tommy, a superb sailor from Australia, the more famous of the Spithill brothers. In fact, Tommy, your brother did not do so well. Jimmy Spithill did not do so well over in Plymouth, England today in Sail GP.
Yeah, morning, Tom. That's correct. I mean, given how well some of these young American sailors are doing here today, they might be up for the top spot.
You think Jimmy should be worried? Yeah.
Yeah, as he said before, you know, you're a rooster one day and a feather duster the next.
There you go. Well, Tom, you know, you and I haven't made any mistakes this weekend, you know, from our vantage point.
That's correct.
All right. Well, you're sitting next to Christoph Killian, who was the first Balboa Yacht Club winner of the Governor's Cup at the time in 37 years. We had a bit of a drought. Now, you know, with Jeffrey Peterson's win last year and being up at the top again, it's things have changed quite a bit. But Ryan Davidson and Christoph Killian sort of began the comeback of Southern California and in particular Balboa Yacht Club sailors in this event. So, Christoph, we welcome you.
Yeah, Christoph, Andy was just singing your praise about breaking the drought for Balboa Yacht Club here and really bringing this next generation of sailors up to speed. What do you think today, looking up this track, what's going to be the key things that the sailors are going to need to watch out for?
Yeah, you know, it looks kind of like a pretty classic Newport day. I think boat speed and boat handling is going to be what wins it for you today. Just kind of little drag race going on there out towards the right side. Leeward boat seemed to have a little more speed, and that's kind of what panned out in that first race at least.
Yeah, it's interesting. This cloud cover is actually coming over us a bit, and that is not does not portend much increase in wind here for a while. In the wind, we might get some left shifts with that too. Well, tell you, Tom, yesterday we saw 2 of perhaps the best match races either of us have ever
For sure.
seen, participated in, commented upon, etc. These 4 semifinalists are all, you know, very equal in abilities. So, you know, 2-1, I wouldn't say, you know, while I'd rather be 2 races to my opponent's 1, I would definitely not count out the 2 boats with one.
I think you're absolutely right,
only
Andy.
1 win.
It's very, very tight racing here on the water yesterday. It was equally tight in the press conference. It was just a wild night. You had the 4 semifinalist skippers on the press conference, and they were funny, they were informative, relaxed, and it was a superb evening. And this is again the first of our 3 telecasts today live here for the end of the semifinals and the finals, and then we will go back to shore and have the finalist press conference tonight at Christine, at 4:30. Christine Gribben, who's our esteemed regatta chair and is out here again today helping us with the spotting. Christine doing a fabulous job. 4:30 press conference. Andy will interview, I guess, both the consolation skippers as well as the finalist skippers. That's what we normally do. And then the awards. Roll right into the awards. All live here on YouTube, on Balboa Yacht Club's YouTube page, YouTube channel, as well as the GovCup Facebook page. We've got another start here.
Yep.
Boat early.
Who was that? Yeah, he was early.
Was
This
early.
is a match between Ansgar Jordan and Marcello Toro. So looks like Marcello Toro had to spin just off the start line or was over the line. Not quite sure exactly where. but there is a penalty on the yellow boat, which is Ansgar Jordan. So he is leading on the right-hand side of your screen, but he does carry a penalty.
So the penalty basically means that at some time during the race, if he's going upwind, he has to do a jibe, which is about a 270-degree turn. On the downwind leg, he has to do a tack, take his spinnaker down, do a tack, and then try to finish. So it's a problem. You know, it's not great here.
Ansgar Jordan from San Diego, Coronado Yacht Club, another GovCup veteran. On a light but beautiful day, we're loath to say Chamber of Commerce conditions, let alone champagne sailing conditions. A little light to call it champagne. This might be beer conditions.
Yeah, this is more like beer conditions.
Light beer conditions.
Yeah, light beer.
As we're getting through the consolation matches, they are first to win 2. Most of them are on 1-0. There's one, Will Sargent actually got dinged a point yesterday by the umpires for a collision, and he's on -1, so he'd have to win 3 races today to get to win his consolation. Meanwhile, we'll start the semis after we get these first 4 consolation matches started, and we will have the 2 semifinals, Stevenson and Egan. Egan leading that pair 2-1, and then Peterson-Vesterland. Peterson is up 2-1 in that match. That's both of those series, the semifinal series, are first to win 3.
We got some great camera work right off our base media boat here. You can see you can see we're rolling a little bit. I hope don't watch too closely; you'll get seasick. Okay, back to the drone. You don't get seasick watching the drone.
Andy, set the scene for us here. We're in the Pacific, just off really the Newport Beach Elementary School, between the 2 piers. A little closer today to the Newport Pier than the Balboa Pier, aren't we? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's, you know, this is sort of the base sail area here. It was sailing area. If the wind were to come up, we got a change of course or change of mark already.
Yes.
Yeah. You can see.
Let's determine is it going, stand up and look, is it going to the right? Sure looks like it's going to the right.
Yeah, they've relayed the mark, the change mark on the left-hand side, so they've shifted it left.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the yellow flag under code flag C, which is Charlie change, and the race committee auxiliary boat there signaling that with the yellow, meaning the boat's now going back upwind, will sail to the yellow buoy instead of the original orange buoy. And as Matt said, the yellow buoy has been set slightly to the left, maybe 50 meters.
Yeah,
but, that's how precise Dr. Don Becker and his race committee are doing, Andy.
I was just going to say that. The goal of the committee is to have the first leg directly upwind. In other words, it wouldn't favor starboard or port tack. If you did it in one tack, you'd have an equal length of starboard and port tacks. And they're doing a great job. That isn't a huge thing, a huge move there, but it's an important move. And you won't see that in some regattas that aren't this well run. You know, the race committee might just say, oh, it's close enough. I don't think Don has ever spoken those words in his life, and they do a great job.
Cavley in boat 7 going uphill against McCutcheon, and Cavley leads, but as Matt Whitfield pointed out, Cavley owes. Sorry, I beg your pardon. McCutcheon is leading, but he owes a penalty in that consolation match as they go up their 3rd leg.
So these boats are all provided, the 12 Governor's Cup 22s are provided to the sailors and the teams. They were designed by Alan Andrews, Staff Commodore at Balboa Yacht Club and designer of the boat that Tom Purcell and I have, the 50-footer, and a great designer, but I think a lot of us think that these boats are probably the best that Alan Andrews has ever done.
And I think Alan might agree with you.
He may well. I don't know. I think all designers, though, I think love every one of their creations. But, well, Tom, you know, we saw Dr. Rob Bray this morning of the Disc Sports and Spine Center, our principal sponsor. The Governor's Cup is presented by Disc. Rob seemed very happy with what's going on. He's going out to watch today. Rob is also responsible for 3 of our media team, the fact that we can still stand up. Rob has operated on all 3 of us. Tyler Wilk here, who is a drone driver, and myself, and then Tommy Spithill out on the out on the roving boat. Our co-presenters, who also were significant contributors here, are Terry Causey and Call of the Sea. It's a great foundation that has a traditional sort of brig, barkentine or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, on San Francisco Bay, and they do a lot of youth training programs on classic ships. And Jack Crowell and his family. Jack has been a supporter of the Governor's Cup since I don't know when, and is terrific. And next, I'll just go to our fleet sponsors, Judy Gorski, a former Commodore and former chair of the Governor's Cup. Farmers and Merchants Bank, which has been a consistent supporter of the GovCup. John Raymont, who's a new contributor, and his boat Fast Exit, who we've sailed against a bit, and Tyler Woke and a few others have sailed on. And finally, the Newport Balboa Sailing and Seamanship Association, who are the who own these boats. Basically, it is a foundation that helps sailors, young sailors, and they own the boats that are provided for the regatta.
So currently in the pre-start that you can see on screen right now, you've got Egan and Stevenson. Egan in the yellow, so the right entry, and Stevenson a blue entry. So Stevenson just falling off on port tack here. So this is the first match of the semi-finals today. Egan leads 2-1, so it's must-win time for Jordan Stevenson and his crew.
You can see how light it is. This puts an absolute premium on boat handling by the skipper and the crew. If you stop these boats in this breeze unintentionally, you're going to have some real problems here.
What is there, 4, maybe 5 knots?
Yeah.
Boats are pretty lively considering. How heavy? These are very light boats.
Very light boats.
Never ask a question you don't know the answer to, but
yeah,
you know better.
They weigh about 1,645 pounds, hull and deck and keel, and then the rigs are carbon fiber, so weigh hardly anything, basically. So they were designed to sail in this kind of conditions if we have to, because Newport Beach often has a day like this. We certainly hope and think it will come up a little bit, but not a lot during the day.
Jack Egan sailing with Jack Plavin, Christophe Chalmant, and who's a former member of the GovCup TV team. Kalia Woodward representing the San Diego Yacht Club. And our good friends by now, we've really enjoyed getting to know them from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, Geordie Stevenson, Mitch Jackson, and George Angus in this first semifinal match that Egan leads. First semifinal match today, it's actually the 4th match, Egan leading 2-1.
Okay, we've got about 1:45 to go here. There's a red flag, a claim of a foul, but it was not a foul. Good call by the umpires.
One of the things to note here is that Jack Egan and his team have four sailors, and they are right on the weight limit, whereas Geordie only has 3 sailors and is about 35 kilos under the weight limit. So yesterday we did see Jack Egan had a little bit of a speed advantage in about 8-9 knots when the boats were fully powered up, but when they're underpowered like they are in these conditions, be interesting to see if that speed advantage still goes on for Jack Egan, or if Jordan Stevenson and team can match that speed.
Yeah, one would think that he would have even a slightly larger advantage here. I'd certainly want to be light in this condition. So
1 minute.
See, 1 minute to go, and the boats are only about a boat length from the line. So, okay, here comes a peel off, which, if he could bring his speed up, this is Jack Egan, and does so. He was able to jibe and escape. That was really good sail trim there.
35 seconds.
Again, early, which is why Stevenson came a little farther towards us. Oh, I'm sorry. Jack Egan came a little farther towards us there.
So you can see Jordan Stevenson's leading the boats down the line to the pin. There's 20 seconds to go, and they're about, just under 20 seconds from sailing to the pin, so they got 2 or 3 seconds to kill. So Jordan Stevenson here just trying to hold the race up so as he can accelerate and go full speed towards that pin.
Yeah, this is just like that start earlier. Jack Egan tacking now because he had to tack. He would have been affected by Stevenson's wind. So, Matt, I think I'd give that slight edge to Stevenson there.
Yeah, slight edge, particularly as that they look relatively bow even. So, and you can see because Jordan Stevenson did a really good acceleration and then was able to tack up speed. So he's probably half a length, probably maybe even a clear cross at the moment. But you can see there he's had to give away a bit of bit of height there, which to avoid that buoy. So basically Jack Stephen needs to try and get close enough to be able to affect him with Dirty Breeze, but it doesn't look like it's happening at the moment.
So we're looking from our great camera work on the roving boat. We're looking at Egan's boat, and outside of him is Stevenson. They're still pretty close to bow to bow. If Stevenson,
Yeah, just starting to see now Egan's going a little bow forward, but Stevenson's doing a good job here. It's sort of neck and neck.
the weather leg is set fairly close given the light wind, so Stevenson ideally would be able to hold Jack out. Jack Egan cannot tack legally now. So Stevenson can hold, if he can hold him out to what we call the ley line, which is the direct course from down here to the windward mark, then he will bleed at the weather mark.
And Andy, one interesting thing to mention here, we remember yesterday in those earlier races, there was two boats that visibly in this lighter air where you've got that person off the rail, where as Stevenson concedes and has to tack away here, that both Jeffrey Peterson and Stevenson were visibly a lot more aggressive in this lighter breeze, you know, and as Matt alluded to before, when the breeze got up, Egan managed to hold his own and if not, have a little bit of a speed click in the heavier breeze.
Yeah, so this will be interesting, but you would have to say that it is likely that Jordan Stevenson has a slight edge in speed just because of the lower rate. Wait, this isn't...
And particularly downwind.
Yeah, downwind, but we should say that to understand this, there is a weight limit, an upper weight limit, and the skippers can choose a crew of either total of 3 or 4 people, and as long as they aren't heavier than that weight limit, they're fine. What we have here is Jordan Stevenson being pretty nicely under the weight limit, which is theoretically an advantage in light air and a disadvantage in the heavy air. But he said, Tom, yesterday I guess, that he felt his speed was pretty good yesterday and a little more breeze than this.
He did, and there you see Jack Egan in boat 1 representing the San Diego Yacht Club, and coming across now you see tacking onto port is his opponent in this semifinal match, Jordan Stevenson in boat 11.
All right, so let's see, first cross here we call it.
Not much in it here at the top of the course, bow on bow.
So in this situation, the starboard tack boat has right-of-way. So were they to actually go bow to bow, the other boat would have to avoid him. And let's see, and they're also
so at this
approaching the mark.
stage here, Egan looks like he's just crossing.
Yep.
He does have the right-of-way, and it looks like he's going to go into a lee bow position. So from this position here, he's going to force Stevenson to tack out. So it's sort of showing that Egan still likes the right, and particularly that starboard tack advantage coming into the top mark.
Yep. Okay, let's go to the start here of this next semi.
This is Jeffrey Peterson against Marius Westerlund from Sweden. Peterson representing the home, he's really the home favorite, representing the Balboa Yacht Club and the defending champion in last year's Governor's Cup with 1:15, a little less, to go to the start of this semifinal match.
Looks like Marius wants to go to the pin end and is leading, and Jeffrey trying to go down and hook him. In other words, get an overlap so that he can force Marius to come up and avoid him. But so far, both boats doing a good job. Marius is doing a good job. Also appreciate Marius with his very colorful clothes, so it makes it easier to identify him for us. Look right here, folks. You can see how close these sailors maneuver these boats. That was just a matter of less than a foot there, but Jeffrey knew exactly where his bow was.
So that was a really good job there by Jeffrey, and just sneaking in and forcing Marius to have to tack out and avoid him just to not give away a penalty. So really good job there by Jeffrey and his team.
30 seconds, still early. Jeffrey realizes he's early and he's going to come out a little bit, take that extra boat length or two. And it looks like he wants to protect the right here. Doesn't have much choice at this point, but it'll be another very even start here, guys. And I would predict that Jeffrey will probably have to tack away pretty quick, which is a slight advantage for Marius.
Yeah, although they're both going to be on time to the line, but
right.
if Jeffrey has a little speed advantage here, then he's going to be in a good position. So this really comes down to the whole speed of the boats.
I think Marius had to tack to avoid the boat in the other match.
I think he
with
may
the
have.
yellow kite.
Yeah,
but he would have wanted to tack and cover Jeffrey anyway.
Right. Yeah, he would probably tacked within 5 or 6 seconds anyway. So that's not really too much of an issue for him there.
Okay, coming downhill in the first semi, Egan against Stevenson.
Yeah, and Tom, we saw Egan had to do the more trickier set, what they call the tack set. and they actually managed to do a better set than Stevenson here. So Stevenson got the clue of the spinnaker, caught on the side stay. That's the rigging that holds the mast up of the boat. And Egan was able to get set and settled.
That's Egan with the red kite on the right-hand side, slightly ahead of Stevenson with the purple kite.
As I say that, Egan's sort of fallen into a hole here.
Yes.
Stevenson's coming into a nice little mode here.
Yeah.
So they've recovered quite well after their sloppy rounding.
Tommy, after that episode at the committee boat yesterday, coming downwind, I'm sure Egan is going, "Oh, please don't, don't get close to me at the committee boat."
They're coming down their lake too. They're heading to this gate, the two orange tetrahedron marks just to windward of the start-finish line. And let's go have a look at the other semifinal match, the Peter Vesterland match, as they're going upwind on their first leg.
Yeah, you saw some pretty classic match racing there. Marius, well, I say that, and now he's going off on a long port tack, but covered Jeffrey. Every time Jeffrey tacked, Marius tacked. Well, now he's decided he's going to go to the right.
Yeah, we're
avoid them.
There they are.
Yeah, it does look like there's this big band of pressure down on the right-hand side of this beat. So that would explain also what Tommy was saying, where Jack Egan sailed into a little bit of a hole because he's gone to the right-hand side downwind, to the left-hand side looking upwind, which, potentially that's why Marius has gone out there. He thinks there's a bit more pressure and he wants to build his lead.
Meanwhile, back here on the Egan-Stevenson match, that's Egan again with the red kite, red spinnaker, and the purple spinnaker have closed right up. That's
And they're outside the circle, so he's
Jordan Stevenson.
Egan is in downwind jail here, so you can see they're sailing well past the
gate.
Past the gate. So now Stevenson controls when they go back, and that's
an effective lead change.
an effective lead change.
Oh, look at that, attack to get out of jail.
Yeah, I think there you're seeing Jack Egan do attack because he got his spinnaker down just a little bit earlier than Jordan Stevenson. So he thought maybe I can sneak around and get attack, and he's unable to get his spinnaker down. As you can see, there's a slight
right now.
there was a slight issue with maybe a little arsehole in the sheet.
Nothing. A little something.
An arsehole.
That's British for a little knot in the little twist in the rope.
Indeed.
In the line. That is a nautical term, folks.
It is. Now that's interesting. Jordan chose to go to the left gate. The shorter turn would have been to the right gate, and now he really likes the left. I guess he must.
Yeah, I think
the guys. I've got Christoph here scanning the course here, so I'll just get an idea on what's paying at the moment. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like course side right has a little bit better pressure. It'll be interesting to see in this cross. Egan was trailing by about 2 boat lengths, and now he's taken the right split. So it'll be interesting to see when they come back together.
But it looks coming downhill. That's not is that the two-tone kite? That's not Peterson.
No. They're still on their upwind leg. Yeah. Marius is out to the right-hand side of the two. They're just coming back together.
Do we know Jeffrey's spinnaker color today? I think Father Greg Newman told me this morning that it has a different color. So it's purple and white. No, I beg your pardon. It's blue and white today, not the two-tone blue that he's been. Okay, so we'll watch for that when they come down their second leg. That's boat 2 on the right is Vesterland. Looks like he's ahead to leeward. And Peterson to windward and astern. Is that right?
Yep.
In boat 3.
And that's correct, Tom. From where we are looking, Jeffrey's had to slightly overlay just to keep his wind clear from Marius as they approach the top mark.
By overlay, just for our audience that are not avid sailboat racers, he means he went past an imaginary line, would be the direct course to the mark. But he did that basically so the wind did not filter off Vesterland's sails onto his and slow him down.
Connecting the whole dots a little bit right now, it seems.
Well,
Tommy, we're hearing about connecting all the dots on Egan's boat.
Yeah, I'll just pass over again to Christoph.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think that Egan kind of sailed into a couple holes, and that's why he's been just a little bit down speed comparatively to Stevenson. On the downwind, sailed into a little bit of a hole and let Stevenson come back, and possibly on this upwind now too, although it looks like he has a pretty good angle coming back now, but still a little bit behind.
Well, this is must win for Stevenson. We haven't said that. This is a first to win 3. Egan up over Stevenson 2-1. Likewise, Peterson up 2-1 over Vesterland. This is also a must win for Vesterland.
And he is leading right now with a nice lead. So you know, Tom, we'll see how it comes out, but we did predict that, you know.
You said last night in the press conference, Andrew, that, you thought both these matches could easily go to 5.
And I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean,
Tommy's got
right now, looking at Jeffrey Peterson, he's in his favourite attacking position. And as Marius said, these bad dreams of having Jeffrey, well, actually Max here. And they are making him sweat right now. I can guarantee you that. So,
look at that.
This race is
Peterson on the right, coming downhill on leg 2, and Vesterland on the left, and there's a bit of a Matty that looks like a wind shadow working here.
Yeah, Jeffrey Peterson's definitely come in on this downwind leg a couple of boat lengths. They were maybe 4 boat lengths behind to the top, and then now they're really only 2, so they're able to cast down a big amount of dirty breeze off their spinnaker. And you can see here what they're trying to do is just get far enough forward so that they collapse Marius's kite. So you can see Marius's kite is not filling properly, and that's because it's getting dirty breeze from the Peterson kite.
Yeah.
And he's going to try and roll over the top here.
And he did.
You got a lead change.
You see the kite collapse, and that is indeed a lead change. Marius's crew, well, first of all, they didn't jibe in the right place, and second, they blew the jibe. And then Jeffrey got over on their air. That's a lead change, and Jeffrey Peterson now is leading, and if he wins this race, he will be again after last year in the Governor's Cup final.
Let's go back out to Tommy.
Yeah, just seeing a mistake from Egan here. He's tacked short of the lay line. This is an unforced error. So again, that means that he's going to have to come into the mark and shoot it. Not physically pull out a gun, but he's going to have to point head to wind, which will slow him down and allow Stevenson to accelerate. And you can see this lead has grown quite considerably. And as Christoph mentioned earlier, Stevenson's connecting the dots, you know, so he's avoiding the shiny spots on the water out here and really going from shift to shift. So it's quite nice sailing from Stevenson.
He's you know, in fairness to Jack Egan, Jack's only been match racing a couple of years. Jordan has been at this for quite a while. He's 22 and Jack is only 20. Jordan last sailed in the Governor's Cup in 2019, and following that, he went on to win the 4 regatta U.S. Grand Slam Series, which is not age limited, and he beat a lot of really great sailors in that. So I did not count him out at all yesterday, and I don't count him out at all today.
Well, you made the argument at the Meet the Teams on Monday night, the opening dinner, that prior to 2019, or 2019, certainly that year, that Jordan Stevenson could have well been the best match racer of any age, really good, in the world. And then COVID intervened, took him out of action, plus a university, plus now a job in corporate finance. But he's back on the scene here and looks like he's going to even up his semifinal with Jack Egan if he prevails down this 4th and final leg.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, the 2 boats down here have split. You could see Marius Vesterland going to the left gate, going upwind, and Jeffrey Peterson going to the right. Now with about a 2 boat length lead, I wouldn't be, you know, his boat speed. Tom, you and I have talked about this almost every day. We've covered Jeffrey over the last 2 years, which is, you don't want around the weather mark 2 boat lengths ahead of Jeffrey Peterson.
Exactly.
Jeffrey and his crew are so good downwind.
I want to go back to the comment Tommy made a minute ago. Tom, maybe you'd amplify. You talked about the shiny spots, the silvery spots on the water, and of course racing sailors, particularly those that are up high, I mean high up here on the race committee boat, not they're out here smoking reefer, although that might improve the commentary. But Tommy, tell us about what you mean by the shiny spots on the water.
Yeah, so look, the wind isn't consistent, so we've got patches out here. So what that means is there's going to be some spots that may have 3 knots, there may be other spots that have 5 knots, you know, and that's going to make a huge difference to your boat speed and your angle. So ideally, if you're sailing in more pressure and sailing a better angle to the top mark, you know, that's everyone's wish list as you're going upwind.
Well, I think we've seen that here with Jordan Stevenson just developing a really large lead here.
That's the purple kite on the left. The red kite is Egan. Stevenson crossing ahead of him. He's 1 jibe away from his final approach to the finish line.
And tying his match at 2-2 with the rubber match next. But good job for Jordan.
If you're a bridge player, you would know what a rubber match is.
That's right. That's right.
Do you know who invented contract bridge? A famous yachtsman, sailor, 3-time winner of the America's Cup.
So just looking back at Stevenson's
Commodore
match,
Harold Vanderbilt. Hang on, Tommy. Commodore Harold Vanderbilt. as we celebrate here the win. At least the crowd. We got a nice crowd out here celebrating the Stevenson win over Egan, evening their match up at 2-2. Tommy.
Yeah, I was just saying with the Stevenson match, you know, we talked about earlier that we thought there may be a speed differential in the light air. And what brought Stevenson back into this race was on that run, he had a bad set, which I gave him a bit of a drilling for, but then they did a really good jibe and found a nice mode, you know. So a couple of manoeuvres later and he's straight back in the game. So not sure if Jack's going to be able to reset from here. You know, you don't want to be in a position where you have to pray for more wind to be able to beat your opponent.
Right. Well, you know, this is interesting here, though. You know, Tommy, I'll tell you, I've said over and over again, I'm sure people are tired of hearing most of the things I say, but I am a very conservative match racer. In other words, if I have a lead of 2 boat lengths, I'm not going to go way away from the other boat and try to get a 4 boat length lead. I want to be sure I preserve the 2 boat length lead. Jeffrey Peterson and Marius, you see them coming into your screen now, have split hugely, but it looks to me like from here, at least from the drone, that Jeffrey has had a big gain.
Big righty, I think, Tommy.
Yeah, huge righty out here. Westerland had to undertack Jeffrey Peterson and sort of concede that the side he went was the better side. So expect a lengthy lead as we go around the top mark here.
And if Jeffrey Peterson and his team of Max Brennan and Scott Mays can hold on here on this about to be the fourth and final leg, they will go up 3-1 in their match, and they will advance to the final. Two Governors.
Back in the day, former NFL quarterback Dandy Don would Don Meredith would always sing, "Turn out the lights, the party's over," once that one team got way ahead, and well, we're at that stage here. But let me talk about Marius. Not only is he incredibly personable and very funny, great on stage, but the improvement in his match racing from last year to this is truly remarkable.
He'd get the MVP. Maybe not the MVP, most improved, I should say.
Most improved, absolutely. He was last year, folks. And, you know, the fleet wasn't as tough as this one. And you know, had he preserved that lead there, we would have a 2-2 against the defending champion and world champion, Jeffrey Peterson, having just won the Youth Match Racing World Championships in Pornichet, France, a couple weeks ago. So Marius has done a heck of a job, and I guarantee he will be invited again if he wants to come.
To say nothing of Marius having finished second to Jeffrey in Pornichet
in the World's
Use.
Yep.
So it's make mention of that. Let me get their crew list out here and tell you who is sailing with Marius Vesterland. He's representing the GKSS. That's the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club. I wouldn't try to pronounce that in Swedish. Marius Vesterland, Hugo Vestberg, and Ali Aronson sailing with him, and have been sailing pretty consistently with him. And he is sailing in his second GovCup, as Andy mentioned, having finished DFL, which was 10th last year. We only had 10 teams.
Right. Well, we have, you know, he has 2 more years. He's only 20 years old, and so he has 2 more years at this. And, you know, we noticed last year that his starts were good, but he was having trouble getting up and down the course. Well, he's solved those problems now, and so he's going to be a factor.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in what, Chris, 5 minutes or so? Okay, we're back, and welcome again to the Pacific Ocean, live off of Newport Beach, California, for the 2022 Governor's Cup. We've just seen Jeffrey Peterson wrap up his semifinal 3-1. That will advance him and his team to the finals, which begin in a matter of about an hour probably from now, a little less perhaps. He, of course, winning over Sweden's Marius Westerlund from the GKSS, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club, who was runner-up a couple weeks ago now in France at the World Youth Match Racing Championships. That is, Marius was runner-up to Jeffrey. So good friends on shore, good competitors on the water. Congratulations to Jeffrey, Max Brennan, and Scott Mays for getting their way back to the finals, making their way back to the finals of the GovCup, which they won last year. Meanwhile, the consolation matches continue here. We can report, because we've been joined now by our former crack spotter, Ken Sherb, who used to help us out here, but until he got recruited. Andy says he got demoted onto a race team, great sailor that he is. And he went sailing with Robbie King from the Royal Thames Yacht Club of Great Britain. And they lost in their consolation match to Morgan Pinckney of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club 2-0. And that was to determine 7th and 8th place in the consolation matches. Torre from Royal Perth Yacht Club in Western Australia is tied with Jordan, Ansgar Jordan, and Marcello Torre. Jordan representing a club down in San Diego called the Coronado Yacht Club. Terrific club down there, and they are tied 1-1 in their consolation. And I think we're just now watching. Who are we watching? I thought
that's
the
the
Torre
Jordan race.
That's the Torre and Jordan match. And then also in the other consolation, Cavley and McCutcheon are also tied 1-1. So, Andy, even these consolation matches, as we've seen all week, the whole competition has been extremely tight. Upsets, people you didn't expect would win races did, and vice versa. And seeing it again here in the consolation.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. This is, we said it was an evenly matched fleet, and it's now been proven that it's an evenly matched fleet.
And one of the great things about the consolation rounds is you're sailing someone that's just finished maybe with 1 or 2 wins more or less than you, so you're really tied on how you perform this week. So that although they might not be fighting for the overall win anymore, they're some of the best racing you'll do, because normally it's you're matched together with another team. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing a lot of them at 1-1.
Tommy Spithill, who is on our roving boat again today, did a fabulous job. He is a champion, multi-champion yacht racer, coach, one of the spark plugs in our sport. He's from Sydney, Australia, and his brother, of course, Jimmy Spithill. We make fun of Jimmy, saying he's the least famous, the lesser of the two. In fact, not just the Spithill brothers, but they got a sister or two who are great sailors. He's with us again on the roving boat. Tommy.
Yeah, hey, Tom, you got that right. I'm probably second in the family, and James is a very distant third. Katie's probably our best talent. But you mentioned James. He struggled to win this event. Ooh, we've just got looks like a T-bone almost happening here. I can almost see the whites in Andy's eyes. We don't need another.
No, it's the red in his eyes. It's his blood pressure going up in this collision between Torre and Jordan.
So that's a penalty for Jordan for not completing his jibe, and so that meant that Torre had to avoid whilst Jordan was a jibing boat.
Again, you have to do a maneuver like that, you must complete that maneuver before the other boat has to begin to alter course, and that obviously did not happen. And they are hitting my boats. You don't like that.
Tommy, you're right, because Andy, of course, raised most of the money himself from club members and others. In fact, from some Australians who sent some money for these boats, if I remember well, Andrew.
Yep.
And these are the GovCup 22s provided to the teams, designed by Staff Commodore Alan Andrews of the Balboa Yacht Club, provided to the teams as loaners during the GovCup. As the start now between the Jordan and Torre match, consolation match for 9th and 10th, that final match is underway.
And Tom, I know fellow Aussie William Bolden pledged last night or very early this morning to contribute to the boats for next year.
This is Coach Bolden.
That's correct.
Yeah,
The
we
famous
featured him.
Coach's Corner.
We featured him under the new segment, Coach's Corner, yesterday. I couldn't find him this morning, so I don't even know if he was in the tent in the pavilion for the morning show.
I have spotted him today. He is laying low. He's got a wet towel over him on the coach's boat. So if everyone can keep Will in their thoughts, I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Who's coming down the track with the two greenish-blue kites?
So that's McCutcheon and Cavley coming down. So they're tied 1 apiece for the 11th and 12th place match. So in the blue spinnaker leading the race is McCutcheon, and the green spinnaker trailing is Cavley.
Blue on the right?
Yes,
green
correct.
on the left. And who do we have starting here in the foreground in boat 6? That looks like Will Sargent.
And Cole Tapper and team. So both of these teams from CYCA. So they're uniquely scored at 1-1 because of a racing incident that occurred yesterday. So Tapper's on 1 point for winning the race yesterday. However, Sargent is on -1 for causing damage, and so he got deducted a point. And now they're only doing their second race of this series because the boat is unfortunately out of action at the moment.
So
again, not good news for Andy.
So Will Sargent would have to win 3 to take this consolation for 5th and 6th. Tapper just has to win 1 to take 5th. Will Sargent's a really great guy, and his crew have been fun getting to know them this week, Andrew. They are Tasmanian. They're sailing for the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, but Will Sargent, you said, was the first Tasmanian team skipper in the Governor's Cup.
Yeah, I believe so. We don't, keep 55 years of records, are not in perfect shape, but Will is a great guy. He's represented Australia in the Commonwealth Games in the laser class. He's done a Sydney Hobart now, so another one of those all-around great sailors that is produced by Cruising Yacht Club of Australia.
Tapper in 12, Sargent in 6. Coming up on the start for their consolation match in 2:20, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Neither boat with an advantage yet. Tapper on to starboard. Still way early. They're only about 40 seconds at most from the line. Now they're approaching us. Got some great camera work from aft on our base boat here. Sargent trying to get an overlap here and establish a little bit of control, but so far has not been able to do it.
So I would expect to see these boats fight for the pin end of the line. So you've been able to see in the last round of matches, the pin end was a bit favoured. It still is that way. There hasn't been any major shift or change in the line to make it up. So still, you'd expect to see the boats trying to lead back and get that pin end of the line.
Minute and a half.
Still way early. Only about 20 seconds from the line at most, 15 to 20 seconds. They've got about over a minute to kill here.
So the good thing about this lighter conditions compared to yesterday is if you are the lead boat, it is easier to slow down because the boats take longer to accelerate back up to speed and the wind shadow has more of an effect on the other boat. So you can really kill time well here if needed.
You heard the horn there, that's 1 minute. Getting down to a point where they're probably gonna have a hard time laying that pin end, meaning sailing to the pin end and going through the starting line without tacking.
This has been a really good job by Cole Tapper and his team, just really slowing down and being able to get potentially even a hook on Will Sargent. So he's pinned to windward of them and is going to struggle to accelerate, and they decide whenever they want to go.
Yeah, at this point, this really is a little unusual, but Cole Tapper really has control here. They're going to be able to start. He wasn't high enough to push him up into the committee boat, but this one will be a little. We don't have the time here.
And you can see Will Sargent's having to go low to try and build speed, but then that just puts him in the dirty wind of Cole Tapper. So.
With 5 seconds, yeah, that's close to a slam dunk. So he'll tack. Cole Tapper will probably tack right on top of him if he's smart, and that's exactly what he's doing there. So a great start by Cole Tapper and his brother Finn, sailing with him.
Just a word here about that consolation that we told you about a minute ago that's wrapped up. Morgan Pinckney of Newport Harbor Yacht Club has taken his Consolation over Robbie King 2-0. Morgan's sailing with Peter Sangmeister and Will Glasson. And Andy, you said he was the surprise star of last year's GovCup. He finished third, struggled a little bit this year, but in the meantime has won the Rose Cup, the U.S. Youth National Match Racing Championship, and had the same crew with him. So he's tough. And you said, is he not only the youngest last year and the youngest again this year, but,
Yes.
but youngest by, what, a couple of years?
Yes. He has 5 more years to sail Governor's Cup. So
You also predicted that his name would be on this
Yep.
trophy at least once, sometime
Yep.
sooner than later.
Yep, he really is. In his words, he would say he's stoked with match racing, and he's a great surfer too. And
So you can see on the start line here with 3 minutes 50 to go, so just entering, is Jordan Stevenson and Jack Egan for what is potentially the decider of their semi-final. So they're tied 2 apiece at the moment. So the winner of this race, assuming there's no deductions for penalties, will be joining Jeffrey Peterson in the final.
yeah, that's important to note when you said is presumably, and you're absolutely right. Technically, if there is a collision, then one of the boats could win the race and still not get a point for it.
One thing here, Andy, I noticed in that last pre-start, it's a very skinny ley line towards the pin end,
Yes.
which basically means you can't be too far below the committee boat. Otherwise, you won't be able to cross the line on starboard tack. That's okay as long as you're in front of the boat
That's right.
and you're able to cross on port. But like we saw Cole do a great job of in that last start. So it'll be interesting here. This is all going to be in who can defend the lead in and get that left-hand start.
Great drone work. Neither boat with any control yet. Okay, they just went around the committee boat, are now approaching the media boat. We are to the right or to the west of the race committee boat here. You can see the beach behind us. Neither boat having control. In other words, that means the boat ahead can do whatever it wants. Jack Egan can jibe or he could tack, and he's decided to jibe.
So like Tommy was saying, the lead boat is going to be very powerful on this with the skinny ley line. So you might expect to see them come back to the line relatively early as they both want to do it. But they've got to be careful not to come back too early, because if you think the other boats come back too early, then they're going to be able to really, they're not going to be able to kill enough time, and they're going to get stuck maybe below the pin ley line. So with less than 2 minutes to go, 1 minute 50 left in the start sequence, Jordan Stevenson jibes round and starts to come back to the line. Jack Egan jibing inside, potentially looking to take the lead, and just rounding up below Jordan Stevenson. See, both teams are doing a good job of using their body weight to help turn the boat. With this light breeze, you know, trying to keep your momentum on is really, really important. They're doing a good job of swapping left to right in sync to make themselves appear heavier than they are and able to really throw the boat around and pump it forwards.
This is for all the marbles. They're on 2-2. The winner of this match, as Maddie said a couple minutes ago, goes forward to the finals against Jeffrey Peterson.
It looks like Jordan Stevenson has made his decision here. He's actually going to stay up at the boat end. I don't think he can. Yeah, he can't. So he's just going to stay there. Now, Jack Egan, he's put himself in a bit of danger here. Jack Egan can luff now, and Jordy Stevenson has no place to go, and I don't think he can get through the starting line. So Jack
Only difference here at the moment is Stevenson has a little bit more pace.
Yep.
So he's probably going to roll into attack, which he has done here. Extend out, do a nice speed build.
Right.
We can see the crew have really thrown their weight to leeward, then to windward, so they use their weight to actually help steer the boat so they don't have to use as much rudder. He's going to now hop up and pump the boat down. And he's had a really good exit angle. So he came out reaching and has just taken off. He's done 2 really down speed maneuvers and done it really well.
Yeah, and conversely, Jack Egan did not do that particularly well. He stopped his boat completely, so he couldn't. Had he had equal speed, he could have tacked when Jordan did and run him off the line, but he didn't have enough speed to do it.
But as long as Egan can defend this lead in on the start here, I'd give that start to Jack.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, really good start by Jack Egan and team. Real good control and the synchro tack over onto port with Jordan Stevenson. just means that they're in not only are they ahead, but they're staying between their competitor and the next mark, which, as Andy likes to point out, that's exactly what he'd be doing.
And it just shows how hard it is to try and defend Jordan Stevenson. So, you know, just pulling off every downspeed manoeuvre beautifully. But Jack Egan's done a great job to not get hooked or pushed over the line early, and he's won that start. So great start. Great start to Jack and his team.
Jack Egan, Jack Plavin, Christophe Chamont from Texas, another one of our former spotters here on the GovCup TV team, and Kalia Woodward sailing against Jordan Stevenson and his team of Mitch Jackson and George Angus. We had on the morning show this morning, if you haven't seen it, they're all available, but George Angus and Christophe Chamont, Andy, you interviewed them, and terrific crews both.
Ooh, and we've just seen Stevenson do 2 downspeed tacks. He was watching Egan to see if he wasn't actually looking at him and he could get a free pass to split, but Egan's watching him like a hawk, and it forced Stevenson to hesitate. And now Egan's extended his lead to about 1.5 boat lengths.
A really good job so far by Jack Egan, just staying in the same patch of water and just making sure that he's only tacking when he's at full speed and potentially forcing Jordan Stevenson to tack out at slow down speed in opportune time. So really good job so far. This is exactly how you're meant to be match racing.
Now, I'd be interested to ask Christophe here what he thinks on what's going to happen on this downwind here, because we have seen Stevenson pass on the downwind. And I'd just like to see your observations, Christophe, on their 2 different styles downwind.
Yeah, I think the breeze has picked up a little bit, and I know that was an observation we'd made previously. Egan maybe performing a little bit better in the breeze, so maybe won't be quite as much of a speed difference, but it'll be interesting to see. Egan's going to come in with the lead. If he jibes too early again, because the pressure is so course right, you might see a similar circumstance. So we'll be seeing if Egan jibes so early again.
And the other thing you noticed too, Christophe, on that downwind was the main trim. How important is the main downwind?
Yeah, I was just saying that's something I always teach whenever I'm coaching sailing is in any boat, I mean, the main is still bigger than the spinnaker. It's still the more important sail to have trimmed properly, so you can't forget that.
Wind has gone super light, guys.
Yeah.
They've got everyone sitting in the middle of the boat out of the taxi. So a real soft spot right in the middle of the course.
And you can see a little bit of a split developing. So Jordan Stevenson going to the right-hand side of the course at the moment, and Jack Egan not tacking when it's super light and just waiting to get a little bit more separation, just trying to reduce the amount of maneuvers, because every time you do a maneuver, there's a chance that something can go wrong.
Another one of these consolations is wrapped up, this for 11th and 12th. Robbie McCutcheon, Sam Street, and Chester Duffett have prevailed over Team Cavley. Porter Cavley, Jake Vickers, and Nick Sessions. And last year Cavley was 3rd. This year is 12th, Andy, and yet again showing how tough this fleet is.
Yep. No question about it. Yeah, it's getting warmer and a little lighter. We can see what Tommy was talking about earlier, the light patches, the glassy parts here, and we can see a number of spots from our fairly high view here up in the media boat. So there's a lot of what we call sort of holes in the wind, and you have to be very conscious of where there are puffs and where there aren't.
There's the top mark. You can see the orange mark. That's the first end of the first leg. Then they go downwind, of course, to the gate and back up wind for leg 3, and finally to the finish. Jack Egan leading in this semifinal. Final, as the winner of this will move forward, advance to the finals against Jeffrey Peterson. Oh, there's the Coast Guard helicopter pretty low, checking us out here.
Yeah, just had the Coast Guard give us a nice flyby. Nearly got a haircut.
Well, there's some sailors here that might be able to use a haircut, but not you, Tommy. Gentleman that you are.
So that's a really nice leg so far by Jack Egan. They've done exactly what they were meant to do, and now they're just looking for a good set, try and claim an extra half boat length of lead. You did notice on the last race, Jordan Stevenson's set was not perfect, as Tommy pointed out. So it'd be interesting to see if they're able to do a better set this time, which it does look like they've managed to do.
Yeah, I'd agree with Matt on that one. You know, even though Egan's shoot went up quite quickly, Stevenson's popped a lot earlier.
Looks from the air about 2.5 boat lengths clear between the bow of Stevenson
I'd agree
and
with
the
that, Tom. Maybe 2 lengths, 2.5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That's close enough that when they jibe over, Jordan Stevenson's going to be able to cast down a big wind shadow onto Jack Egan's kite. So he's really going to be looking for, on this jibe, when they jibe, to jibe in sync and really project a lot of dirty pressure down. And we need to be watching for Jack Egan's kite to see if it goes soft. I know Christophe Chamont will be trying his best to keep it in the air, but it's going to be a really, really hard job. And Jordan Stevenson knows exactly where to put his boat to best affect that.
I'll be interested to see the other Christophe who have got on board in our commentary team. What do you think Steven should be doing here?
Yeah, so I mean, he should be working it as low as he can, getting ready to jibe through and try to roll on the next jibe. And he does look a lot better on this downwind. I mean, even compared to the last one, he was fast, but he's looking quick and he's loading it low. I mean, and he's not dropping back on Egan, so we'll see.
Tommy, would it be fair to say that Jordan Stevenson's kite is just a little bit further away from the boat, just with that little bit more ease, just creating a bit more power, pulling him down, and as Christophe said, going a little bit lower?
Yeah, I'd agree. And the other observations I'm seeing here, Stevenson's holding on just a little bit more main sheets. That might just be helping that shoot set a little bit easier. And also, they're a little bit flatter. Egan's got a little bit of leeward heel, and I don't think it's really helping him get away. If anything, it's sort of trying to work him up.
And it does look like Jack Egan's kicker, his vang, is a little bit tighter than Jordan Stevenson, so a little bit more of a stiff leech. That Jordan Stevenson's got a nice little bit of batten fanning just to help pull him downwind a bit more.
Okay,
yeah,
here goes
exactly.
the jibe.
It was the opposite yesterday. You know, Stevenson had too much vang off downwind, and now today we're sort of seeing Jack with having a little bit too much on and having that tight leech.
Good job by both crews there. You see the spinnaker pole. You saw the last bit on Stevenson's boat putting the spinnaker pole back into the mast. The key is to fly the chute all the way around. If the pole goes on a little later, it doesn't matter. And here comes the luff.
It's really
and
good move.
Stevenson looks pretty strong here. He's going to press over the top, and we're going to have a lead change.
He is indeed.
Egan's trying in vain and yelling to get to him, but it's all lost here as Stevenson rolls over the top.
Boy.
And there's no worse feeling, you know, being in Jack Egan's position here, because now you just have to do a long, lengthy speed build and try and get going again.
Hey, Tommy, what do you think of these S sails in match racing instead of asymmetricals?
Look, I like both. You know, I think there's a time for each, but I'm a fan of both. I'm not sold on either one.
These symmetrical spinnakers, as opposed to Janikers, as we call the A sails, the asymmetricals, are much better match racing sails, aren't they, Andy?
Well, that's what Dave Perry says, and he's a 5-time United States champion and the best teacher in match racing. So we believe Dave.
Yeah, the only difference is, I guess, with our boats, we've got such a small bowsprit on our Elliott 7 boats that most Australians have back home. And so it allows for you to wing it like you might for those that have poled out a head tool before.
Yep.
You know, we sort of try and do the same with the the asymmetrical spinnaker, and that allows for a change of angle. So, you know, it depends. You know, if you had a long bowsprit and and you're planing sports boat, I'd sort of agree that it wouldn't be as entertaining downwind. But we have had some great races with asymmetricals as well. But certainly for these conditions today, I'm liking what I'm seeing downwind, that's for sure.
What are you liking upwind? Look up the track for us, and you and
there's definitely pressure coming. I'll just get Christophe, the local legend here, get his pick.
Yeah, honestly, actually, it looks pretty even across the course right now. I'm interested to see if they go on a big split here, what happens. Actually, it looks like Stevenson's in a bit of a hole or perhaps a current line here. So we'll see how that affects him. A little bit more consistent out towards the left right now.
How does the current affect them on these upwind legs?
You know, it tends to lift you on one tack and push you down on the other. So, you know, doing it earlier into the beach, you know, depending on if you want more current or less current, you know, that's kind of how you play it. I'm not exactly sure which way it's going right now. I haven't looked too much.
I don't think there's anywhere near as much current now as there was in the last couple of days.
I think the big thing we took away from that downwind was the angle of heel that was being sailed by either boat. You know, there was certainly a bit of a disparity there. You know, I found for Stevenson's boat to be a little bit more flatter, while Egan liked to sail with a little bit more leeward heel. And I'm not sure whether that favoured Egan having that angle of heel.
It may have been a little too much, but one would think these are pretty modern boats with a very flat, lot of wetted surface aft. And so normally you would say you want at least a little bit of heel to get part of the boat out of the water. But I agree with you. That's certainly what it looked like. And Stevenson was sailing it almost straight up. And I just got to think that his weight difference is making a difference here. He's really good at this without question. So it's a lot of him. But I'll bet he's Stevenson. I'll bet there's some advantage there. And again, it's the luck of the draw. If it was blowing 18 knots right now, he would not have an advantage. So.
I'm not sure if you're able to see, Andy, with the drone shots. When Stevenson's going downwind, just watch what he does with his weight. You know, he's not sitting on the side having a cup of tea.
Yeah, they're not just sitting there.
Moving over the tiller, hovering, sort of like a, stalking his prey when he's behind them.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Tom. I guess Jeffrey Peterson and Max told me that they actually did get a Rule 42 warning from the umpire, and that Rule 42 basically, the bottom line is you're supposed to, the racing is supposed to happen because of the wind on the sails and the hull in the water. If you ooch or rock or scull, meaning moving the helm back and forth very quickly,
or pump
the sails, that would be at some point that is a violation of Rule 42. They were given a warning, so they were up against the line, but they weren't over the line, so that was great. In other words, they did it fine. It can really help with these boats. You can see they roll tack and they roll jibe.
But we've just seen a big wow here.
Yep.
That's a big cross.
Jordan Stevenson's been able to extend his lead out on that right-hand side. I think one of the things to note there is how much they were working the boat. The second there was any micro puff come down, even quarter of a knot more breeze, you could see George Angus and Mitch, both on Jordan Stevenson's boat, dropping their shoulders down and really keeping the heel angle constant, which just has been able to help them extend a little bit, and I think they got a bit of shift and pressure as well.
And this is where you're going to see on this upwind a bit of the now get put in the coffin, because Stevenson's now going to tack on top of Jack Egan here, and he might be forced to do an extra tack, and that's where you see a lead really start to lengthen.
Yeah, Jordan Stevenson's done a great job since he's got the lead. He's identified a bit of a gain, and now he's making sure that he banks all that gain, and he's not going to let Jack Egan free at all.
Just at the top here, Stevenson hasn't helped himself. He's got a little bit of a tight lay line, but it looks like he will get there, but he will slow as he rounds.
Great shot from the bow, just about to round the mark here. This will be a great shot of the spinnaker work here. See how it goes. Okay, the chute's up very quickly. The pole is immediately back, and the chute fills. That was as good as you can do.
That was a perfect set, absolutely ideal. Like as Tommy said in the last race, maybe they didn't have the best set, but these two sets they've had in this final deciding race has been absolutely incredible, which I guess they're good at performing under pressure. They've been around a lot of finals before, and they're able to bring that A game in the final opportune moments.
Yeah, without question. And now they have a lead, which is pretty much insurmountable.
The fourth and what is probably the final leg of this semifinal between Stevenson and Egan. Stevenson tied with Egan 2-2, but with a 5, 6, 7 boat length lead going down the final leg to the finish. That is Stevenson. Looks like he will take this semi in advance to the finals.
Well,
short of his rig falling down.
Yeah, short of his rig falling down, or I think one year you said sea monsters.
Sea monsters.
Sea monsters.
Or somebody falling overboard, God forbid.
All right. Well, let's talk about Jack Egan for a second. He sailed really well in this series. He didn't have a very good first day. Came back in the second day, I believe, and was undefeated. Only lost one the third day. So he was sailing really well and still is sailing really well. I think he is just, fallen to the guy with just that extra experience. In match racing in particular in this sport, the more match races you do, the better you're going to be, and it's really that simple. And you know, Jordan Stevenson has a lot more match races under his belt than does Jack Egan.
Jack's got a couple more years too.
Yep, absolutely. Jack's only 20. So.
Jack Egan, Jack Plavin, Christophe Chamont, Kalia Woodward have done a great job this week getting themselves into the semis. And now it looks like they're going to be in the consolation of as we get into the final phase here, against Marius Westerlund from Sweden. And meanwhile, we're looking forward, I think, to what is going to be, as we would say in Michigan, a real barn burner of a finals between Stevenson and Peterson.
Yeah, I had called them co-favorites, and I'm, you know, happy to see it turned out that way. But, you know, again, experience. Jordan being the most experienced team, Jeffrey being, you know, pretty close behind, given that he sailed in the Governor's Cup and Worlds last year, the Rose Cup now twice, you know, or more than that, I think.
In another consolation that's wrapped up, Torre has beaten Jordan 2-1. Marcello Torre, Adam Brensverka, and Rafi, his brother, Rafael Torre, have defeated Ansgar Jordan's team of Ansgar, Sam Merson, and Jack Flores. They representing the Coronado Yacht Club, and Marcello from Perth, from WA, the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club.
One of the things I would say about you know, this lighter condition today going forward for the final is Jordan Stevenson and his crew have been incredibly fast. We did say they're a little bit under the weight limit, so they've been incredibly fast today, making the most of it. So if I was Jeffrey Peterson, I'd be looking at this being a bit worried about their speed. Not that they're not confident in their own boat handling, and we've seen they're imperiously quick downwind, but I would be worried going. Jordan is definitely bringing his A game and speed at the moment. So if the conditions remain the same, that would be one thing to think about.
I'd have to agree with you on that, Matt. One similarity between both Stevenson and Peterson in these semi-finals, it showed us that they're able to overtake downwind, but more importantly, they're able to defend as well.
Defend,
so
indeed.
It's certainly going to be a great final.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen is the two semi-finalists, the ones that have won the races, definitely throw their boat about a lot more. They use their body weight more and more dynamic. So, you know, maybe we'll see a lot going on in this final, a lot of boat maneuverability.
Lots of cheers from this big spectator fleet, the biggest we've had, no surprise, on day 5, the final day. And a lot of you watching online, we appreciate your joining us for the 2022 Governor's Cup. John Plavin, it must be a relation to the sailors. Kathy Killian. I wonder who Kathy Killian is. You must know, Andy, who that is. Is that a Christoph relative? 7 other people in that crowd are watching. Lynn Manja, go Jeffrey, from his aunt. Viggo Westerlund over in Sweden. Marius will for sure win this semifinal. Well, I'm sorry, Viggo, that didn't happen, but he may well win the consolation. Kimball Livingston up in the Bay Area, the esteemed past Commodore of St. Francis Yacht Club, saying, guys, I remember meeting Jeffrey at the 50th Governor's Cup when he was 14 or 15 in the Gopher on your media boat.
Yep.
Indeed, Kimball. Kelly Barninger, did I say that right? Watching and cheering Peterson from Missouri. Katharina Vigelis Nyman was watching. Hello, Katrina. Andrew Turner, Lynn Manja, we mentioned. Adam Wolnikowski. Hello, Adam. Anka Bayer Jordan. Lots of folks putting comments in here, giving good wishes to the sailors. Zonka Jordan. Must be an Ansgar Jordan, maybe his mother.
Sanka's his brother.
His brother. Greg Watson, Sarah Jane Placeris. Now, Sarah's watching. She is the esteemed F&B manager at Balboa Yacht Club. Sarah, thanks for taking such good care of me in the morning when it's a bit hectic. Stephen Frederick is watching as well. Pamela Brennan. Go Max, Jeff and Scott. Great work. So proud of these guys. Going to miss them. Max flies to Sydney tonight. He's going to school in Sydney, isn't Max Brennan? I'm reliably informed that he is back in school in Sydney, and they're really proud of the job he's doing academically, to say nothing of what he's doing in sailing. Thanks, Pamela, for that. Jane Birch Tomlinson watching from the sofa in your home country, Matt.
Yeah,
in the UK.
yeah. Jane, one of my good friends, Will's mum. Will actually came to the Governor's Cup with me the final year, and I think he had a good time. I think he still mentions it. He wishes he was here.
Andy, Cole Tapper's dad, David, is watching. We had a great day on the water with him a couple days ago. Jonathan Frank down in Texas, one of our best foesy, watching our Sailing Illustrated shows on Tuesday and Friday. Commodore Peter Bretschker is spying on us. He's here on the boat running the drones, isn't he, Chris? Sabrina Robertson. Hello, Sabrina. Nice to have you on. Tad Springer, Joanne Sedgwick. Who won the 11-12 race? Timothy Brennan is asking, and the 11th-12th race was won by McCutcheon, 2-1 over Cavley for the 11th and 12th. Penny Angus. Peter Sangmeister is now watching. He's sailing as he did with Pinckney, with Morgan Pinckney's team. Sarah Motor is watching. Lara Kennedy. Olaf from Oak Cliff. Well, there's been a lot of match racing, Andy, at Oak Cliff, including Jeffrey taking some training and coaching there.
Indeed. No, that would really be the center of match racing on the East Coast. They do a great job. Dawn Riley and her team. It's a tremendous place. They sail in 40-footers there in match racing, which is great fun.
The old Swedish match 40s
Yep.
in Oyster Bay on the north shore of Long Island.
Long Island.
Long Island. Grant Beck, Thomas Leach, Ricardo Sepe. Hello, Ricardo.
Ricardo,
Nice.
all right.
Ricardo.
Welcome.
Perry Bissell, Pat Woodward, Owen Lahr, Christine Acatella. Did I say that even close? Acatella. And Zach Berman. Hey, Matt. Hi, Tom. Go, Jeff.
All right.
Zach Berman. I think the last time I saw Zach was on the Andy Rose pilgrimage to the America's Cup Hall of Fame, and some of your acolytes were with you, including me.
Indeed.
At the Isle of Wight in the Royal Yacht Squadron Castle. Charlie Motor, we mentioned. Rich Fishbeck, Balboa Yacht Club, longtime member. It was nice to see Rich. Nice to see your brother. Anthony Chalmont is now watching. He also, having sailed in this event. Gary Allen. And it says, Rich Fishbeck is saying to you, Andy, he says, looking like champagne conditions there. Ahoy from San Carlos. Well, it's maybe it's not champagne exactly, but light beer. It's a little light today, but a beautiful day out here on the Pacific. Come join us if you're in the neighborhood. But thank you for joining us on the tube. Peter McDonald, we saw you this morning, Peter, and your lovely wife, Dion, the daughter of the late, great Bill Ficker, who won the America's Cup when Ficker was quicker on Intrepid in
1970.
Well done, Andrew. Dana Cottle. Aunt Dana is in the house for Team Peterson. Susanna Pyatt. Lots and lots of folks on here. Jonathan Frank, I mentioned, from Galveston, Texas. Wayne Angus, amazing work, Kiwis. Appreciate the coverage. Wayne, we appreciate your comment. And Henry Angus is also watching, so that's nice. They must be relatives of George Angus, whom we had on the morning show this morning. And Marcus Vesterland, the father. Look at this great sportsmanship here. Marcus Vesterland, whom you know well, Andy. He, having been here last year, the father of Marius, he's saying congratulations in bold to Jeffrey Peterson and his team to a well-deserved spot in the finale, in the final. Your boat handling is phenomenal. This from the father of Marius Vesterland, and 3 claps of the hands in the emojis below. Thank you, Marcus, for that. Thank you to all of you who are joining us. Alex Hayworth has texted me saying, remarkable camera angles. Chris, a lot of people impressed with your drone. But to tell you what I really like most, Andy, is this innovation of the past couple of years of the roving boat, the expert commentators, and the roving boat commentator. Tommy Spithill, thank you very much for what you and Christoph and Colin Kennedy are doing out there.
Yeah, that really is the best thing. Your shots, the camera work is superb, and the comments are spot on. It makes us look better. Sitting here in our lovely studio, the International GovCup TV studio, here on the water on Commodore Peter Bretschker's boat with his son Chris Bretschker directing this whole show. 15 people on our team here. This doesn't just happen.
All volunteers, led by Christopher. CB DeMille Bretschker.
Yep.
And there's a horn. Remember the Irish commentator? It's the Olympic horn.
The Olympic horn.
Foxtrot is displayed on the committee boat. That's the white flag with the red triangle, meaning 7 minutes to the start. Of what do you think this is? Is this the Tapper Sergeant? Will they go first? Consolation?
Yes.
Yeah, and Tapper's lined up on with his yellow flag out, just heading towards the committee boat now. So he'll probably start doing his circles just to line up his entry right now.
That is the remaining Consolation, which is not decided. As we've told you, McCutcheon beat Cavley for 11th and 12th. Torre beat Jordan for 9th and 10th. Pinckney beat King for 7th and 8th. And now Tapper is leading 1-0. Sargent's come from down one, -1 after the penalty point yesterday. They're now on 1-0. Tapper ahead of Sargent. So if Sargent wins this, he evens it up at 1-1. If Tapper wins, he then takes 5th place here in the 2022 GovCup.
And Cole is another one that has a couple years left. So the 5th place in a fleet like this, Tom, is no slouch.
And then we would expect, right, Christine Gribben, right after this start, we'll roll right into the first start of the finale? No?
I don't think so.
Not quite yet. Okay, Christine's in contact with Dr. Don, who's the PRO, the principal race officer, in something like his 20th year, and he was on the race committee for, I think, 5 or 6 years earlier than that.
Yeah, looking up wind here at the moment, this wind definitely hasn't built from the last races, so very light, and says still going to have to be working hard to find any of that breeze. Like Tommy said earlier, you know, maybe the holes are between it's 3 to 5 knots, which that makes even more difference when it's a 60% change in the velocity of the wind from 3 to 5 knots, whereas if it's 8 to 10, that makes a lot less difference. So really important to have your tacticians head out the boat, looking to connect all the dots and make sure that you're in the right place going upwind fast.
Couple more comments. They're rolling in here. Thank you, everybody. Stephen Frederick saying, as always, the view is better and more comfortable on the couch with your ESPN quality coverage. Thank you, Stephen. Cam Maslin is watching. Darren Rowe, great coverage, guys. Thank you, Lynn Peterson Manja. Your coverage is the absolute best, and you explain things so well for us non-sailors. We try to do both. Thank you, Lynn. Pete Kreiser, Barry Wood, Pam McIntosh, welcome to all of you. Our growing audience around the world tuning in for the finals, soon to start in the 55th annual Governor's Cup, held every year, Andy, except what, COVID 2020.
Yep, that was an awful thing to have to do the vote to cancel the event, but it was the right thing to do, and we're back strong here. Well, let's talk for a second. We have 2 VIP boats out here with a lot of our sponsors on them, and the reason we have 2 VIP boats is that we had such a success this year with all our great sponsors, you know, starting obviously with Dr. Rob Ray, his wife Tracy, and Rob's Disc Sports and Spine Center, which is, as I said, 3 of us on the team here probably wouldn't be here, at least wouldn't be standing up if he hadn't operated on us. So he's terrific. He's a neurosurgeon and did some back stuff for 3 of us. The co-presenter.
To say nothing of the aforementioned Jimmy Spithill.
Yes, Jimmy Spithill is another patient of Rob. So he's really affected the sailing world here. The co-presenters are Terry Kosky and his wonderful foundation, Call of the Sea, and Jack Crowell and his great family, who have been longtime sponsors. Judy Gorski, Farmers and Merchants Bank, the Newport Balboa Sailing and Seamanship Association, our friend John Raymont and his boat Fast Exit, the Lido Yacht Anchorage, Kevin and Christine Gribben, our chair, and the ever-patient Kevin, Senga Engineering, Bosun's Locker, Reinhold family, Werner family, Dobson family, and Staff Commodore Tom Purcell's family. Tom's parents, of course, founded the Governor's Cup.
Chet and Glee.
Chet and Glee.
And there are 2 boats named Chet and Glee. Why is that?
Well, those people that donated money for a whole boat when we built these boats got to name them, and they did that twice when we had the old 21s. They did that, and they were always at Chet and Glee, and Chet and Glee have had some pretty amazing races. Those 2 boats. So
there's our TV boat. Was in the shot for a minute there on the right. And those guys are doing a great job. Tommy, is the breeze getting perhaps a click lighter?
They're resting.
Oh, they're resting. Well, they deserve a rest. They've been they're not in quite as comfortable digs as we are here on Adios.
You're definitely not.
I guess this is Studio B. Studio A is in there on the shore where we've done 9,
Yep.
8 so far, live show, 8, 7, 9, 8, 9, and tonight will be show number 10 after this at what, Christine? We said 4:30, I believe. 4:30 is the finals press conference. Andy will have both the Consolation skippers and the final skippers on the stage, and then we'll roll immediately into the awards ceremony.
Okay, you just saw a claim of a foul there, and it was green flagged by the umpires. That's one of the 3 responses they can give. They either will hoist a blue flag indicating a penalty on the boat with the blue flag, or vice versa with the yellow, or no penalty, and the majority of calls will be no penalty. About 1 minute to go. Both boats outside the line and slightly above it.
So you can see Cole Tapper leading back ahead of Will Sargent. And this is almost an identical scenario to what these guys did in the last race, where Cole Tapper's leading, Will Sargent pushing them in. Very, very, very light breeze at the moment.
Really
These
is.
boats are barely able to race, but that's the great thing about these GovCup 22s is, you know, there's going to be a few light points at the week in Newport Beach. So these boats are designed to be optimal to race in these conditions. So a lot of other boats, like Soling's in particular, that a lot of match racing is done in, you'd struggle in these conditions, but these boats are still able to get really good high-level competitive racing
10
in.
seconds.
Okay, Cole Tapper's done this very well. He's going to lead out there, and Will Sargent is not going to be able to hold there because if he will, Sargent's in a lead out position, and here he goes, tacking. Cole Tapper doing a great job of tacking right on top of his opponent.
Tapper in boat 12, Sargent in boat 6. Tapper leads this Consolation 1-0 after Sargent won the last race, but that took him from -1 to 0 on the scoreboard, he having been docked a point earlier in the series. And this is a first to win 2 points. 2 points, and that's why we don't often explain, but points can be deducted, which means you'd have to win an extra race to get to 2 points, which is the case now for Sargent. He's got to win 2 to win this Consolation, and this Consolation is for 5th and 6th. If we're sounding more competent here an hour or so, what are we, an hour and a half into this telecast, it's not only because we're waking up, but it's because we've got now fully 3 crack spotters have joined us here on Adios, which makes our life a lot easier. Ken Sherb, welcome to you. Thanks for coming on. Christine.
So you can
Just
see,
looking at the boats go upwind here, we've got everyone sitting in the middle of the boat, which shows us that it's dropped even more now.
Exactly.
So it's got even lighter up the track. In the 5th to 6th match, we've got Tapper and Sargent having a real good battle here. They ended up in a luff and now splitting tacks. So still, even though it's light, these boats allow for some exciting racing.
So on the start line here, just above the start line, we've got the Petite final, so 3rd and 4th match. Marius Vesterlind entering as the blue boat on the port hand side, and Jack Egan, the yellow boat on the starboard side. They're still in their dial-up with Marius Vesterlind reversing out to try and break up the dial-up, and Jack Egan trying to go forwards around and then spin and get the hook back on the new jibe on port.
And Maddie, that's Egan in boat 1 and Vesterlind in boat 2, if our spotter's board is correct, which it always is. Thank you, Christine Gribben. And Ken Sherb. And Tyler Wolk. Meg even sends her regards, Tyler. And Tyler says likewise. 2 minutes coming up here on this first match of the Consolation, which is for third, fourth. This is a first to win 2.
Yeah, we ought to. Some of you who are yachtsmen or sailors, racing sailors, will be more familiar perhaps in this situation with the term Petite Finale, the French for small final, basically, and that is the competition for third place. I just wanted to be clear that this is slightly different than the consolation rounds that we had, which were for places 5th through 12. This is still this is for a podium finish, Tom, and as you know, a podium finish, either 1, 2, 3 with the medal is a big deal.
It is indeed. Petite Finale, and I thought that was some kind of a pastry. No?
No, I don't think so. That's the Madeleines we're having this morning.
That's what most of the rest of the world calls the consolation match for
right.
third and fourth. The rest, they call it the Petite Finale, and we, of course, what do you call it in Australia and New Zealand and in the Commonwealth countries, in the UK? Do you call it the Petite Finale or do you call it consolation?
We call it the Petite Final,
Petite.
but also where my parents live, I sometimes pick up French cell service, so maybe maybe that's why we have to go for the French thing every now and again.
So you anglicize the French.
Yes.
This is a good start. 35 seconds. Marius in boat 2.
Marius
Boats
easily
are barely
identified.
moving at the moment after all these manoeuvres, so you can see just that extra knot that the wind's dropped. It's making the handling and the acceleration out of these manoeuvres like it's completely different pre-start we're seeing now.
Well, let's see if we have another repeat here. So far, the boats that have led in have won the last few starts here because they forced the boat. Tommy, as you pointed out, the line's what I term it very flat. In other words, you can hardly lay it on starboard tack. So the boat behind is always going to be in an unfavorable position because of the lee bow effect. So pretty even start.
That's about the best we've seen the boat to the right-hand side manage to do in the last couple of races. So really good job there by Marius and his team to just get the boat moving fast and a little bit of space so they can hang in there for a little bit. But you'd expect to see at some point them start to think they're being affected by the dirty breeze off the back of Jack Egan's sails.
So that's a great shot here. So what happens here is from the right on your screen, the wind will hit Jack Egan's sails to leeward and bounce back up into Marius's sail if they get any closer. So the key to this, as we've said many, many times, is as soon as Marius feels he's being hurt and slowing down, he has to tack away. Jack Egan, on the other hand, is trying to head up.
Yacht racing, and you had to make a prediction for this consolation, this Petite Finale.
And here goes the tack.
What would you say?
Boy, I don't know, Tom. These teams are just, Marius is going fast. His crew work's good. His starts are good. I don't know. I wouldn't even make a prediction between
What
these
about
two.
in the light conditions? Do you think the 4-3, 4 on Egan's boat and 3 on Vesterland is going to have an impact?
Don't know what Marius and his crew weigh. The two crewmen are, pretty big dudes.
They are.
But, we know Jack is right up against the limit, and I am pretty sure that Jordan Stevenson had a speed advantage being lighter. So we'll see. Marius seemed to be going very fast that last race. So we'll see.
As we were saying before, Andy, the two teams that are the most aggressive with their boat handling in these conditions are Stevenson and Peterson.
Yep.
So this is going to be great to see who has that edge when we see them go off the line.
Yeah, both of them do everything they're doing from what we've seen is legal, but they're going right to the edge of the rule.
Yeah, so we've got less than 3 minutes to go in the big final, the real final with Jordan Stevenson and Jeffrey Peterson. Jordan Stevenson is the blue boat, so the port entry boat on the right of your screen now, and Jeffrey Peterson is the yellow boat on the left-hand side of the screen. So
actually, it's the reverse, I think. Oh no, you're right.
So we've got 2.5 minutes, and Jeffrey Peterson and team have done a really good job of building speed on port tack, a little bit better than Jordan Stevenson. So might see Jeffrey Peterson come back. He might have enough room to jibe or tack in at Jordan Stevenson now and try and dial him up again.
Yeah, and he certainly does.
As he's doing right now. You see Jordan Stevenson's going low to try and avoid it because he saw Jeffrey tack round, so it's going to take him a long, big angle change to get down to him low. So Jordan Stevenson saw that as soon as Jeffrey went for attack, he dived down low and was able to not get caught up, and that was a really good move by him there to not lose control.
Still, coming up on a minute 45 to go, and they're only about 15 seconds away from the line, even in this very light condition. So coming towards us now, but I don't think either boat has control. I think Stevenson could tack or jibe if he wishes to, and at some point he will wish to. And that is right now as that's happening. So as you see, Stevenson easily jibes, and now Jeffrey Peterson must avoid him. Now with 122, both boats still way early. You'll see
and just an update from up the track, you know, as sailors, we want to predict the future and see what's going to be coming our way. Christoph, what do you think on that beat there? What do you want off the line?
Yeah, it looks like some pressure came down on the left. Egan had a big lefty going up the course and maybe a bit extra pressure as well, so be fighting for the left. And, I mean, the leading position, starting pin, seems to be winning, so it's all left.
So for what Christoph just said, the left looks good and the pin end is potentially a favoured end of the line. That's why when you saw Jordan Stevenson jibe round, Jeffrey Peterson jibe inside him, so as he's the first one to that left-hand side. He's going to be there. He's going to take advantage of that. And he's done a really good job of dialing him up now and getting him locked to windward of him with no room to accelerate.
If Jeffrey can keep his bow even and maintain his speed, and he just did that.
Ooh, contact here, guys. Stevenson's port quarter has hit Peterson. It's only a light bump. We're not going to have a sinking out here. Penalty Peterson. Yellow flag.
So presumably that was a Rule 11, windward leeward. So Jeffrey Peterson was the boat to windward, so then he must keep clear of Jordan Stevenson. So it'd be interesting to see if they do a red flag start here, because that's really, really lost Jordan Stevenson a lot, having to jibe around there. So they might even penalise Jeffrey to make him take his penalty immediately.
Well, I'll tell you what,
he benefited from fouling.
He's almost far enough ahead to do his penalty here. He was just launched.
Happy, I can tell you right now.
I wouldn't be happy if I was him either. Jeffrey's gained at least 5 boat lengths from that, and he's up to full speed as well, and Jordan Stevenson had to build in his dirt. So I think that's a real big gain. That's Jeffrey's almost got enough of a lead already to do his spin.
What was that call, gentlemen?
Well,
the windward boat.
Yeah, the windward boat did not.
No, the windward boat was Peterson.
Peterson was the windward boat. And Stevenson tacked, then Jeffrey tacked and bore away. And that's a very important part. Jeffrey tacked behind him and bore away, and then held that course. Stevenson wanted to go back to the line and bore off, which is certainly, that's fine. And in doing so, Jeffrey was too close to him to windward.
Well, Jeffrey had tacked, so it was.
He had tacked.
It was actually not windward leeward; it was a tack.
Well, I don't think it was the tack. Tack was complete.
We almost had the Petite final. Get Stevenson here on starboard tack. Will Sargent's going around the gate, and as he's gone around the gate, Stevenson's tacked in front of him. So we're going to see 2 matches overlapped here, which is sort of exciting in a way because it adds an added complexity to this already challenging racecourse.
This is a real good thing for Jeffrey Peterson here, because he's actually ahead of all the other boats. So he's not going to get any dirty wind off anyone, whereas Jordan Stevenson might be affected at some point, or not be able to tack in a certain place because of the other match between Will Sargent and Cole Tapper.
And no red flag, so no forced early take of the penalty, taking of the penalty. Are you surprised by that, Tommy?
Yeah, look, I was surprised. I mean, we did hear the umpires explain another red flag penalty earlier this morning, you know, and their reason was that they didn't feel in that position, had they hit or not, that their scenario would be any different off the line. So I wonder if it's similar thinking.
Yeah, and you could make that argument. You could make that very argument that the collision really was immaterial, and that because Peterson had control at that point, Stevenson would have been, and the line is very flat, that Stevenson would have ended up below the ley line to the left end, which is a terrible place to be in anyway. So, well, this is interesting. You know, yesterday, Tom, Jeffrey Peterson said that, sometimes in the match race when you're ahead, he says sometimes we just, don't pay a lot of match race attention to the other boat at that point. We sort of go into fleet racing mode. I don't think this is what he meant.
This is a 4-boat fleet race
It
here,
is.
isn't it?
I don't think this is what he meant.
Peterson there on the right side of your screen is racing. Where's Stevenson in that mix?
Stevenson is the boat to windward of the boats on the left-hand side on port tack. So he's on the leftmost boat on your screen, just being ducked by Will Sargent and his team.
Stevenson's in boat 11.
So now the leftmost boat on your screen is Stevenson with Jeffrey Peterson coming from right to left on your screen.
Closed up.
So he's done a really good job there of sailing fast and hooking into a little bit of a left shift, it looks like. So he's been able to close up that lead. So I guess he's done a really good job of accepting the situation that he might disagree with what the umpires did. He thinks that we heard him say.
Oh, contact again here, guys. Just saw the slam dunk maneuver here. As Jeffrey's completed his tack, his starboard quarter has hit the bow of Jordan Stevenson.
So
Looks like the penalty's been offsetted here. I just see here Christoph had a great view of it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of thought that was about to go the other way. I guess Stevenson was too aggressive in his luff, but it seemed as if he got to leeward of Jeffrey, and I guess it was a contact just as the overlap was created, maybe just a little too early to create the contact there.
So let's make it clear that the penalty was on Stevenson, right?
Correct.
Yes, so there's no outstanding penalties.
So now there are no
this
outstanding
race.
penalties.
Like in hockey, when there's two major penalties, they offset, cancel each other out, and the penalty now to Stevenson has canceled out the penalty that Peterson was wearing from that pre-start incident. So no penalties now. Meanwhile, Tapper's right there in the mix, which made it hard for us, or Sargent, I should say, made it hard for us to see. Well, Tapper was previously in the mix. In this fleet
this
race.
is going to be very interesting at the top here. You
Oh,
know, obviously you want to keep clear air as once you're on the ley line to the top mark. We've got 3 other boats to worry about, you know, if you're racing here. And now off the set, you know, when we pop the spinnaker, you might find people going high or low to try and keep themselves breathing. So when we say breathing, keeping wind in their spinnaker. But if you imagine, if you're the lead boat here and you've got 3 spinnakers taking all the breeze before you, you're going to have plenty on.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that very same thing. It's bad enough here, but once they round the mark, be some interesting tactics, I can tell you that.
One thing to mention is how did Stevenson get back into this match? You know, 4 lengths behind off the start line.
Yeah.
Like he's obviously got some serious speed.
Yep, I think that's exactly right.
That's what we're seeing again here. Even after that incident where he did cop a penalty, he got out and fast and was sailing super, super quick and was able to catch up everything he lost from the luff he did, and he was able to get in and get real good mode going.
Okay, just for everybody that's maybe just joined, Tapper and Sargent are in another series. That's a consolation match. Meanwhile, Stevenson and Peterson are sailing in the finals, and it almost, Tommy, looks like Stevenson is well bow forward. He's to leeward, but he may be ahead of Peterson. Have we had a lead change here?
Yeah, that's correct. Peterson was able to hold Stevenson out. So Stevenson didn't have enough room to tack over onto starboard. So he's going to trail Peterson around this mark. Yeah, it's all going to be in the hoist here, and this downwind is going to be very complex because very shortly Sargent in the 5th to 6th match is probably going to be on their air as well. Oh, and this is a terrible hoist from Stevenson. There is a huge wine glass.
Oh.
Which you think for the first hoist in a final series,
There
that's
it
sort
comes
of
up.
unexcusable.
Well, there was a boat length right there.
It's just hot and cold with their sets sometimes from Stevenson.
It is,
They do
isn't it?
the
Yeah.
best sets in the regatta.
Yep.
And also some of the worst.
Yes.
We saw their clue go all the way to the top of the mast before. I think that was on day 4.
Although with this light breeze now, although they did lose a bow length there, they're still able to really attack Peterson on this downwind leg. Probably when they jibe, they're going to do exactly the same as they did in that last race to Marius Westland. So Jeffrey's going to be trying to do the exact opposite, and he probably saw what Marius did and try and do a better job of staying clear.
That green and white kite is Tapper ahead of Sargent in that consolation match. And he's not affecting our 2 combatants here in the finals, but where is the other? Where's Sargent? Is he up?
Sargent's a long way away from these boats at the moment. He did a jibe set, so he's not.
He's well out to the right.
Not in
there
this.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's not affecting the finalists. But now the finalists are hauling in Tapper in the green kite.
So here, what we need to be looking for is, does Jeffrey's kite at all go soft? If it starts coming in towards the boat, that means that he's really struggling to keep it clear. It looks like Jordan Stevenson's got a little bit of speed on him at the moment, and he's really going to try and collapse that kite and get the roll like he did last time. And Jeffrey's going to go high and pull that sail in very tight to try and keep it filled for as long as possible.
Boy, are we seeing the same thing again here? Is Stevenson
We are indeed.
just faster downwind? Because, you know, Jeffrey, I would have said, was one of the fastest boats downwind, but here Stevenson is, boy, I wonder if that weight isn't a big deal.
I think that's what we saw on the upwind leg is, you know,
Right.
the less weight on Stevenson's boat helped him out because he essentially overtook Jeffrey twice.
Yes.
So, and now you're seeing on the downwind leg where the weight is potentially even more useful to have less
Yep.
weight in this breeze. So you see what Jeffrey's just jibing out here to try and clear the breeze and get back on starboard, and you'll see exactly the same come again here. Like really good boat handling there by Jordan Stevenson to exit that jibe right on top of Jeffrey's kite, and that he's potentially got a roll on here. Tommy, what do you think?
Potentially.
Well, here-
Commodores, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lead change.
Yes, we do. Here comes Jeffrey with a nice little puff there, though. Looks like what's setting up here looks like, well, if Jeffrey right now would want to go farther to your left on the screen, and if he can do that and get an overlap, then he has Jordan Stevenson in downwind jail. But I don't think he's going to be able to do that. And if they're within the 2 boat length circle,
And so that outside the 2 boat length circle, so if he can just sneak down and stop Jordan Stevenson jibing, he's in a really controlling position. But also because they have quite a decent amount of time on port jibe, he might even try and look to do the exact opposite of what's happened. He's going to try and roll over the top of Jordan Stevenson, so give Jordan Stevenson a taste of his own medicine.
Here we
here
go,
goes
Simo
Jordan.
jibe.
Here goes Jordan's jibe. Jeffrey jibing, nice jibe on Jeffrey's part. Not quite as good on Jordan Stevenson's part. Jeffrey looking to hit the nice ley line here to the right-hand gate.
Tommy, which side of the course do you like? Quick, upwind.
Guys, hard to tell. The bottom part of the course, not as much pressure. Maybe mid to top left, I like.
Okay.
There's also a lot of wash. So all the umpire boats from the match ahead and behind has cut up the water a bit. And that's sort of what they had to contend with downwind. And just because it's so light, every little ripple, every little bump, you know, you've just got to go through it better than the boat that you're racing.
Okay, so essentially the race is still even here. We have had a lead change, but right now, looking at where they both rounded, you know, perhaps slight edge to Peterson initially. It looks to me, Matt, like that starboard, the gate on the right as you look upwind is slightly farther up the course.
I think it's a pretty even gate. I think it's just how you can do the best rounding.
Right.
It's more a boat handling decision. Like, how can we do the cleanest hours? Is it a Mexican or is it just a straight leeward squeeze and pull? So
I think it's who's going to sail into the pressure first,
Well,
which
that's-
is why I asked Tommy.
Yep.
And this is a big split here, guys, as you well appreciate.
Yep.
And just to point out for our CYC and Australian fans back home, Sargent managed just to steal the win for 5th place overall in the Governor's Cup.
So that ties their 5th, 6th place to 1-1 because Sargent was on -1 from yesterday, Tapper on 1 from yesterday, and they've had 2 races that Sargent's won both of, so that's now a 1-1 score. And so essentially that's going to the 4th match of a 3-match series.
Well said,
Yes.
Maddie. That was a nice description. We'll let you handle those from now on.
That's right.
Tom, I really don't want your job. You can keep it.
No, I'm delighted. But let's go back here to this finals. This is the first of potentially 5. It's first to win 3. Peterson now back on starboard tack, and they're coming together.
Oh,
Stevenson there on the left side of your screen on port tack, meaning the wind coming over their port or left side of the boat, and the Peterson boat with the wind coming over its starboard or right-hand side, the upper right corner of your screen, has right of way.
was about as wide a split as you can do, basically. So, you know, it's risky when you're ahead, but with the
Still got
gate, it's
Peterson
harder.
here.
With a short lead, it's harder with the gate system than it would be for a leeward mark.
So Peterson's definitely made a gain here. They're probably two lengths clear, and they're tacking right on top of Jordan Stevenson,
who will immediately tack away. Again, the wind filtering off Jeffrey Peterson's sails there would have affected Jordan Stevenson's sails, and therefore they would have been going slower, so you have to escape. That's why often you'll see a tacking duel, we call it, in a match race like this, where the boats tack, 5, 6, 10 times on a leg.
So you can see they're both splitting out a decent amount again. There's maybe about 100, 150 meters between the two boats. So Jeffrey really does like this right-hand side. He's made a little gain on there before, maybe 2-3 bow lengths, and he thinks there's a little bit more gain out there, and he didn't roll straight into attack to go back on Jordan Stevenson.
So meanwhile, down here, just will report to you in the Petite Finale, Jack Egan with a reasonable, probably 4-boat length, 3-boat length lead there over Marius Westerlund from Sweden. And that will be the series, the first of 2 series for 3rd place.
Stevenson here, it's on again. Get ready for another slam dunk. Oh, he's just rolling to windward and straight into attack. So Stevenson's just come back.
He's come back.
He is quick upwind today.
And down.
And down.
Off his sleeve.
And down. Okay, here comes Jeffrey Peters attacking back, and Stevenson coming right at him again. And Stevenson's ducking. Jeffrey is doing a dial down.
That was a really nice job on the dial down there by Peterson. They went low enough that they forced Jordan Stevenson to do a massive duck down and really turn the stern of that boat a lot, dragging it through the water, creating a lot of friction, slowing them down. So that was a real good job of making sure that they go fast and slow down the other boat.
Well, by the same token, when you dial down, you get more on a close reach, which is a faster point of sail. So Jeffrey is accelerating as he forced Stevenson to decelerate.
Yeah, really good job there. But Jordan Stevenson is just so quick that he's got back up to speed, and he's got a little piece of Jeffrey.
I was listening to all that, Matty, and then saying,
my
what
goodness.
is this? He's got a piece of him.
They got a piece of him. That was interesting. Sorry, we missed the camera. Froze there for a second.
There's a double penalty yellow, so that means Jeffrey Peterson needs to drop his spinnaker and do one of those penalties immediately. So what they're saying there is that's a professional foul. So Jeffrey knew that Jordan had room on him there, and then he still didn't let him go in, which is what that little duck from Jordan is to avoid contact. So Jeffrey's going to have to drop his spinnaker, stay outside 2 boat lengths, and then do attack immediately, which he's done a really nice job of getting it in nice and quickly here. And you see them going to fly their spinnaker straight back up. However, he still owes 1 penalty here. So Jordan Stevenson has control of the right-hand side, but Jeffrey's done an amazing job of offsetting that as quickly as possible. That's an incredible move there, but he still owes a penalty.
Yeah, guys, I can confirm Jeffrey Peterson is a little rattled here. There's been a few words said at the umpires, and it's just going to take a moment for himself here to calm down, compose himself, try and get some speed. He was very lucky actually not to end up with another penalty while he was taking his penalty.
Exactly.
He, I thought Stevenson's was a little hard done by there. We actually could have maybe seen a black.
Yep.
I think what you would say in that is that Jeffrey has to do attack there, so his only way to do it is to luff up and go for attack. And Jordan Stevenson happens to be there. That's not Jeffrey's fault.
Yeah, but a boat taking a penalty still can't interfere with a boat that's not.
He hasn't taken his penalty until he goes through the wind, though.
Right.
Okay, Matt.
There you go, Matt.
And now he's
Thank
in a
God
bit
we've got you here, keeping us honest, so no one listens to our rules advice.
Looks like from the drone here that Jeffrey's in a bit of a hole here.
Yeah, I've been told off by umpires that a lot, so I just remember it now.
But he says
you never stop learning. That's one of the great things, even when you're not sailing. Just picking up how these guys sail the boats or how the umpires make these calls. It's really handy for your sailing, whether you're youth or at open level.
So this match has been extremely close, and it's been a match of penalties. one pre-start, one on the first weather leg, and now a double penalty after the first two penalties offset each other, canceled each other out, and now a double penalty to Peterson at the top mark the second time, and Peterson still owes a penalty from that incident at the top mark.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't know. We'll see here.
And the other interesting thing here, Christoph didn't believe that the penalty should have been cancelled on that first leg. He thought that Jeffrey should have had an extra yellow on that first top mark incident.
I'm gonna have you sit.
Stevenson in the lower left corner of your screen, it's at least has been in the lead.
Still is.
He's well to leeward of
You know, Tom, you were spot on that you could tell from here that Jeffrey was rattled. He came out of that. The crew work wasn't great. Their spinnakers sort of collapsed. He went in a direction that I think he probably wished he hadn't had to go, but stayed there for quite a while, and I think he was in a real light spot there. So yeah, that was you got to just stay focused and say that was then, this is now, let's go get close to him. The problem now is he's split so far that he doesn't have time in the finish to get close to Jordan Stevenson because his only chance is to put a foul on Jordan Stevenson.
Yeah,
They're on the fourth and final leg, excuse me, Matty, headed to the finish, not those two orange buoys, the downwind gate, which is the end of the second leg.
So Jordan Stevenson there, once Jeffrey was doing his penalty, he just extended out on port and then jibed in to come in on starboard, just sailed in his own clear breeze, just got the boat down, got it going fast, got it low, get the hull speed up, and just really extend out and reduce any chance of the boats coming together and reduce the amount of time Jeffrey's able to do anything to him. And he's done a really nice job of this, just keeping the boat moving fast toward the finish line.
I think he also had just a hair more breeze. I think Jeffrey was in a hole for at least 8 to 10 boat lengths there. And by a hole, I mean, just the wind is very puffy here. And you can see from our view up high, but even from the water, you'll be able to see spots which are glassy, which basically look like glass. And that means that the wind, at least there, is not hitting the water. It's still up above, and there's less breeze there. So you want to go for where it's rippled.
Jordan Stevenson goes up 1-0 in the finals here of the 2022 Governor's Cup. Full marks to them. They sailed a brilliant race. They came from behind more than once. And the penalties, of course, had a big impact, as we mentioned a moment ago.
You can see Jeffrey Peterson here desperately waving over the umpire. Something he wants to say.
I'm not surprised. Bar karate, more bar karate.
I think here what Jeffrey needs to do is, if he just needs to say a few words to them just to get it off his mind so he can reset for race 2.
Absolutely.
That's the ideal thing for him to do as long as he's able to drop it. I think he's done a lot of final series before. He knows how it works. He's just trying to find out information, then he'll be ready to go in race 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come out completely calm and collected and not have any of this left over. I'm sure they're going to be able to move on.
Yeah, he won't want to make this conversation with the polite conversation with the umpires last that long because he's been very outgoing about telling us his philosophy and how the crew works, and he says we just treat every race as a brand new race. The last race is gone. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Let's just go out and win the next race. So, I think if any team here can do that, it's Jeffrey Peterson, Max Brennan, and Scott Mays.
In the meantime, Jordan Stevenson is darn quick. We're, as we said, upwind and down. Jordan Stevenson, Mitch Jackson, and George Angus are doing a terrific job. Andy, you picked them as a co-favorite early this week on Monday, and we've seen every bit of that. Of course, Jeffrey Peterson, Max Brennan, Scott Mays, the defending champs here, are down 1-0 to Jordan and co. And this is an interesting development, especially to have seen so many penalties in that match. But again, It just shows how close the racing is.
Yep. And at least from my point of view, they were love taps. They weren't T-bones.
Your blood pressure is still okay?
Still okay, yeah, exactly. These boats, we mentioned that this morning, Tom, at the morning show, that, the good news is the boats are very light and perform very well in all conditions, including this light, 5 knot, 4 knot type condition. But the bad news is they're light. And so as such, they are not as structurally, I don't want to say strong, but because they're very well built boats, but they are easier to damage in a collision than we refer to the sonar, which is a rather old design, which are built very heavy and,
Like a proverbial brick house.
like a brick dash house.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
There's no other letters missing from that word.
Marcos Weinstein, welcome to you, sir. He's saying fantastic coverage. Suzanne Anderson, bake hard. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Marcos, we mentioned, he's cheering for Team Jeffrey Peterson, of course.
Yep.
Tom Picot, Colin Kennedy is Colin's watching over there on the chase boat, our roving boat for the TV team. Rachel Park.
Let me say something about Colin.
Yes.
Just, Colin is one of the unsung heroes here and was on the in the Rose Cup coverage too. Colin is basically the assistant director over there, directing where the roving boat goes. If you're talking, as Tom and Christoph, while you're in the middle of talking, he's looking for the next place they should be, etc. And we find that really important. So Colin doesn't get as much airtime here, but is doing a heck of a job for us.
And moreover, Andy, about everybody on this team is an expert racing sailor. A lot of them sail with you on It's Okay, but there are no non-sailors, I should say, on this team, and most of them are pretty darn good sailors. Jonathan Frank down in Galveston, Texas is saying all these kids should be extremely proud to race in this magnificent event. Could not agree more, Jonathan. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan is a Renaissance man. He's an airline pilot for United and a painter and a champion sailor, racer in his own right. Kerry Blunt, Max Ukropina, did I say that right,
yep.
Max? Darren Rowe, Tony Geyser McManus, Matthew Layden, Barrett Vesterland, there's another probably relative of our Swedish team. Kelly Barninger, not barn burner like we have in Michigan, Barninger. Hello, Kelly. Lynn Peterson Monjo, totally agree. So proud of these young men and women. Helga McClung, Helga. Rob Fry, hello, Rob Fry.
All right.
Leo Takahashi's dad down in Auckland, presumably. Leonard Takahashi, 3 or 4 time GovCup vet. He was runner-up.
Three-time runner-up. Leonard was one of the most popular of any of the competitors in the Governor's Cup, and I can tell you by the end, everybody was rooting for Leonard. Yeah. But he just couldn't quite. Went down to, I think at least one of them was a 5-race, and I think 2 out of the 3 were 5-race finals.
And then we had his crew, Josh Wijan, sent a video up yesterday, and I ran that last night during the press. Didn't I open the press conference with that? We did.
Yes, you did. It was great of Josh to do that. I think it meant a lot to the sailors.
It did. He was Rob Fry. Pass that on to Josh. I sent him a note this morning, but that was very much appreciated, the nice greeting from Josh Wijan. And Carter Ford, who I saw last night, terrific guy. Saw him at the press conference. He's watching along with Jane Birch Tomlinson.
Former USC sailing coach.
Jane.
No.
Carter. Well, Carter's dad, Hamilton Gates Ford III, who's long gone, but he was a tower of power in the Long Island yacht racing IRA of Long Island. I knew him when I was running USYRU, and also Carter's late brother, Jonathan Ford, they're all great sailors from a great sailing family from Riverside Yacht Club, if I remember well. Nick Dugdale, Tyler Wood, Alistair Gifford, Tom Fishbeck we mentioned. And what a great group.
Yeah, let's say, yeah.
What's that, Andy?
Yeah, actually, Tom, we also should say we started yesterday's show with it. We believe that our friend Heather Rusham, the executive director of the National Sailing Hall of Fame and the new Sailing Museum in the Old Armory in Newport, Rhode Island, there's a big screen as you enter the exhibit hall, and we believe that they are broadcasting this. So we certainly welcome the National Sailing Hall of Fame and Museum team and any of the visitors at the museum, which there have been tremendous since May.
That's a great facility.
And it's an awesome facility. If you haven't been and you have a chance to be in Newport, Rhode Island, be sure and go see the Sailing Museum. The interactive exhibits are unbelievable. Let me go through just the last. We've talked about a lot of our sponsors. Tom, let me just go through a few more. These are the team sponsors. Williams Electric, which is Staff Commodore Bill Bloomberg. The Duda Family Trust, Dr. James and Sarah Learned. Brian and Jeannie White, my friends who have a house in Corona del Mar, but also a big Colorado Buffalo fan, and have a great suite at the stadium there in Boulder, and I've enjoyed their hospitality. Island Marine Fuel, another staff Commodore, the Beek family, CRNR Environmental, which is actually a client of mine, and our great recycling and renewable energy and solid waste company, and Bill Powers. And then finally, the commander sponsors are Gordon Cowan, a longtime friend. I've known him since he was a kid. Claus Deckel, Jerry McClellan, who was vice principal of Corona del Mar High School when Tom Purcell and I were there. Great guy. Corey Meyer, Bruce Miller, the Olison family. We've seen Alan there with his daughter. The Stoughton family, Don and Doris, who hosted. She was head of the housing committee for years for the Governor's Cup and fell in love with the Australians and always hosts an Australian team.
Everybody loves the Australians.
Everybody loves. And finally, Judy Whiteman. So thanks to all. I would finally just say this year we had more under $500, $35, $50, $100 contributions by about 6 or 7 times that we have ever had before, and we appreciate every dollar and your support.
And we appreciate the job you do, Andrew, as the fundraising head, the sponsor head, and the whole team of 150 people led by Christine Gribben for the Governor's Cup at Balboa Yacht Club. There is Will Sargent in the pre-start against Cole Tapper. This is the consolation match for 5th and 6th, and they're tied 1-1. Sargent now having won 2 matches to climb from -1 to 0, and now 1-1 with Tapper. The winner of this match will finish 5th overall in the Governor's Cup. And then we'll have again another Petite Finale match, the second, and that's first to win 2, so that's a must win for Vesterland if he wants to stay and extend the Petite Finale or the consolation. And then of course we'll have the second match, and I call it a barn burner, but give me another descriptor.
So it looks like Will Sargent's got a slight issue with his main sheet. So that looks like a block on the Traveller has got an issue with it, and they're really trying to fix it right now. So he's actually holding the main in with his hand. So and they've got their main trimmer down with head down, trying to fix it. So
it's still doing exactly the right maneuver there to try to get control of Cole Tapper. So that just adds a little complexity to the whole thing. And he actually, right now, he can prevent Cole from jibing and probably from tacking here. Let's see.
Yes, an awesome job. These guys are so good at sailing. They're able to do it even when they're not paying 100% attention to it. So
it looks like they got it fixed, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's fixed now. So I think it probably just like one of the little bit of the metal holding it down just got caught or something.
But Will immediately knew what to do, and he said, so what if I have a hold of main? I can still do a tack and a jibe here.
So not only do you need to be a great sailor, you need to be a great boat captain.
Indeed.
And Greg Newman will be pleased that he doesn't need to do the work on it.
That's right. Okay, 1 minute to go with Will Sargent going to be in the lead position here. As we've said, the lead position has generally won the starts here, the last few starts with that line. The line is very flat, or as I think Tom said, you had a different term for it, and I should have remembered that. It's an Aussie term. But at any rate, what it means is that the boat on starboard tack can almost not cross the line on starboard tack, must tack to cross, and that favors the boat ahead because this rear boat will have to tack first.
20 seconds here, a couple clicks more than that, to the start of this consolation match between Tapper and Sargent. They're tied 1-1. Boat 6 is Sargent. Boat 1 is Tapper. Oh, I beg your pardon. They're on 1-1. I'm reading. Boat 12 is Tapper. Thank you, Christine. This is what we have spotters for, Andrew.
Yep.
To correct us when we're crutonic. Which is a lot of work for them because at least in my case, I often am.
That is absolutely true, Tom.
That I'm often crutonic or that we are?
Oh, we'll just leave it at that, Tom. Uh-oh, we've got our craft services manager up here. What amazing thing is she going to provide for us? No, she's taking pictures. So.
I'm hurt. Not really.
No, you're not really hurt.
Our viewership continues to rise. And just hearing from Mark Michelson, who's one of our unofficial weather experts, he's saying an easterly wave is ushering in moisture and cloud cover over the low deserts, killing the thermal.
Yep.
So entering the 4-minute gun coming up now is Marius Vesterland and Jack Egan. Marius Vesterland is yellow this time, so they swap every single race in the final series against each other. So now Marius Vesterland is yellow and Jack Egan is blue. So Jack Egan is 1-0 up from the start of this, the first race. So if Jack Egan wins this, he comes third overall at the Governor's Cup.
One thing, Matt, I'd be interested on your thoughts, and this is something Christoph brought up, but Westerland downwind, he's putting the spinnaker pole, so that's what holds the spinnaker out, and you're able to use the brace or the guy, if that's the correct American term.
There you go.
To pull it back. And there's a position where you put it on the mast, and there's 2 settings. And Marius seems to go the top setting, and Christoph thinks the bottom setting is the quicker mode for these light winds. Would you still agree, Christoph?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of getting to a changeover point. You see upwind now, 3 people on the rails kind of leaning out a little, but in the lighter stuff, you want it lower, and as it gets breezier, you move up and maybe go top rung around 8 or 9 knots.
Yeah, the basic rule is, of course, for the symmetrical chute, is ideally you have the clues level according to the horizon, basically, so they're parallel with the horizon. If you have the pole too low, you're going to either, well, it gets a little too complicated there, but if you have your pole too low and the clue, the end that's attached not to the pole is too high, that's not the best presentation of your spinnaker. And if you have it too high, then the sail basically droops. So again, what Christoph said is exactly right. In light air, you want it lower. In a breeze, the spinnaker will naturally rise, so you need to raise the pole to match it.
Andy, just to interrupt, I'm not sure if you can see where we are here, but there's a sunfish that's just to windward of the start boat. So you can see a fin coming up. Now, fortunately for the sailors, I can confirm it is not a shark, but it is a smallish sunfish.
Well, then that sounds completely harmless. Here we go. Great camera work, and there you go. There's your fin. A sunfish, actually, in a couple offshore races, it's quite possible to get a sunfish literally wrapped around your keel if you're going fast enough. They were rather slow in the water, and believe me, that is not fast. But I think Tom Eamon believes that there's still, as of a few years ago, there's still sea monsters here. So it may be a sea monster.
Absolutely.
You know,
we've seen the effects of sea monsters in this racing.
we have.
And there it
That is
again.
great camera work, guys. I've just, you guys blow me away. That's awesome.
We might be able to get a job on Natural Geographic.
That's right. That's right.
How do you know about Nat Geo, Tommy?
Tommy's a student of the world.
He probably watches all the animals that are doing their thing.
What thing is that, Tom?
The stuff that they do on Nat Geo.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got 1 minute, 3 seconds to go, and the boats are only about 20 seconds from the line. So there's a lot of time to kill here. So Jack Egan in the leading position will be looking to slow the game down as much as possible. Marius Vesterland will try and push him in and push him down the line so he's able to get a good, clean start somewhere.
Really hard to hook somebody in this kind of condition because the boat ahead is filtering bad wind down on your sails.
Still 40 seconds.
And you still can't lay the leeward end. So it's, again, the boat ahead is going to have a little advantage here.
Yeah, really good little dip down there by Jack Egan just to swing his stern out and then close off the gap so as Marius Vesterland can't go down to leeward of him. And he's done that towards the committee boat, so Marius Vesterland might be able to get onto port a little bit, but he's not got a lot of runway, and Jack is going to decide when they accelerate this.
12 seconds, still early. Marius is in, oh boy, though Jack just stopped his boat down there.
That was an incredible acceleration there from Westland and his team. They really were in a struggling position there, and they've done an amazing 2 boat length gain.
Snatched victory from the jaws of defeat there. That was impressive, but that's also just reinforces what we've been saying, that boat handling and boat speed in this condition is crucial. And Mario's comfortably on top in a controlling position here as they go up the first weather leg. So
nice crew
very
work.
nice start by Marius, and frankly a little bit of an unforced error by Jack.
Nice crew work on Marius's boat. Marius Vesterland, the skippering, Hugo Vestberg, and Ollie Aronson sailing on Team Westerlund from the GKSS, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club in Göteborg, Sweden.
Again, the second place finisher in the recently completed World Youth Match Racing Championship. Marius Westerlund and team.
He's down. He's trailing Jack Egan from San Diego Yacht Club, who's leading this Petite Finale, the consolation round. Jack Egan leading at 1-0.
Classic match racing here. Marius just tacking every time Jack tacks, Marius tacks. Stay between your opponent and the mark.
It does look as though on the Westland boat, they're really crossing the boat in sync out of these tacks and getting a really nice press down to squirt the boat out from these tacks compared to Team Egan, who are maybe a little bit more out of kilter, and so that's just helping him extend his lead even further.
Okay, we're going to go back to the start here of the next race in the finals of the Governor's Cup.
Stevenson leading 1-0 over Jeffrey Peterson.
Stevenson is the yellow boat this time, Peterson the port blue boat. So Jordan Stevenson trying to hold into a dial-up, so they've fallen off onto port tack. So this is a really powerful move for Jordan Stevenson, because if you can dial up on port, not only does he have the control of the right-hand side, but he is also the leeward boat, which is the main concern if you're the starboard entry boat, is that you get a penalty for windward leeward. So he's managed to reverse the situation. So now Jeffrey Peterson's that boat.
Both
the
boats
other thing
above
to
the
note
line
right now is Stevenson and Peterson are directly upwind of the committee boat.
Right.
So if they were to back, it may force them to split to try and make sure that they don't run into that beautiful Grand Banks that we have as a start boat.
Okay, both boats have broken away, but with Stevenson still with the advantageous position here to leeward, with Jeffrey Peterson must avoid him, as he did not do in the last round. Yeah, that's sort of a, you know, there was a flag there, but it was instantly given a green flag. There really wasn't any foul there.
Peterson and team have done a really good job of just keeping the speed there and
Yep.
just doing, not overreacting to that little luff from Jordan, just like reacting enough to show that you're keeping clear, but not spinning the boat too much, and just keeping the hull speed really high and able to roll out of a really tough situation there. And Jordan Stevenson has lost the little bit of control he did have.
Yeah, Jeffrey could now jibe if he chooses to. With 140, though, it is still really early, but it looks like Jeffrey wants to get that pin end, be the lead boat in.
I think what you're seeing here, Andy, is it's just so light
Yes.
here that the boats, like, once they get slow, they don't accelerate. Like you saw Jack Egan took maybe 20 seconds to get up to speed, so they're going to come back to the line a lot earlier.
All right, now Jordan in a little bit of a problem here. You can see the boats. You know, ideally Jeffrey would go straight for the committee boat. Jordan would have to tack, and that looks like he's trying to slow his boat down so that he can get in behind Jeffrey.
Real good
And
job.
Jeffrey
here
having
from
none of it.
Peterson.
And now he has stopped. Stevenson has stopped his boat almost completely. With less than a minute to go, Jeffrey Peterson in a really advantageous position here. There's nothing, Jordan. If he comes off on port tack, Jeffrey will come out on port tack and prevent him from coming back to the line. If he goes out on starboard tack, he's going to be above the line. Ooh,
The only thing I thought,
42
Andy,
seconds.
that Peterson could do there.
Why did he leave that early? With 35 seconds to go, I guess he really wants to be down that end. See, he didn't, Jeffrey Peterson did not have to fall off at that point. He could have just stayed there, and Stevenson had nowhere to go. But now he's let, in fact, he's let Stevenson in here. I think Jeffrey will still win the start, but it could have been quite a bit different.
Yeah, I agree with you, Andy. There, that was interesting to dial off that early, because he doesn't need to, like you said yesterday, he doesn't need to start at go. You don't need to be on the line at zero, but he likes the pin end, and the pin end is favoured. So I think he thinks, no matter what happens, I'm still in the same situation. I might as well start racing.
Yeah, he clearly won the start, so that's a plus. But I think he could have won it by a considerable amount more.
And you can see the body language on Jeffrey Peterson's boat is a lot more relaxed than it was when he got those penalties.
Yep.
So they've done a really good job of just, like you said, every race is a new race, moving on and just being ready to go, and come out and done a great start here.
Oh, and we've got contact again.
Oh my goodness.
Bow of the boat, port quarter.
Penalty
and penalty on Jeffrey Peterson.
Yep.
So
It's completely different to how the umpires called the previous one on the first leg. Seemed very aggressive from Stevenson from our point of view here.
Yeah, well, boy.
Okay, we got the first match of the finals. Already has taken place. Stevenson leading 1-0. And now Peterson, looked like he was leading that match, has been penalized here in the second match just after the start.
Can we, Tom, do we have the ability to go to 5 and get an umpire call on that one?
I'll check in with the umpire.
If you can do that, that'd be great. Let's get a call and how the umpires decided that, because it was either windward leeward or tacking too close, and boy.
Yeah, and as Tommy said, you know, completely different interpretation of what looked like a similar situation to the previous race. So there's definitely a few subtleties that the umpires saw. It'd be really interesting to see what they're what they picked up from being, you know, because they're right down on the water. They're really close to these boats. Very often when you're racing, you think they're getting in the way.
We'll just take
finals umpire media.
Go ahead, media.
Can you give us a call on that last penalty between Stevenson and Peterson?
Peterson was the Oxboy boat, Windward was the Windward Keep Clear boat, and he did not keep clear.
Copy that. Windward leeward.
Well, there you go. Quick work by the umpires there. Tom, thank you for doing that. You know, we can only speculate. They get to make the decision. Okay, here they come together. Let's see if Stevenson still has that brilliant speed he had last race.
Peterson leading, but owes a penalty. You can see the blue flag on the umpire boat, corresponding to the blue flag on Peterson's boat. Oh, we got almost seen this movie before. Almost the same situation, not quite.
Not quite, but tacks become crucial. You know, the ability to tack in this breeze and get up to speed quickly is just, in a match race, is absolutely crucial. And both boats doing a great job of it.
Tommy, you're closer to it than we. We're a little
Here we
higher.
go again. Has he got a piece of him or not?
Yeah, I think Jordan Stevenson did a really good tack there. Good double tack, and just gained a little bit, and he went from just astern to having a little piece. So that's at the moment, every inch is vital. It makes such a big difference.
Well, what we mean by a piece of, if he had continued on starboard tack, he would have hit the other boat. So.
Guys, a big part of this match here, if Stevenson gets a little bit of a lift here, he may lay this top mark.
Ooh, that would be big. Okay, in other words, that he would be able to go straight to the mark, while Jeffrey Peterson would have to tack twice. Tacking twice in this condition is probably worth 2 or 3 boat lengths.
It's marginal at the moment. It looks like Jeffrey's on a tight lay, and I'd say Stevenson is maybe a length under. So Jeffrey's slightly overlaid, and Stevenson's slightly underlaid. Under.
So advantage to Peterson here.
But with the match racing rules, if when Jordan Stevenson gets into the 2 boat length zone, he owns the zone, so he can do 2 tacks to round the mark, and Jeffrey Peterson must give him room to round, which is different to normal traditional fleet racing, where that would not be the case.
See here, Jeffrey just copped a couple of bad waves there. He's got his crew, including himself, sitting inside the hull. Stevenson's got at least 2 and at time 3 crews sitting on the side of the boat. And got lifted slightly there.
Yeah, he's in high mode too.
Yeah, he's in high mode, but he's going very fast. He's not going to. From this view, it looks like he could almost shoot the mark, but he may do sort of a half tack here. But he did reach the circle
Stevenson's
first.
Definitely not laying. He will have to tack and sail maybe a length and a half.
Length and a half, okay, but still very
Peterson's
close.
about to put his pole on, so he definitely thinks he's laying. To everywhere around the course, these two just seem to have incidents.
Well, folks, that is the closest racing as we can get here. So this is just now all to little things. You know, a slightly better spinnaker set. You know, a better douse, or something. You know.
But a lead change.
But a lead change
from
indeed.
the start.
There's a really good move there by Jeffrey Peterson, which is when Jordan tacked in front of him, he just did a little luff up, so as he was able to do a wide in, tight exit to the mark, whereas Jordan doing the tack set had to do a tight in, wide out. So he's on his leeward quarter, so he's really in a strong position. Which if he can surge forward, maybe 3 or 4 foot, he's able to have an overlap from leeward, or at the very least, he's able to tack. When they both jibe, he will be right on Jordan Stevenson's wind.
I guess as we've seen upwind, guys, one thing we found about Stevenson, he is very hard to lee bow. You know, he just slyly hunts. You think, okay, I'm crossing fine. And then next moment, he's managed to get a piece of you, as Matt was saying before. You know, in some stages, he's managed to really prove he has a piece because he hit him.
Yeah, that's right. No, contrast that with Jeffrey Peterson's yesterday. I think in one incident, the umpires believe that Jeffrey Peterson had hunted only at the last minute, and that's not a good thing to do.
So,
I'm sorry, it's the other way around. Jeffrey was crossing at that point, and the other boat came way up right at the last bit, and you can't do that.
So you can see
Peterson's just got over the top here. Yes, I think he has.
Really nice.
There's a drone shot. There's perfect timing on the drone shot. He has indeed gotten over him.
Going to see a Y flag there from Stevenson, but the green is the right call.
So that's exactly the opposite of what happened on the first race, first downwind, where Jordan Stevenson did that move to Jeffrey Peterson. So here, what you're gonna look to see is Jeffrey going to want to take the left gate or the right gate at the bottom? Is he going to want to turn and go to the right hand side, or is he going to want to do a easiest right hand turn? But if that would imply that he wants the left. What do you guys think from being out on the water? What do you think's the beneficial side next be?
I'll just ask Christoph here because, like I've said many times, he's got a pretty good grip on what's happening in these conditions at the gate. What are we thinking here, Christoph?
I'll take a quick look. To me, I believe that the left has started to work a little bit better, kind of as the days moved on. It was right in the early, little left towards later. Long starboard down here makes me think the right turn's going to be a little bit better too, so that's kind of what I'd be picking.
And what do you think, Christoph, going upwind, how does Peterson lee bow Stevenson with a bit more accuracy and without the risk of getting a penalty on him?
Yeah, I think you had it pretty nailed. It's like Jeffrey seems as if he's going to cross, and as they get closer, it becomes apparent that he's not, and it's a late decision to lee bow, and maybe that's why it's not as strong, because he's kind of turning a little fast, a little bit late. And one overall thing I've kind of noticed is I think Stevenson's tacks are just a little bit punchier. He's flattening more for sure. He's coming almost completely flat, and that's where the big gains seem to really be coming, is when they're both tacking, he's pressing harder and gaining little spurts of speed.
Well, I'll tell Christoph, that's brilliant. That you are absolutely right, and I think those were very, very good comments there. Christoph, of course, is the Governor's Cup winner himself for Balboa Yacht Club a few years ago, and now has a successful career, but is an awesome sailor. Okay, we split
interesting
again.
choice. Peterson chose. I thought he was going straight into the upwind left end of the gate. He chose the upwind right end of the gate. He chose the right side of the track. Christoph.
So Jeffrey has gone to the right-hand side here, but what that does mean is he is going to have starboard advantage when they come back. So he might be thinking, I'd rather be on starboard. Jordan's gone really quick, so he's got to gain another 2 boat lengths to go clear ahead of Jeffrey.
Well, I don't think you make that kind of decision, though, Matt, that early. I think the biggest thing is which way do I want to go on the first half of the weather leg. And then later, if the wind isn't shifting and the positions aren't changing much, then, yeah, you want to be on the starboard side. But just a thought.
See Jordan Stevenson tacking over there onto port, so he thinks he's got a little left shift or something, or he's got a bit of pressure coming down to him.
It's really light, though. Now he's starting to go, but boy, you were right. Whoever said that, it takes, 20 seconds or so to get going after attack. It's the worst feeling in the world. Okay.
Be interested to find out, how long do you think it'll take them to do a penalty turn in these sort of conditions? Do you want to do it upwind? Do you want to do it downwind?
I think you've got to do it at the finish line, because it's going to be so slow to get back up to speed. Like, there's not enough power in the mainsail to do a spin and then get up to speed quickly. So I think this massive loss to do a penalty spin. So I think you've got to be trying to you're looking more for an offset by getting Jordan to foul, or potentially doing the tack round like we saw yesterday.
Just a quick note in the Petite Final, Vesterland looks like he's going to win in the purple kite. He's down 1-0, Egan leading that. And it looks like Vesterland now will level that at 1-1. Nice shot, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, great shot.
The red kite, of course, is Egan. The purple kite is Vesterland as they're now coming into the finish.
Okay, so Tommy, they were pretty much about there, huh?
No.
No?
Peterson's made a huge gain outright.
Has he? Did he?
Yeah,
Outright.
so about a length.
About a length.
Length and a half clear.
Yeah, so huge. So he's way ahead now. Length and a half. That's great.
We're back on the finals. It's first to win 3. And
Jeffrey.
it is Stevenson is leading Jeffrey Peterson. You see here, but in the series, that is, Stevenson's up 1-0. Peterson is leading this match by, 1.5 boat lengths, Tommy said, but he owes a penalty.
Peterson, you can see now, he realises he has a penalty, so he hasn't covered Stevenson, and he's extending out to this right-hand side. There does seem to be a little bit more pressure here out on the right-hand side. So he's hoping with that extension, he has to be a little bit more risky to try and build up a lead to get the penalty turn in.
I think
Christoph
that's
has just observed. He reckons he's lost a little bit here by taking that top right.
Yeah.
So what you might see here is both of the boats start slowing down because Jeffrey is going to be getting towards the point where he goes, I'm not far enough ahead to do this penalty turn. I might have to do it at some point here. So he might slow down, and Jordan Stevenson will kind of do what's called play 2. So he stays 2 boat lengths astern of Jeffrey, so as he's unable to hook him and get him doing what Jordan Stevenson did so well in the semi-final yesterday.
Yeah, we have some footage of that, which I don't think we'll we'll show, but it was sort of classic how to do that. It's the reverse of what you're normally trying to do.
And here goes the penalty turn.
Ah.
So the thinking there on
slow.
Jeffrey's boat is probably that they're really good downwind, so they can attack. So they're happy to give the lead, but they want to be within 2 lengths, and they'd rather be behind by a length with no penalty than 2 lengths ahead with a penalty.
That's about what he's done. I think that's
that
great.
was really smart.
Yep, that is just, he knows he's good downwind. He knows his crew work is good, and he's win. Oh, look at that. That's incredibly well done there. He's only like 2/3 of a boat length behind.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive to see Jeffrey do the turn and have that accuracy with a ley line afterwards to make sure that he didn't go too far, but didn't sell himself short. So he had to come into the mark high and slow. He picked that perfectly. Be interested to see what Christoph thinks, because, sometimes you don't like doing a penalty turn if you're going to come out, behind. Do you think that was the right call?
Honestly, I was just thinking about it. That's such a hard decision. When you have a 1.5 boat length lead, that is the hardest spot to decide. Because if you have a 2.5 boat length lead, you take a spin and win. But if you have less than a boat length and a half, you have to try and attack the other team. So it's a really hard choice. And I think it was the right decision. Downwind, trailing boat's been really strong. We've seen tons of rolls. So, I think it was right. Let's see if he gets the roll. Here goes the jibe.
It is light out there, guys. You can see they're using what we've been talking about, the kinetics. They're using their bodies basically to, in effect, scoot the boat forward as you complete the jibe. The boat goes from heeled to straight up and down very quickly, and that actually will move the boat forward. The sails.
Rolling the sails.
Yeah, the
against
sails
the wind.
will act as a fan, basically.
Are we going to
look
see
at this.
deja vu here?
Look at this.
Another roll.
So Jordan Stevenson has done a really good job of keeping his kite tight in, so it's less likely to collapse. But you
Here
can
comes
see
the
it
roll.
Yeah,
eventually
except
it's going
that-
to happen.
As you're
Except
saying,
that
Matt,
he
it's
just
now
got rolled.
collapsing. You gave it the kiss of death.
I guess I'm supporting America then with my words accidentally.
The crowd is shouting behind us, "Go, Jeffrey!"
Yeah, we can hear all those, quite a few spectator boats out here with a lot of people cheering.
Another lead change. Jeffrey Peterson, no longer carrying a penalty, is in the lead, boat 3, with his blue kite, but not far behind, less than, 2 meters? Astern is Jordan Stevenson. Another fantastic match. Here in the finals of the 2022 GovCup.
So it'd be important for Jeffrey to finish here ahead to tie up the series. Not at all unexpected.
Just to give you an update here, Andy, there's talk between the two teams. Jeffrey's sort of signalling to the umpires that I think, thinks Jordan's pushing the Rule 42 a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
interesting, and that's because Jeffrey and Max admitted that they were, using it all they could, and were actually warned yesterday by the umpires about that. And now the shoe's on the other foot, and they believe that Jordan is doing that a little too much.
But
so
give us the Rule 42 you did a minute ago, Andy.
yeah, it's basically the hull upon the water and the sails, the wind upon the sails is supposed to be how you get around a race course. If you move your boat, ooh, look at this again though. Look.
So Jordan's gone all the way across the back, across the stern, and gone high and fast and trying to get onto Jeffrey's breeze, which he might even be able to reverse that.
To do.
That's an incredibly hard move to do. Great trimming on
and look at this.
Stevenson's
look
boat
at
there.
this. Another lead change. Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh, he snuck around the bow.
He snuck around the bow, is able to jibe, and a beautiful jibe.
What an incredible move there.
That's brilliance. That was just. Look at this.
They're
This
just 30 meters from the finish line.
Jeffrey had his victory in his grasp, and
this isn't over though.
no, it's not over. You can see the committee boat down to your left there.
I
So
think
they've
it
still
is
got
now.
a ways to go.
So
Yeah, I think it is
Jordan's
now.
got the safety of the
And there's the pin end right
link
there.
zone.
That's an incredible move.
Wow. That's going to hurt. Jeffrey Peterson right now is going, oh, boy, we had that one. We had that one. How did that happen?
Yeah, but that was an incredible match. And it's great to see this racing in the GovCup. Stevenson now is up 2-0 in this first to win 3 final.
Boy, it's exhausting watching.
It's breathtaking. It's just fantastic. Beautiful boat handling. Finish the Rule 42 thing, though.
Okay,
Andy.
so at any rate, if you see the crews going from side to side during a tack or a jibe, and that's called basically a roll tack or a roll jibe, and that's legal and that helps. But there are other things that you can do, either pumping the sails or unlikely they would ever scull, moving the rudder back and forth. But, there are some other things that you can do which technically beat the rule. The problem, the rule is necessary, but the problem with the rule is it's subjective. And so one umpire's idea that it is a violation, another umpire may say it's not. So you just don't really know. But, you want to, it helps, and so you want to do it as much as you can without breaking the rule.
So I think there, what you're seeing here is with the really light breeze, like track position, to use an F1 term, is not that important because there's so many overtaking lanes with this patchy breeze on the upwind legs and the downwind with the big dirty wind spinnaker cast. It really means that it's not, you're not looking at it like it's a Monaco race where track position is everything. You need to be ahead. It's almost like that they almost want to be behind rather than ahead, because that's actually the more powerful position. It's like going into change for a new set of tires.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. The other thing that's happening is when you have a light and fairly shifty, puffy breeze like this, the boat behind will not only be able to throw his wind shadow, but will actually get the puffs first. And here, if you get a puff just 2 or 3 seconds before the other boat, you're going to gain a little bit right there, and I think that's what you saw happening.
We've got another conclusion in the consolation matches. This for 5th and 6th. Cole Tapper has fought off a charge by Sargent. Will Sargent, who was down -1, came back to 0 and then 1 after that penalty point. But Tapper then has won this final match in their consolation, and he's won 5th place, 2-1 over Will Sargent. So we have Will Sargent, Jack Littlechild, Nathan Gullickson. They've been 3 of the most popular sailors here, I think, the morning shows and so on. We've really enjoyed them. Will Sargent from Australia and from representing the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia in Sydney, but of course he is, as we've said any number of times, from Tasmania, and a big boat sailor of some repute, besides sailing lasers and a few other things. Cole Tapper with his brother Finn and George Richardson, they are Kiwis. No, they're also Aussie. Sorry, this was the all-Aussie consolation. They're also from the Cruising Yacht Club, and we've enjoyed very much getting to know their father, David, this week, Andy.
Indeed, yeah. This is Finn's last. Finn is the older brother among the the Tapper brothers, and this is his last year in the Governor's Cup, but we've certainly enjoyed having him here in the past as a skipper, and I think it's, I said before, he gets the Big Brother of the Year award for crewing for Cole in this event, and I think they're a great team. Cole, should not be ashamed at all of a fifth place finish in this regatta, given this fleet. So I think if Cole wants to come back, I think the selection committee is highly likely to have him back next year. So
do you have any influence on that selection
no,
committee?
we have a little bit. I'm just one member, but anyway.
More interestingly, perhaps, is the fact that Sargent and the Tapper brothers, Will Sargent, were sailing together in France last week.
Exactly, and and Will steered in the center point in New Zealand, which he won.
With the Tappers crewing, or
with the Tap, yes. And so it's kind of neat that they have an embarrassment of riches, if you will, at the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. They've got 3 incredibly good skippers, and they've just combined them, and it seems to work. They've sailed very well this week.
Indeed, they have. Cruising Yacht Club, of course, in Rushcutters Bay there in Sydney, and the host of the annual, famously cool Sydney to Hobart race starts on Boxing Day, which, of course, is the day after Christmas, 26th of December, for that run down to Tasmania, to Hobart. And you sailed that race a couple times, Andrew.
Done that a couple times. And
maybe won it once, in fact.
We were first to finish both times, and the second one on Kealoha, we got what they call the double, or it's actually a triple, because you win overall Class A and first to finish. But it was, I talked to Will Sargent about it, and he said on air and on Monday, I think, that same feeling I had. He says, yeah, after the first one, it was really rough that first night. I said, well, I'll never do this again. And just like me, I didn't do it until the next year when it was held again. And he's already signed up for next year.
That's because you get to Hobart and see how much fun it is.
Oh, Hobart's awesome. The people are wonderful, and
exactly.
It's a spectacular race. I mean, it's tough. It can be very tough. In my head, we had 2 times we had 36 to 48 hours of about 55 knots of breeze and 40-foot seas and stuff. But if you're with a good crew, it's just spectacular, and it feels so good when it's over.
So the Petite Finale, the consolation match between Vesterland and Egan, is all tied up at 1-1. That's a first to win 2. And the finals between Stevenson and Peterson. Stevenson leading 2-0 in the first to win 3. Chris, should we take a 5-minute break, do you think? And maybe we'll take Andy. We think we can do that, Matt. Take a quick 5-minute break.
Yep.
Give everybody the drones to come in and the drone pilots a break. Tyler, you're doing a great job, Tyler Wolk.
Tyler Wolk.
Thank you very much. And
Tyler Wolk does everything well.
Commodore Peter Bretschker on the drones. It's arguably the toughest job we've got in this thing. We can gas bag all day, right?
Right,
Andrew?
yeah.
We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us. Stay with us. Welcome back to the 2022 Governor's Cup. We're in the Pacific Ocean off of Newport Beach, California on a gorgeous day. The breeze is a little light, but the racing has been nonetheless fantastic. We're about to get into the third match of the Petite Finale. This is between Mark Vesterland of Sweden and Egan here of the U.S. San Diego. They are tied 1-1.
You know, Tom, just watching these boats, typical sort of thing here. They've got quite a bit of time. But, you know, look at these 20-year-olds. There are like 3 or 4 of them. So when I said I think the 17-year-old Morgan Pinckney is going to win, you know, at some point, at least one, I think any one of these 21-year-olds in the next 2 years, this is going to be fascinating, this fleet, assuming they all want to come back. I certainly hope they do. But Marius is another one, you know, and Jack Egan. I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised if every one of them won at least one of these.
Well, as you said at the beginning of the week, I mean, all 12 teams have been impressive. There have been lots of setups. The team, Cavley, team that was Porter Cavley from Annapolis, that was third last year, was 12th this year.
Yeah.
And Marius Vesterland, who we see now in the Consolation, who was last year.
Yep. And I think like 8th or something in the Worlds.
Exactly.
And he traded that for 2nd in the Worlds and has the potential to be 3rd here. So pretty amazing. But I hope you guys stay tuned next year. We'll be here, and the fleet should be really incredible.
2 minutes to the start of this match. Vesterland and Egan.
Right now, with Egan having the inside position, and right now Marius is has a little trouble here. Jack's not in total control, but he's in a better position. Vesterland cannot tack from that position. He could bear off and try to get away far enough to jibe. But if nothing happens, Jack Egan will have this start easily. But it's still 140, and they're only about 15 seconds from the line. So sort of a late dial-up, if you will.
The good thing here for Vesterland is, like you said, there's plenty of time left. He doesn't need to force the issue right now. He can jibe out at any point, and he's probably still a minute early for the line once he completes his jibe.
You know what he did there really well, and it's something that was done to Jack that he did before, is he waited until Jack had completely stopped his boat, and yet he never lost his speed completely. And so he's sailing that boat very well. So now Jack is down. Jack looks like he wants to lead to the other end, which is probably not a bad call.
So we did see that Marius got a windward cross when they both entered, so that does imply there's a strong pin bias. So when they both entered, he was at least two boat lengths of advantage to that port end. So that's why Jack Egan wants this left.
Marius, on the other hand, wants to be as far apart athwartships or sideways from Jack as he can and keep as much speed on as he can, because he will have to tack out of this position unless something changes here.
Jack doing a lovely job of just holding the boat high, just closing off that little gap.
Boy, now he's pinned him right up against the committee boat. Look at this. Oh, Jack Egan did that magnificently. He just forced Marius is now going to have to come jibe to tack. With 13 seconds to go, Marius, he's going to tack. But look at how slow he's going. Oh, but look at how slow Jack is going.
This is not slow-mo, guys.
Oh, Marius. Oh, boy. Marius got in there, got his boat going quickly. Will be able to come up. He'll still have to tack away because of the lee bow effect, but I think. But that was an even start.
So you can see there, the boat slipped. Jack Egan was at the committee boat, locking Marius out to the above the committee boat, and then couldn't actually lay the pin end because he slipped sideways so much when he accelerated. He tried to build in a high groove and just started slipping sideways rather than going forward. So, but he still got the cross. He still won the start, and he's doing a really good job. He's got up to speed now.
So this is the deciding race in this Petite Finale. So whoever wins this race will get a podium finish or 3rd place and the medal in the Governor's Cup, and that will be a big feather in either one of their caps, as it were. God, I don't know where that came from. Sorry.
Well, then you're absolutely right, because
I don't wear feather caps as much anymore. Do you, Tom?
I haven't in at least 60 years, something like that. No, I'm not that old, but still, fantastic racing. And the kids are also kids. I mean, for us, they're kids, but they're young adults, of course. They're competing for match racing, the ranking list, the world ranking list. And speaking of whom, we got 2 of the best in the world here in boat 3, Jeffrey Peterson, and boat 11 is the Stevenson team, they are tied. They are not tied. Peterson is trailing Stevenson by 2-0.
Stevenson is number 12th ranked sailor match racer in the world in the open rankings, not age limited. Jeffrey is 20. Those don't mean a lot, especially after 2 COVID-affected years, because a lot of the, there are just so many races canceled and people couldn't travel to races. But still, an indication of how good these 2 sailors are.
And they're both, all 3 of the sailors, they're just bright, personable people. A lot of fun to be with. Great at the media, across the board at our media session and so on. 2 minutes 50.
Okay, nice escape there. Jeffrey really, the boat handling there was just perfect. And so now again, he's far enough ahead that he can decide what he wants to do. With 240 again, they've got so much time to burn that it doesn't really matter what happens right now, but neither boat has control. So they're sailing towards us right now. I don't know that they'll go all this way. But they would certainly have time to, if they wanted to, use us as a pick boat, if you will. But he doesn't really need a pick boat. In other words, he can jibe legally there or tack legally there.
Must win for Jeffrey Peterson. Down 2-0.
He's usually pretty good at those must-win situations. Okay, and you can see he could legally tack easily. So now they're doing sort of the more old-fashioned match racing thing. They'll be doing some circles here. Jordan reversing the circle, coming on to starboard tack and to leeward. So Jeffrey will now have to start keeping clear.
So Jeffrey's taking the lead back here, potentially thinking he wants the left-hand side of this start. So he wants to be down by the pin.
I'll tell you what, Jeffrey Peterson there kept coming down on him after the overlap was established. I think he was pretty lucky to get a green flag there. If you put yourself in a position and then say, well, he didn't give me room to come clear, that doesn't work. You get the penalty.
This is sort of like late in the 3rd period of a hockey game, of an ice hockey game. The umpires are going to be loath to call something that, unless it's really obvious that Jeffrey Peterson has mucked up. And I think that was a good green.
I agree.
But I agree with you. It could have gone the other way.
But for that reason, I think it was a good call. Yeah. All right, so still no great advantage here for anybody, but I think I'd
say big advantage Stevenson.
I would rather be Stevenson right now. Oh, yeah. He has potential. With less than a minute, he has potential to control Jeffrey and prevent him from starting. Let's see, and Jeffrey is trying desperately to get fast and go over him, but I don't think he's going to do it. And see, that was, okay, just what I said there. Jeffrey was coming down on him, so he can't then claim he wasn't given room. Has he broken the overlap?
So another green flag for that. So umpires thinking same incident, same rules applied.
Clear.
I think that was an easy green. I don't have any problem with that one.
It's still dangerous. All I'm saying is that when you come down on the boat below you, then you can't say that I couldn't, keep clear.
But clear is from the wing boat that's calling by radio to the umpires.
And Jeffrey, in actually that little time period there, was able to wriggle over the top and actually go into a really controlling situation.
Right.
So really well done by Team Peterson there to turn a negative into a positive.
Is Stevenson going to be able to lay that line?
So we've got Stevenson to windward, Peterson to leeward.
Peterson, I mean. When they stop like that, they're going to start going sideways. Okay.
We had Stevenson there try and stay there for as long as he could, just to make sure that Jeffrey couldn't tack at the pin, and that's what he was screaming at Jeffrey, don't tack, don't tack. And then he realised he himself was stuck and tacked out.
Yep.
Now we've got Stevenson heading off on port tack and Peterson out to the left-hand side on starboard.
Yeah, that was, had he been like 3 feet, 4 feet farther forward, he could have prevented Jeffrey from tacking, but he let his boat get a little too slow.
Hey, Tommy, I just saw Jordan Stevenson pull his Traveler up higher. Compare for us, if you would, Traveler position and the leech trim.
Yeah, so obviously a bit more breeze. Like we're just seeing, we're right next to them here, and all I can see is just the tops of their kneecaps. That's how hard the crews are hiking. So now that there's enough breeze to hike, the crew, every time they're able to, are throwing everything at it to try and keep the boat upright. The flatter you can sail, the faster you can go if you can harness all this extra bit of breeze.
Okay, so here goes Jeffrey tacking, and let's see, we'll have the first cross here.
It's a big split again, and they're going to come back. They both trust that they're going the right way, and now they're coming back, and we'll see who's gained a little bit, if at all.
What you're seeing coming down is Jack Egan leading Marius Westerlin. There's another lead change there.
At this stage, Jeffrey looks very bow up on port.
Oof.
I'd expect him to cross by a
Yes.
healthy margin.
No, I agree. Oh boy, and he's not only up on port, but he's got a more breeze right now than Jordan Stevenson on starboard. So you'll see the cross. It's still not huge, but it's a nice lead. And right, attacking right. He wants to go back left, force Jordan Stevenson to go back to the right. Jeffrey says, I like it out there on the left. I gained. I'm going to go out there and gain a little more. Jordan having to tack because his wind would have been disturbed by Jeffrey's sails.
We get
It's
a
quite
quick look at
impressive
the
here.
gate
Just
here,
the
Chris.
intensity of Stevenson's crew.
No.
You know, they're the crew you want to have on board when you're behind here. There's no, look of I've given up or defeated. They're even battling harder and hiking harder. So this match certainly isn't over.
Oh, that's for sure.
And in the Petite Finale,
Very close.
Egan is leading.
Yeah,
Egan eked out.
Yep.
A little lead there. Egan is leading over Westerlin. They're tied 1-1, so whoever wins this match will win the Petite Finale, the Consolation.
We've just had a huge split here at the top. So who knows what's going to happen here as they come back together. We've got a little bit of top right here, so
Yep. Are you
it doesn't
seeing,
look as strong coming back.
Tom, are you seeing Jeffrey's boat? Are they fully hiked on Jeffrey's boat also?
Hard to tell from our angle. The jib's hiding them, but I can certainly confirm Stevenson crew is hiking as hard as they can.
Yep. The reason I asked is that would give us some indication about the varied weights, that if Stevenson really is significantly lighter than they have to hike hard. And I just wonder if Jeffrey is having all of their crew hiking at the same level.
The
Yeah.
Peterson team is a little bit heavier than Stevenson.
Yes.
Like, not as much as the difference when there was 3 to 4 people like they had in
Right.
the semi-final, but they are a little bit heavier.
It's still awfully close here, folks. This race, of course, being a must-win for Jeffrey Peterson.
Closed up.
Big gain there by Jordan Stevenson. He was maybe 2-3 lengths behind before, and now he's right on his tail. So this is a position where we've seen both of these love to attack from close behind. They almost prefer to be.
Well, great ley line there by Jeffrey Peterson and his crew. Oh, perfect set. Just perfect. Let's see if Jordan can match it.
And perfect set again.
Yep, pretty much. Not quite as
Quite
good,
as good.
but but Jeffrey's was textbook. Jeffrey and Max Brennan and Scott Mays. They've done this before. It's not their first rodeo.
Coming down Lake 2, a boat and a half, maybe 2 boat lengths clear, but we've seen this movie now. We've seen the passes from behind several times all week we've seen
all
it,
week.
but particularly today. Jordan Stevenson up 2-0 in this series is trailing Jeffrey Peterson.
Although one thing to note about with this build-in pressure, it is going to be harder to overtake downwind. It's still going to be very possible. It's not making it completely changing it, but there's going to be less chance to do it. So we might see Jeffrey able to be fight off a little bit more than they were able to do the time before. I
think that's a great comment. It's exactly right. Yeah, in the light, it really provides so many opportunities.
Having said that,
yeah, here he comes.
So certainly a lot more time spent on port jibe here on this downwind. It certainly is the long jibe. And Stevenson just trying to soak inside. So it's all going to be about this next jibe into the gate.
So one thing to note is off camera at the moment, but there's only one leeward marking. There's been an issue with one of the gate marks, so they can only round one mark. So we'll see them go to the same mark. So they will do a a right-hand turn around that mark.
unless they get that other mark that looked
it looks like it looks like they've just taken it out.
Have they?
Yeah.
That
So that makes it a little, that takes away one slight thing that the boat behind can do when you don't have a gate. You have to follow the other boat around, and then so be in that disturbed air initially. You have to tack away. So right now, that definitely helps Jeffrey Peterson here. Okay, the first of the jibes, and a Simo jibe with Jordan Stevenson. They're both great jibes, and you saw that there. they rolled the boat back up to level, and that scoots them ahead a little bit. But both boats doing that very well, both crews. Now
Looking at Jeffrey's angle here, it does look like he's going to lay in on this angle.
They've been doing really well with ley lines, and that's partly Jeffrey, but also Scott and Max definitely help with that. I almost guarantee you Jeffrey's saying, "You think we got it?" And Max or Scott will say, "No, not quite," or "Yes, go." Well, this
Jeffrey might be going around this the wrong way. He's got to leave this to starboard, and it looks like he's going to leave it to port. This is a
oh my
huge mistake.
goodness.
We're going to see both boats coming bow on bow at one another.
And remember that if they are racing, starboard rules still apply, but you can't hunt on a different leg.
Oh my goodness.
So Jeffrey, if he realizes he was wrong, he's going to have to unwind himself.
Oh my goodness. That
And
is
he has
just,
here.
and here he comes.
So it's going to be important to watch here to see if he realizes that
he has to unwind, meaning you have to, if there was a thread following you, he has to unwind that thread.
So he's got to do a full 360 around this buoy.
Try not to hit it with his spinnaker sheets.
Well, I don't think he's unwound himself.
No, he isn't.
Matt, what do you think?
No, yeah, like Andy said, you imagine there's a piece of string and it has to go the correct way around every mark, and Jeffrey has not unwound himself. He essentially should have had to do what we call at home a gut bust around, where you do a full 360 around that mark. So he should have tacked when he rounded the mark and then jibed.
Yeah, right
and
now.
This is the direct result of Peterson putting the pressure on him downwind. Everyone's been looking back at Peterson, and no one spotted down the track that there's only one gate and discussed what that means, that now we need to leave this mark to starboard.
Well, he hasn't, in effect right now, he has not rounded the leeward mark.
That's exactly right.
And therefore, if he finishes the race, he will not get a finish because he did not complete the course.
Yeah, Jeffrey Peterson is still on the downwind leg.
Oh my, that's just an unforced error that is so. Oy.
Now I've got Christoph next to me here, and we can see Jeffrey's got the red flag out. And that means that he wants to request redress for an action or error of the race committee. And just behind me, the checkered flag's up.
They've canceled. They've abandoned this.
Oh, they've abandoned the race.
Match.
Well, Jeffrey Peterson gets a huge break there. Or is it this race?
No, that's end. So all matches that are in
All
progress.
matches in progress.
Code flag end, the blue and white checkered flag, the abandonment signal.
Well, how about this match that's in progress?
I'm a little bit baffled here. Like, I don't see how there's been an error here by the race management. Like, I'd be extremely annoyed if I was Jordan Stevenson in this situation.
It is written in the rules or the sailing instructions that if there's only one mark, you just round that mark as though it's a starboard rounding. So I'm surprised as to why they've abandoned it.
Well, I'm not. The only reason I can think of is that Jeffrey is trying to say, or was going to try to say, that they didn't do it in time. It was too late down the leg. But on the other hand, that doesn't, that goes to the umpires. That doesn't make the PRO cancel the race.
Yeah,
well, I've
let's
just
see.
got the coach's corner, the popular segment. They've got two of the stars next to me, and they said it sort of looked like, even with the gate still on the Boston Whaler there, it looked like a badly set wide gate.
Oh,
so maybe
okay.
That's what they thought.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I can confirm Will Bolden is up, and he's got a bit of colour back to himself.
That's good. That's the medical report on Coach Bolden here. Well, I'll tell you what. One way or the other, I think Jeffrey Peterson dodged a bullet there, eh, Tom?
Well, for sure. But I think what Tommy just said makes some sense.
Yep.
Because you know what it's like. You're in
Absolutely.
You're in the the pressure cooker of this race, and they're coming into the leeward gate. They see the two marks. They don't realize one is aboard.
Way off.
Well, it's aboard the the mark set boat of the race committee, and they think the gate is still there. So he goes through the gate as if it's the downwind left end of the gate.
Yep.
But,
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and what he should have done was come back and still looped the gate properly, unwind his string, and then go around it again, and then put up his red flag. But nonetheless, Dr. Don Becker and his race committee have abandoned that match, code flag N, and no doubt in consultation with the umpires.
Right,
They would have
absolutely.
called the umpire.
No, I think that's, because of that, and I hadn't thought of that, and I can't see, we have a different perspective, so we're not looking back at the starting line, so I don't know where that other blue or the other orange tetrahedron was.
Tommy's right. It was not
Yeah.
too far off to the
Yeah.
what is the east of us here.
But if you can see it, you have a right to believe that it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why when I said I was having that discussion with Maddie, it looked to me like they were not taking it away. They're just trying to rush around to get it in the water.
Right.
So that would have even been further confusing.
More evidence that,
So I think that is probably
good call.
Probably a good call, rather than go through this whole race and then have a redress hearing and then abandon the race.
Yep.
Oh, I can understand that. Now, the question is, was whether the consolation match was abandoned or not. Yes. It was.
Oh, Jack Egan must be. Just look, I was 5 boat lengths for the finish and winning, and you canceled my race.
And I'm not sure why their match would have been abandoned, because they were coming into the finish line,
So
right?
there was only one mark for the Egan Westland race when they came round as well. There was only one mark, but it was incredibly offset, so one was downwind of the other one.
But did they both go through the gate properly?
Yes.
And
Well,
I believe,
maybe
too, in that match, there was a red flag being displayed by one of those competitors as well. So
In the Petite finals?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, probably by Westerland,
Yep.
that's right.
So, okay, well, we start again. Happily, it's a beautiful day, and we got plenty of time, and there's a nice breeze, and we'll go at it again. He'll get mad at you. All right, well, the ups and downs of match racing. You're thrilled one moment, and oh my God, the next.
I don't remember that ever happening, where a race was abandoned for some kind of a mark set issue.
Yeah, I
here
don't
at the
either.
GovCup, but it can happen. It does happen in other yachting events, sailing events. So both of those matches were abandoned, and that's what I thought, because when code N goes up, flag N goes
It's
up,
for
that
everybody.
means all races in progress are abandoned. If they'd wanted just to abandon the finals, they would have put up the numeral pennant corresponding to just that match.
Exactly.
So that's what we've got, and we're in a bit of a pause here as the race committee gets the gate reset. That's the end of the second leg of this 4-leg course. You can see code N, the blue and white checkered flag. Sometimes you'd think in yacht and car racing, that's the finish flag. Of course, that's black and white, not blue and white. Code flag N, November, the abandonment signal in yacht racing and sailing. So we're awaiting a restart here for the third match of the Petite Finale between Vesterland and Egan. They're tied at 1-1, and a restart of the finals between Stevenson and Peterson, which Stevenson leads 2-0.
Yeah, hair more breeze there, guys.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it's probably good news that we do have some
Yeah.
more breeze.
I think that more breeze is going to be very good for Team Peterson,
Jeffrey.
because
Yep.
if they're a little bit heavier. Geordie was showing absolute wheels this morning in the light breeze, so potentially that's the longer it waits, that might change the game, and it might mean that Jeffrey Peterson and his crew can come back from 2-0 down.
Yeah, that's why I asked whether he was fully hiked, because I suspect that, if both boats are fully hiked, then, with Max and Max there, I think Jeffrey might have a slight advantage upwind.
Flag N has been taken down, and we're going to have a starting sequence underway here in just a few seconds. Dr. Don Becker and his superb team back in action here, very quickly resetting the gate. Although the gate, to my eye, looks a little starboard favored if you're looking upwind at the moment. The crews will have noticed that in the starting sequence. And that'll give them some idea maybe which end they want to round, depending upon how they want to go upwind and depending upon where their competitor is vis-a-vis them when they come into the gate. And we now have code flag F, Foxtrot. White flag with the red diamond, meaning 7 minutes to the start of the first flight, which will again be the Petite Finale between Vesterland and Egan. tied at 1-1.
Commodore Peter, can you, after you, no thanks, can you do a parallax view, look over the compass and see, estimate the wind direction?
A parallax view.
I believe that's when you look right down on a compass.
That's a nice. Parallax is a Stanford word. Overhead is a Michigan.
What?
University
195.
Michigan.
So more to the right than yesterday, and feel it's a little cooler here, which might indicate also just a little bit of a right shift.
We want to welcome all of our international viewers. There are a lot of folks on here watching live. Thank you for joining us for the 2022 Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship hosted annually by Balboa Yacht Club. Alistair Gifford, Per Frickholm, Rich Luttrell, we mentioned. Elizabeth Barnes. Hi, Elizabeth. David Richard Morse still watching. He's been very complimentary. Gang. Tad Springer, great drone and on-the-water footage, better than being there. Morgan Dubin, thanks Morgan. David Richard Morris, we mentioned. Lynn Manji, I so miss Leonard Takahashi, Leo.
So do we.
We do. Gene McClung, Paul Gullickson, Sue Bunce, Pinky Green, Kelly Barninger, and lots of others on here enjoying today's coverage in the Pacific Ocean just off Newport Beach, the Newport Beach Elementary School.
Got to be one of the better places to go to elementary school ever.
Yeah, do they teach surfing?
Yeah, probably
during recess?
Yeah, they all go out surfing.
I mean, they are steps from the water.
Literally, they border on the beach, yep. Okay, we're about to get the entry here in about 45 seconds with two boats.
Jack Egan is the yellow boat, so entering from the starboard side. Marius Vesterland is the blue boat, entering from the port side over the pin end.
So this is the rubber match in the Petite finale to decide third place. The last race abandoned with Jack Egan leading by about 3 boat lengths.
With only about three
boat lengths to go to the finish. Yeah, I'll bet that was the last thing he ever wanted to see was that checkered flag.
He wanted a checkered flag, not that one.
A checkered flag, not that particular one, exactly. Okay, both boats are entering.
So you can see there again, Marius Vesterland almost was able to cross clear ahead, still indicating that there's still quite a lot of pin end bias on this start line. So we might look to see the teams try and lead back pretty early because they really want that pin.
Jack Egan getting his boat speed up just soon enough to avoid the anchor of the committee boat with which he had an encounter yesterday.
Okay, we're getting on. It's 3 o'clock, still 2 o'clock sun time, but maybe Andy or Christoph, Cal, what's the trend now on an afternoon like this in Newport Beach, wind-wise?
Well, it's at 195, so it's not really anything like a westerly. It's just 15 degrees off of due south. But I'll let Christoph answer the question too. But I would think maybe ever so slight right, tendency. Tommy, why don't you ask Christoph? Tom with us, Chris?
Yes, sorry, Andy.
There he is. They were taking another nap. They're very lazy out there.
No, we're just digging into some grub,
right.
some food.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Ask Christoph what he thinks. I think the wind direction we estimated around 195. It's gone just a little bit right. I think if anything, it might go just a hair more right. Ask Christoph what he thinks.
Yeah, no problem. I'll ask Christoph. Christoph, what do you think with the breeze right now? Do you think it's going to go any further right, or is this where it's going to settle now?
Feels to me like the breeze is just kind of settling and picking up. Not as patchy as we saw earlier, just more balanced. Maybe there's some shifts out there, but the pressure difference isn't nearly as much. It's even across the board now.
There you have from Christoph.
Great. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that I think it'll shift into, 210 or 220. I don't think that'll happen, but maybe it's still the oscillating shifts, but Christoph is exactly right. It has definitely filled in. The boats will be going faster, and we'll see if if Matt is correct here, and that gives a slight advantage to Jeffrey, or for that matter to Jack Egan in this race.
Potentially. We did see the second there was a little bit more breeze yesterday, Jack Egan had some absolute wheels upwind. So I was talking to their team after sailing yesterday, and they did say that, you know, they've sailed together quite a lot, and because a lot of them go to Yale together, so they really made sure that they understood what each other wants from the boat, and they're just having slow, clear communication. Like Christoph and Jack are constantly in communications about what Jack's feeling on the rudder, and then Christoph is playing exactly that feedback onto it.
Okay, 1 minute to go. Jack protecting the boat to your right on the screen.
Yeah, Westerland in boat 1 to the right, and Egan in boat 2.
Yeah, to the right, looking upwind there. So
I like where Marius is right now, because he's leading and able to
Yes.
hold here and defines when the acceleration happens, and he's going to the biased end of the line. So real good start
the
so
only
far.
danger is that if both boats fall off onto port tack, I don't know if Marius can lay that mark. And if he can't, he's in real trouble. So let's see here. 20 seconds to go. They're coming down. Can Jack hold there, and can Marius lay the mark? If he can't tack from that position. Jack can prevent him from tacking. Can we go back to that start there? This is going to be...
He can't leg.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's not laying. Neither boat is laying, so Jack has a controlling position here. At this point, Marius just has to keep going until Jack decides to go back and start. And I'll tell you what, even that, I think he's a half boat length early. You want to just skim that mark. See, you see there, he just luffed because he knows he's a little low. He does not want Marius to come from behind him and establish a position on his hip, if you will, that he can keep, and he won't be able to.
I think that's not bad to go that quarter of a boat length low, because it teases Marius into
thinking
staying there.
he can
so
go
he
in
might,
there.
Like Marius didn't do that, but if he'd have held there for 5, 6,
Yep.
10 boat lengths, you know, then he starts dropping back. So potentially you want to have the door open so as they then
Yep.
close it on themselves.
Yeah, I think Marius is a little too smart for that, though. I think he figured that out. But look at that. Marius came out with a lot of speed, though. Boy, he is tacking the boat really well, he and his crew. You know, they're coming out with a lot of speed. But Jack with a nice lead here, and just a typical match race tacking duel here. So Jack will, as soon as I say he's going to do that, there he goes. He's just doing what we call a loose cover. In other words, not tacking right away with the other boat. Legging out for maybe a boat length or two, gaining a little more speed, and you'll end up slightly farther ahead by doing that as long as the wind doesn't shift.
Andy, just over here with the finals match, something interesting happened on the entry here. So we had Peterson coming in on starboard, and Stevenson had to actually jibe to make sure that he could get through the line as required.
Yep.
And now they're in a luffing position.
So he must have been just late at his end entering.
Or it just sort of shows now that the pin is a little bit higher.
Yep. Yeah, I would mention that even from the committee boat, you would have a very hard time laying the pin in.
That's Peterson on the right in boat 3, Stevenson on the left in boat 11.
Yeah, so the interesting thing for the viewers at home, if you're the port tack entry and you both enter on time, if you cross the starboard boat low, it means that the committee boat end of the line is more favourable. But if you come in and you can barely enter, then it's showing that the pin end is a little bit favoured.
I think in this case, probably a lot favored, but okay, both boats broken off.
That was really good boat handling there by Stevenson and team, just to open up that little bit of gauge and force Peterson to not take too many risks and push you and hold you in there.
Peterson is almost close enough now to control. I'm sorry, Stevenson is almost close enough to have control here. As you can see, if Jeffrey Peterson came up and tried to tack, Stevenson would come up inside him and prevent that. If he was to try to jibe, Peterson would come down and prevent that, because either of those maneuvers by Jeffrey Peterson have to be done far enough away from the other boat that was interesting. He was on starboard tack, backed his main to slow the boat just very suddenly there, forcing Jordan Stephen to take a wider angle around him and opening up the distance, which was really good. That's match racing 2.0 or 2.5, the advanced class there. Really smart. I love to see that kind of stuff. That's just, it's a small thing, but Stevenson, pretty much had control, and now he doesn't. So, well, now he's about to again, though. Jeffrey came out of that tack pretty slowly, so Stevenson now is going to start running with 130. They are way early.
And it's amazing from this angle. You get to see the finesse of Peterson steering
Yes.
to avoid getting that overlap. Like, that is so hard to do. Most other skippers there would panic and do a sharp movement with the helm. And Peterson just held his node and bore away over the bow of Stevenson.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's done that. They're missing each other by inches, but he knows exactly where the boat is. So,
really smart move here by Peterson to tack over when he had the chance to, because they were very low on that pin lay there. So he's just being able to open up the gap. So he's taking out some of the risk.
Jordy still has the advantage, though, here because he can lead. And with that line as flat as it is, leading is a good thing.
Though he does have a lot of time to kill here.
Jordy trying to do the same thing that Peterson just did. 34 seconds, and they're only about 10 seconds from the line, so still a lot of... Jeffrey looks like he's trying to hook, but Stevenson doing a good job of forcing him up next to the committee boat where he can't do anything here. If he tacks, he hits the committee boat, and he certainly can't jibe because they're overlapped. Stevenson boat positioning there was perfect. Jeffrey now has to worry. He's the windward boat. He has to stay clear, and he has no place to go.
But I think that's a really good move there.
But hit.
Ooh. So contact when Peterson was tacking there.
And what do we have?
Yellow flag.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, there's no question about that.
And he's right over, just as I said, he's over trying to get across the committee boat, going very slowly.
Peterson only missed the committee boat there by a matter of inches.
Well, that's the least of his problem, because he's been penalized.
Christoph's a little bit concerned. He thought the Peterson was over.
Yeah, I did too, actually. I don't see any flags, though. So
No, can confirm there's no flags up.
There's a yellow flag. Peterson was penalized in that tack. Oh, did it get taken down?
On the race committee boat, there is no one was over the start line, but Peterson does hold a penalty.
Yeah, that
so
yellow
that's
flag
on the
went
umpire
down
boat.
on the umpire boat for a second. Now it's back up. Oh dear, for Jeffrey Peterson and all the people watching at the bar at Balboa Yacht Club and elsewhere, cheering them on, the local favorites anyway. Jordan Peterson sailing a magnificent series and is off the line here. Not quite in the lead. He's going to lead bow, but gentlemen, the other team, Peterson, owes a penalty.
That was a huge cross there that Jeffrey Peterson and team didn't let Stevenson cross.
Yep.
He didn't quite have enough to get it, so they're still in the controlling right-hand side here. So that was a massive cross there that they really hiked hard to get and really paid off.
Be interesting here. Stevenson double tack back, and just to see if he has enough gauge to live on Peterson's hip here. I think he may have tacked back a little bit too early.
So the idea here of what Stevenson's doing is he's trying to sit up on the hip. So he's trying to sit bow back, but on the hip of Peterson, because then he's close enough that Peterson can't tack onto starboard and get him. So he's essentially saying, you can't ever get to me. By the time you tack into me, I'm going to be able to avoid you, and you're not going to be able to dial down to get me. So he's just living on the hip there. This was a lot of the Kiwis really love this move when they're behind, really close behind, but the other boat owes a penalty.
Yeah, he's got about another 40 seconds until we're on a ley line into the top mark. So if he can hang in here and not lose any more speed here. But at this stage, Peterson almost could get the tack in.
yeah, he could indeed. I think he could actually rather easily from our angle here.
Andy, the race committee signaling a change of course for the Petite Final as they come into the gate, almost dead even. Good match, and they're signaling to the yellow buoy, right?
Which is
To the left.
to the left.
There are two buoys up there, an orange buoy and a yellow buoy. The final pair are sailing to the orange buoy, but now the race committee telling the Petite Final group pair, as they've gone through the gate, that they're now sailing to the yellow buoy, which is to the left of the orange top.
So I was not correct. The wind did not go slightly to the right. If anything, it went slightly to the left, and the PRO, Dr. Don Becker, has moved the mark to the left, which is more in line with the current wind direction. We want a dead upwind.
Back on the finals now, again, boat 3, Peterson, boat 11, trailing slightly. Stevenson. Uh-oh.
Here we see here a couple of quick tacks. We'll see if Stevenson again can gain a bit of an advantage back through the tacks. You know, on the roaming boat here, we've all sort of agreed that Stevenson has a bit of an edge through the tacks.
Through the tacks?
We think straight line speed, the boats are even, but through these tacks, Stevenson's actually managing to do a good job, particularly when he's the one that's having to initiate the tacks and do a little bit close between one another. The lead boat has that luxury of just being able to extend, get a bit of speed, and then tack back when they want to.
Well, you know, back in the day, we always said if we could start better than anybody else, had equal boat speed, and could tack better than anyone else, we had a high likelihood of winning. And you're seeing a little bit that here. It's really a good feeling to know that, you know, our tacks are slightly better than his. You can see the yellow mark, which is these boats have to go around the orange mark. The yellow mark, the Petite Final boats will go around, and I'm sure these boats also will be directed when they get to the leeward mark with those same group of horns and the flag signaling that the yellow mark will now be the windward mark. Good job by the race committee.
Really good set there by Peterson and team, and not the perfect set by Stevenson and team. So that's eked out another little half a boat length lead, which Team Peterson are now kind of looking towards a play forward. So they're trying to extend far enough that they can do their penalty and still be ahead.
Okay, Matty, how much distance in this much breeze do you need to complete a penalty and come out ahead?
I would guess 4 to 5 boat lengths, which from looking at the camera shots, it does look like that is roughly what the lead is. So I wouldn't be like, I think if they did a penalty now, they would basically both be nose to nose. So obviously they're gonna delay it and not do it right now, but I think they're right on the edge. But there's 2 more legs for them, 2.5 more legs for them to extend. So you know that they're really looking to go forward. They're going to go into a bit of a fleet racing mode and just really try and get a bit more lead.
That's a good 4 boat length at least. So that's a nice lead there. And I think, you know, Tom, you were absolutely right. The wind has filled in a little more, both you and Christoph, in saying, and so the passing lanes aren't quite as pronounced as they were with a little less wind.
Yeah, that's for sure, Andy. In saying that, midway down this run, it has softened a little bit, but Jeffrey's been able to defend pretty easy on this downwind. You know, he's hanging low and doing what we call breathing behind. So breathing behind the mainsail of Stevenson, apologies.
Yeah, so basically if you're viewing from home here, from where we sit, looking at the camera there, they're getting wind. Jeffrey Peterson, the boat to the left, is getting wind behind the sails of Jordan Stevenson. And that's a nice place to be, actually, when you're also protecting that side of the course.
And the interesting thing here will be is if Peterson can lay into this bottom mark, that'll be 1 less manoeuvre. And Stevenson will have a bit more of the complex manoeuvre and a little bit more happening during the drop.
And you could hear the horns from the race committee mark set signaling both there. Again, code flag C, Charlie up over the yellow, meaning this pair, the finals pair now, after going through the gate, will proceed to the top yellow mark, not the orange mark, which is slightly to the left. What, 100 meters?
Boy, Jeffrey just got a great puff there and just extended just slightly more here.
And I think what you're finding too here is Jeffrey's been able to heat up to the mark, and Stevenson's coming in low and slow to try and save that extra jibe.
Well, Jeffrey's ley lines have really been good today. In other words, picking the exact course that's the shortest to the mark without jibing. Or conversely, on the windward leg without tacking. Oh yeah, Stevens is coming in very slow here and has to do a much more radical turn. He has to turn about 140 degrees while Jeffrey just did a 90-degree turn, and that makes a difference.
And Jeffrey's already tacked over onto port tack here, so he's getting close to bow, so reducing any leverage that might be negative leverage if there's a right-hand shift. So real good move there.
Just to report, checking in on the Petite Final in the purple kite is Vesterland. He's leading over Egan. It's a close match as they come down their final leg, and the winner of this match will win the Petite Final and take 3rd place in the GovCup.
Boy, they are very close, Tom. You weren't kidding.
I'd be interested to ask Christoph here if he thinks there's a chance at all that Peterson could do his turn on this upwind leg. Do you think that'd be something you'd be thinking about?
I think the smartest move for Peterson, once you have a nice 4 or 5 boat length lead, you just don't want to have somebody close to you for the downwind, right? Because we've seen so many rolls on the downwind. So I'd keep this entire lead all the way to the finish line and spin and win if I was Peterson. That way there's no worries about getting covered on the downwind.
Yeah, tell Christoph, I think, at least, do you agree with that, Matt?
I would do exactly the same.
I would do exactly
there.
that. Yeah, all of us here, Tom and Matt and I, would do exactly the same thing that Christoph suggested.
So one of the general rules for do you do the spin and win or do you do it at on the beat is if you can do half your lead, if you lose half your lead or less, you do it on the upwind leg. So in theory, if you're 8 boat lengths ahead and it takes 4 to do the spin, you do it if you're 8 or more. And I don't think Jeffrey's far enough ahead for that. But obviously, you know, he does back his downwind ability, so he might just rather enter offset with no penalties. But you know, it depends what he decides he wants to do.
For our non-racing viewers, or at least match racing viewers, when Christoph says spin and win, that means going and taking your penalty just at the finish line, taking the spin and then crossing the line almost in one motion, hopefully, and crossing the line ahead of your competitors. Spin and win.
Let's go back to the Petite final for a moment here. This is Jack Egan.
So Jack Egan did a synchro jibe and then rolled over the top of Marius Vesterlund.
Another lead change.
As they come into the finish, it looks like Jack Egan's
going to be going to win the Petite finale and 3rd place in the Governor's Cup, which is a pretty awesome effort there by Jack Egan and his crew. Well, they are happy campers. Marius will be very disappointed with that, but.
And guys, I can report up here, Jeffrey Peterson is doing his penalty turn.
Is he?
So he decided to ignore all of our advice.
Yep. Christoph, tell Christoph I thought Jeffrey listened to you.
So Tommy, how does it look like they've settled out? Is Jeffrey still ahead, or is Jordan Stevenson looking like he's a bit bow out?
I'll ask Christoph, do you think Peterson's still ahead here?
Definitely still ahead, but maybe only by a boat length or 2 now. It's definitely within striking distance for the downwind.
And by the way, Christoph, Andy, Matt and Tom all agreed that he should have waited till the finish to do the turn, so.
I'm sure a lot of members of the Balboa Yacht Club are hoping that that was an incorrect call by us.
Right.
And I'm just wondering too whether Peterson has maybe overlaid on starboard tack. He suddenly doesn't look ahead now,
Oh,
actually.
he doesn't. He doesn't, does he?
And he's going to it's going to be tough to get a really good set here because he's going to do a tack set, whereas Stevenson's coming in for a straight set.
Boy.
So, you know, potentially see a bit of boat handling. This is where the boat handling, the crew really need to work it as well as possible.
I think we need to do an audit of Stevenson's boat. I think he's stolen a Duffy engine and just at times, you know, and then he pulls 2 boat lengths out of nowhere.
No,
I know Peterson did a turn, but he still should have been ahead out of that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Tommy. He just seems to occasionally step on the pedal.
And really smart for him to jibe early out of that mark, because with Peterson having to do a tack set, he's going to be a couple of seconds slower to be able to jibe. So Stevenson jibing means that Peterson was unable to synchro jibe on top of him and give him dirty breeze, and as a result, they've extended out to the other side, trying to sail fast rather than use their dirty breeze to overtake.
Yeah, that's kind of the opposite of the Harry Price move, and we've seen Harry Price with that kind of a lead just extend on port tack all the way out to the starboard downwind ley line and then jibe and have a clean run into the finish without fear of being blanketed.
That's absolutely true, and Harry's done that very well and obviously has won a whole bunch of things, including 2 Governor's Cups. But he did. I had forgotten that, Tom. He was the master of that, wasn't he?
Yeah. Harry Price now sailing the Ideens, the 18-footers, the skiffs, and he just completed a good series for his Rag and Famish team over in Lake Garda in beautiful Lago di Garda in Italy. Well, Commodores, ladies and gentlemen, the fat lady hasn't quite sung here.
She's on stage.
But she's warming up, as they say. Jordan Stevenson and his team are up 2-0 in this finals.
Right now, Peterson has got a really good low mode. Stevenson hasn't looked settled since he jibed at the top there. You know, he did have a little bit of wash, a little bit of bump to get through, but he's just asking himself, what have
Yeah.
I done here? Have I hit some weed? Because he is completely slowed.
Yeah, he
and
has.
We'll have a lead change here.
Look at that. So
look
the
at this.
fat lady can go back off the stage.
Yeah. I think he's still ahead, but boy.
I don't.
Well, I don't
it doesn't
think he
look like
is.
he's got a clear cross here, so we'll look to see.
No, it doesn't.
So it looks like Jeffrey Peterson might have Jordan Stevenson in downwind jail.
Well, Peterson's got
Peterson's
starboard
jibing
advantage.
ahead, keeping the starboard advantage. So when they come into the, and he'll jibe again right after Jordy here. When they come into the finish, Peterson will have the right of way. And here comes Jeffrey and crew. And here comes Jordan back, but he's on port tack.
Tommy, do you think there's weed on Stevenson's boat or something? Because it looks like he's going about half the speed right now.
Yeah, Jeffrey easily crossing under him there, and Peterson's spinnaker's having some issues. And
Yeah, something's not right.
Yeah. It's that sunfish, Tommy.
yeah, could be the sunfish.
I mean, where he did jibe at the top, it was the right thing tactically, but he did run into a couple of waves, and it took him a while to get his mojo. And I don't think he ever really did. And by that stage, Jeffrey had done the hard work, built up the speed, and was able to run low and quite quick. And then Stevenson then tried to mimic that, but he hadn't built that speed, got that flow, and be able to run that same angle as Peterson.
Yeah, that just, I agree with you. Something is weird here.
He's looking at the back of the boat,
Yeah,
and he's scratching his head, literally.
Yeah,
He's
I
probably
believe
scratching more than his head at this
it.
point.
Yeah, I believe it because boy.
Well, this is a great result for Jeffrey Peterson, who's now sailed well and truly into the lead. The fat lady's gone. And
he's desperately here trying to look at the rudder.
Yeah.
To see what's
Peterson
happened.
is going to take this win in the third match. It's first to win 3, and now Stevenson leading only 2-1 instead of 2-0. To the great pleasure of most of the spectator fleet.
I'll bet he got some weed or something on the keel. And
I tell you, you've certainly got an impressive fleet of spectators out here. There are boats as far as the eye can see.
indeed.
We're going to sign Tommy up for the Chamber of Commerce here. at Newport
Absolutely.
Beach.
Absolutely.
And it would be remiss of me not to welcome our guests on board the boat. We've got the wonderful Dr. Bray with his lovely wife, Tracy, adding to the knowledge on board this boat.
Well, Dr. Bray has been a great support for not only the Governor's Cup, but for Jeffrey Peterson's sailing experiences recently, and we can't thank him enough. But as Rob said, his wife Tracy is the real sailor in the family, and she's a terrific sailor.
Why don't we review the results from 12th up to the Consolations, which are now all finished. McCutcheon beat Cavley, so McCutcheon is 11th, Cavley 12th, and Torrey beat Jordan, so Torrey's 9th, Jordan 10th. Pinckney beat King, Pinckney 7th, and King 8th. Tapper held on and beat Sargent, Tapper 5th and Sargent 6th. And then Egan has just won the Petite Finale, the Consolation.
Guys, I'm just going to have to interrupt you here. Have a look at the bow of Stevenson's boat. There is so much kelp just being pulled off.
Oh, you just saw that. That was
Literally
great.
12 foot of kelp.
That was great
Handfuls
camera
of
work
it.
there. Yeah, we got that from the drone. That was just a massive, almost kelp island. So, Tom, you were absolutely right. He was way ahead, and something happened. That was what happened. That kind of kelp will reduce your speed by a knot or a knot and a half.
Wow.
Well, that's just bad luck. I mean, it's also, though, you can generally, if that stuff is, on near the water, you can see it. And I suspect they were concentrating on sailing their boat rather than looking ahead all the time. Because that big a patch, I think.
Andy, I did not realize we were racing in San Diego.
Yeah, exactly. San Diego is well known for its kelp, and as a result, when we sail down there, we have a 50-footer here, and we have kelp cutters on both the rudder and the keel where you can pull up, and a knife, in effect, comes out of the leading edges, and you can generally eliminate the kelp. We don't have them on these boats.
Because you don't, to speak
It's
of, you
just
don't
not
have
a
any
big deal.
kelp
Yeah,
here. Look at that.
exactly. Yeah.
That is a patch.
Yep.
Stevenson has just heeled the boat over in front of the bosun, and it's just got a clean bill of health.
All right. Great.
Hey, yeah, Tommy grabbed that, or is that to get it off the course, but we may need that in the press conference tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, or for sushi.
Well,
Sushi.
they say that seaweed is very good for your immune system. Ask Dr. Bray.
Well, I believe our friend Finn Tapper here sailed a call. I believe Finn has been working on in Australia a renewable energy project with the seaweed.
Oh, man, what a piece of bad luck.
Yep.
For Jordy Stevenson and his terrific crew. George Stevenson, Mitch Jackson, and George Angus. They're in the finals against Jeffrey Peterson, Max Brennan, and Scott Mays. We see some of Scott's relatives on and a bunch of other people. We've had well over 100 people watching here most of the afternoon, and that's just on one channel. We're streaming this on 3 different channels.
Tom, you got to feel a bit for Stevenson here. You know, the last 2 matches, he's been leading, you know, and looking pretty comfy.
Yep.
And then he's had, you know, a little bit of a hiccup with the gates at the bottom there with the race being abandoned. And then now he hooked, you know, half of the bottom floor on the keel.
Yeah, and right now Jeffrey's thinking, thank you, God. But boys, you know, we are back in it. We just need to win this next race and we can win this series, you know, win 2 more races. You know, Stevenson's got to be thinking, God, what's next, a plague of locusts or something like that? I mean, you know.
We're next to them, actually, and the crew are having a little bit of a giggle. So I think they've seen the
good.
humour in this situation.
Great. And they're, you know, they're so good. They'll come back strong and say, guys, you know, Jeffrey has to win 2 in a row. He's not going to do that. We're going to win this one. Let's get this over with. 40 kilos
As
of
commentated
kelp.
by their main sheet man.
Yeah.
We've got Jackson there saying he reckoned he had 40 kilos of kelp.
40
Not
kilos
sure
of
what
kelp.
that is in pounds.
You know, by the time these guys are 35, it'll be 100 kilos of kelp.
Well,
That's
I told
right.
you there were sea monsters out here,
there were sea
Andrew,
monsters. Yep.
and you didn't believe me, and they just ran into one.
Yep.
The Balboa Yacht Club sponsored Sea Monster.
Yep.
It's inert. It's not alive, but it's well, it is alive, but possibly
Right.
still. I mean, it is nonetheless a monster if you run into it and can't get it off your keel or rudder. But that was a surprise, and for them to be leading comfortably, that is Jordy's team, in both of these.
Yeah, he was like 1 drive to the finish, and
yeah,
that was it.
And of course, leading in the previous one.
Yep.
When the gate kerfuffle happened. That's not exactly Watergate, but it's not GovCup gate, but it was the Leeward Mark gate.
Yep.
Code flag F, Foxtrot is up. As we're getting ready for what could be the final race. It might be the penultimate race. As Stevenson still leading 2-1. Now leading 2-1 over Stevenson over Peterson. It's a must win for Jeffrey, or else Jordy's team will take home the Governor's Cup.
Well, they don't get to take it, Tom.
Well, they'll take home the bragging rights from the Governor's Cup.
They will indeed. Well, this is Jordan's last year, and he was invited, given an early invitation the last 2 years, but couldn't leave New Zealand. So,
or he could leave, but he couldn't get back.
Could never go home. Yeah, exactly. So we're very happy to have him here, and this would be quite a ending for his Governor's Cup and youth match racing career. Actually, this will be his last event as a youth match racing sailor.
Well, I'm hoping Jeffrey wins this, not because I'm cheering for Jeffrey or Jordan. I love them both, and they've been terrific competitors here, on and off the water. Gotten to know Jordy well since we've been interviewing him on the road to the Governor's Cup. And here, he popped up. I was here Sunday afternoon, and the first person really I talked to, he came over. Hi, how are you? That was a great interview. Thank you very much. Thanks for yada yada. And he's just warm and personal. He reminds me of Marius Vesterland. He reminds me of Jeffrey, because his brain is wired at a megahertz or 2 faster than a lot of other people's, and he's fun and he's smiling. And we'll see if he can overcome this. I don't doubt for a minute that their mojo is rising again. But if Jeffrey ties this up, I'd love to see a 5th race, a rubber match like we had at the Rose Cup, which was pretty exciting a month ago up in Long Beach.
Yeah, until those races yesterday, we were saying that was among the best yacht races or match races we've ever seen. But I think yesterday takes the cake a little bit, and that race here earlier in the finals was just.
Well, let me ask you and Christoph, Killian, Tommy, if you can transfer this question. Here we are now at 3. We're not going to make a 4:30 press conference, Christine Gribben, but that's no worries. We'll postpone that. What are the chances that the wind holds and holds nicely, Andy, and then we'll go to Christoph?
Oh, I think it'll hold.
No problem?
Yeah, no problem.
Well, that was pretty quick and decisive.
Yep.
Christoph, Killian?
Yeah, Christoph, what do you reckon? Do you think this breeze is going to hang in, or could we be in a bit of a drifter?
No, it feels solid to me. I don't think it's too late for it to go. It's been actually unseasonable in Newport. It's been windy until 6:30 at night, so I reckon it'll stay.
That's just because Andy and I have been commentating. That's why it's been windy.
Well, hopefully all the spectator boats and VIP boats are suitably catered. You know, as long as there's plenty of ice. Who's in a rush to head in?
Yep. Don't worry. There is. 3:40, still a lot of time. Going into a dial-up here. I don't think the dial-up will last a whole heck of a long time, but
Jeffrey doing a good job of just stopping his boat, and Geordie not quite matching the speed, so he's going to be able to park out at the back.
yeah, just going to back away and then get onto Port Tack here, and both boats will end up on Port Tack, and we'll see pretty much the same thing we've seen.
Boat 3 again is Peterson.
Oh,
boat
look at this.
11, Stevenson.
So we have contact between Jordan Stevenson and Jeffrey Peterson. Remember, in match racing, going backwards, you do not lose your rights. So Jordan Stevenson does not have to give way as in other sailing, and the umpires have done a blue flag.
Blue flag.
So that's Peterson penalty.
That was a windward leeward. It looked clear windward leeward to me, but tell me if I'm wrong, Tommy.
Yeah, we just missed that.
Okay.
But I tell you, the umpires, they're certainly not having a cruisy day. Every race, there has been a penalty awarded.
Once they start up in the weather leg, Tom, maybe you can get the umpires.
Yeah, I'll
we'll check on that for you in a little bit here, and we'll get that call. But I think you're correct.
I think
Tom.
it was, yeah. What,
I think
did
Yeah, I
you
think
think,
it was a windward leeward. You know, it was they're both on port tack. Jeffrey started to go forward, and Geordie went, no, I'm going to continue going back, and just a windward leeward.
Okay, they're using us as a pick at this point, so you can see them rounding the bow. That big boat is what we're on, and now you see the drone. They basically just rounded us.
You know, this is why racing in San Francisco Bay or Lake Garda is so nice. You have the backdrop here in Newport Beach of the piers, of the beautiful beach, the surf line, the homes, the palm trees. Welcome to what could be the final race or the penultimate race. It's the 4th match of the finals. First to win 3, Peterson trailing Stevenson 2-1. And Peterson now owes a penalty in the pre-start.
So they both were hiding behind the boat here, and now they're going to come together again with Stevenson leading slightly. Stevenson having a slight better position here.
And with only less than 1:30 to go, 1:25 to go, there's not a massive amount of time that they need to kill. So potentially it looks like Stevenson's in a slightly strong position at the moment, but Jeffrey and team doing a real good job of just making it as difficult as possible for them to maintain any control.
What's interesting with these two, they're both so good at either leading in or trailing in. You know, they've got the answers in either sort of position, so it makes these starts just so exciting.
Okay, Jeffrey's in a little bit of a problem here. Same problem as we've seen before, where Stevenson is forcing him up above the committee boat. So Jeffrey is having to tack away. Stevenson wasting some time here. Still, Stevenson clearly wants to lead. They're both still way early, though. So Stevenson's going to come back. No, he's not.
It's been
he's
a
just
signature thing of Peterson to look like he's up on the ropes.
Yep.
But he's Teflon. He's so slippery in these last situations.
Yep.
He's like a used car salesman. He just keeps on coming back with one more line.
That's right. That's right. Well, I don't think he's going to start Georgetown University to be a car salesman.
Maybe
you never know.
He's been spending a bit of time with Will Bolden, I'm guessing, because he sells used cars down in Australia.
Yeah, one of Australia's best
it's not clear. I thought the yellow boat was over.
Oh, my goodness.
And sure enough, Now there's Jeffrey hunting him, but Stevenson's got to go back. He was over early.
Still hasn't got his sails in and isn't up to speed. Jeffrey will have a nice covering
And
position
a penalty
there.
here, so the penalties have cancelled.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, a double
A double to whom? To
double.
Stevenson.
to Stevenson.
Did you
Yes, so they've cancelled one penalty, and he was awarded 2. So there's still one penalty that's remaining for Stevenson.
So for that will be when Stevenson was over and he bore away to go behind, to come back around the line and take away his over course penalty. Jeffrey was inside him, so he just bore away down into him, and it will be a double penalty because it was a professional foul. He knew what he was doing and just continued to come down, even though he knew that he was the wrong boat.
Well, great call there, Matt. That's the basis for that is the boat that is OCS, as it's called, on course side of the imaginary starting line there. When it is coming back, has no rights over the boat that has started correctly.
You know, OCS, what it used to be called under the rules, was called PMS for premature
start.
Until the women's movement about 20 years ago, and it got changed to OCS.
We always just called it over.
Over early.
Yeah.
Interesting here, guys. There's been a big split-up win. Stevenson's still going to cross. Peterson's still going to cross. However, Stevenson's managed to already sort of halve the deficit.
He sure has.
Wow. So he already got rid of one of his flags then?
Did he take a penalty turn if he had a double penalty? I don't think he did. I think there was just a single penalty awarded.
It was a double penalty.
There was 2.
It was.
Because there was a blue flag earlier from the pre-start
so it
incident.
removed Jeffries. It offset Jeffries' penalty. That's right.
Correct.
Good call.
Yep.
But he still owes one.
Still owes one.
That's right.
E. Stevenson.
Well, they're splitting again here, Tommy.
Well, the interesting thing here, Stevenson's still within striking distance. We've seen him be behind before. Well, as I say that, he's just tacked into a decent wave. But, you know, you can have a 4-length lead on Stevenson, and by the downwind, he can be 4 lengths ahead of you. So, actually, I can see on Peterson's boat here. I'm not sure if you can pick up in the drone footage, but I think his topping lift has came off the spinnaker pole. So there's a halyard blowing in the wind.
Can't really see it here, but that's why we have you out there.
Yeah, so watch for a polar set at the top here. Unless, I'm sure Max might get a bit of time on tack and see that there's an issue there. But again,
Close
now we're only into 2 lengths behind.
Yep, close race.
I'm telling you, Stevenson, today at least, is really quick upwind and not bad downwind.
This is going to be interesting here for Peterson. If he doesn't get this halyard sorted, at the moment it's just sort of wrapping around the rigging.
Yeah, but it's kind of right in their
What do you
faces.
reckon that is? Is that his topper? You can see there's a loose halyard just below his main sheet here.
But Tom,
and
it's
whether
right.
it's come separated off the spinnaker pole.
It's right in their
Yeah,
faces.
it's got to be the topper if it's
Yeah.
anything there. The spinnaker halyard, I see it looks to be in good shape, so it's not that.
So they must know it, though, because, as I say, it's right in their faces.
Well, I think Stevens is caught up
I don't know,
again here.
Tom.
Really?
I disagree. Because you could hitch it around the pole even if the saddle's ripped out.
Okay.
So expect a poleless hoist. So he's pulling the pole out and it's just dropped on the floor. He's looking back and going, what's happened here? Now he's looked up, he's realised, is there enough time? In a moment, he might have to go stuff it. We're going to do a poleless hoist.
And there we go.
He's got it on, but it's twisted around the spreader.
Wrapped around the shroud. The lower.
It's all right. Great sail trim there. You know, the pole at that point, just take your time. Don't get excited. Just get it back on the mast as soon as you can. As long as your sail trimmers are doing a great job, which they were. In fact, he's come out better than Stevenson here. Stevenson's jib is slow coming down.
All right, so it looks like they're getting on top of that issue.
Yep.
Still no polo. Okay, he's just putting the brace into the beak now. And Peterson's got a pole. But as you said, Andy, with good trim, you can get away with
Doesn't
that.
matter. Yep, exactly. And he had very good trim there. So kudos to Max Brennan.
Although it does look like Geordie's managed to sink a little bit lower, so he's going for the Geordie move. Just overtake him on the jibe is what he's going to be looking for here. So, no, they really are going to need that pole working properly on the other jibe. So good job that they've managed to solve that.
And it's hard as a skipper, while all that's happening in front of you, while you're seeing a tangle, you know, you can't help but look at it. It's like a car crash. You're like, no, you've got to untangle it that way.
We've gone from used car salesman to car crash now.
There's some great analogies here.
Checkered flag in the finish. Leg 2 of the 4-leg course. Stevenson leading 2-1 in the series, but he's trailing in this match, and he owes a penalty. Looks a touch lighter, guys.
Yeah. But Jeffrey's doing a nice job of maintaining that lead.
Yeah, it looks like Jeffrey and the team might have pulled it half a length to a length out nose to tail in the last like 20 seconds. So real good job making the boat go as fast as possible here. But this is where the action happens when they both jibe over onto starboard jibe. Geordie's going to try and cast it all his dirty breeze down.
Oh boy.
We've seen this move before. It's happening again. Have Jeffrey, Max, and Scott figured out a way to stop it happening?
Okay, so what they're trying to do, the wind now is coming from your right to the left if you're looking at the screen, and it is still fine on Jeffrey, but if the purple Jordan Stevenson gets up another half a boat length, then Jeffrey is desperately trying to luff and avoid that happening. His finneker's collapsing. Jordan Stevenson is about to do what he's done so many times.
Clear.
He just rolled him.
Again, that's the wing boat calling to the umpire boat, the relationship between the boats. Overlap meaning they're, well, overlapped, and clear meaning there's no overlap.
All right, so now the shoe's on the other foot. We've had a lead change. Jeffrey Peterson's going to try to do exactly the same thing to Jordan here.
As we come into the gate here, Christoph, what do you think here? Which gate's looking good?
It's looking extremely square. I think I'd take the left turn. Just a slight bit of favoredness there, but pretty square right now.
How about the upwind? Which way do you like to go on leg 3?
It's certainly softer. The breeze has dropped. At the moment, it's hard to pick. I'd say bottom part of the course, a little bit of right, looks good.
Both boats going to be virtually even here at the bottom mark. Crew work will tell. Comes Jordan Stevenson to the rightmost gate, facing upwind. Jeffrey going to the left. I think the right gate is ever so slightly favored.
So that would be slightly half a boat length gain for Jordan Stevenson there.
Yeah, again, we're saying right relative to the upwind.
Looking upwind.
Not how you see there on the picture. All you sailors will know that, of course.
Well, if we remember what happened in the first beat, we had Peterson extend off to...
We just lost that. Tommy, can you come back on that? Oh.
So we're seeing a big split here. Neither of the boats have tacked since they've rounded the mark, so big amount of leverage. Stevenson thinking, well, I need to be 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead to do this spin. I need to take a few risks to extend out. And Jeffrey may be thinking the exact opposite, thinking, I need to get ahead. I need to get ahead. So, you know, they're both backing their trimmers and tacticians to put the boat fast and in the right place. So as Stevenson rolls into attack now, once he settles 10 seconds after the attack, we'll be able to see who's looking good, who's made the right call. Was it the left mark or the right mark that was benefiting in the first third of this beat?
My sense is that Jordy has a pretty nice, maybe a slight lefty and a little more breeze. I think Jeffrey's a little bit bow down here, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting. If the first beat's anything to go off by, we had Jeffrey get the start, extend out left, and then after Stevenson's start, he split right, you know, and that's where we saw him get that distance back to at least half. And each time he bounced right, he seemed to gain. And Peterson's actually tacking to leeward here, so I think he's conceding that the right is the better option.
It's always good to see when you're the starboard boat and you're coming in and the other boat goes for attack. It's a big mental win, and that really will relax them down so they're able to stay in the groove, go fast, and not have to do more tacks.
But by the same token, it's a smart move, and to concede and not keep sailing into a header and minimize your loss is also a very mature move.
Yeah, it is. A lot of first time or early in one's match racing career, one of the biggest mistakes is that you have to know that at some point there are situations where you are behind, you are unlikely to pass, do not make it worse. And so conceding there is what we call it. Is basically saying, okay, I'm not going to make this any worse. I'll still have a lot of chances on this course.
Well, hopefully the wind swings back.
Yep.
And then you tack, and you've got your inside on the left.
So Tommy, Christoph, what are you thinking about the penalty here? So Stevenson still owes a penalty. You know, Jeffrey, we see, likes to do it at the top of the second beat. What do you think you should do here? What would you do if you're Stevenson?
Yeah, so the last minute or so, Stevenson's gone really, really well. Jeffrey Peterson's just had his bowman sitting all the way to leeward. And Stevenson's to keep muching on the... So, look, I think he's going to keep extending here. He's made a healthy gain there. Not only that, Stevenson's tacking on Peterson's line. If he makes him do just that extra tack and lays this top muck, there's going to be huge gains and easy enough room to do a penalty turn.
So Stevenson does not look like he was laying, so he's tacking again here. But
this is still not the end of the world here, because Stevenson will be able to tack right on Jeffrey's line.
Right.
And Jeffrey's going to have a pretty lengthy sail into the top mark here.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey thinks he's slightly above, so I think he thinks he can not be hurt too badly there and hasn't sailed any extra distance.
Also to report, pretty much midway down the track, there's some huge clumps of kelp. Huge clumps, sorry, of kelp, which I'm sure Stevenson has instructed his crew to keep looking around.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his bowman on this downwind is going to be eyes out looking for kelp.
Jeffrey's coming into the top mark tight, so he's having to do a fine little squeeze to get around it here.
Solid set by Stevenson there. Not perfect, but a good enough set.
Well, he's approaching far enough ahead.
Not a brilliant set on Peterson's boat there. They've had such good sets all week, and then the time where half a boat length is vital in that what is potentially the final race. Every half boat length counts here. Not getting the perfect set, but they're settled down. They've got the kite trimmed now, and they're going full speed.
But when the boats are this close, Matt, you're absolutely right. I mean, just that little thing there was probably, half a boat length maybe.
I'll just go to Christoph now. If you're in Stevenson's position here, what's going through your head?
I'm just trying to extend as much as I can, kind of stay out of phase. Don't want Jeffrey on my air by any means. Stay away, get down to that pin, and do the fastest spin I've ever done in my life. That's pretty much all you can hope for here.
And watch for kelp.
Yeah.
And do you think at some stage here he might doubt himself and think, I'm going to have to go into attack mode and try and offset it?
I think it's too late. If he does make that decision, Jeffrey will just blow straight by him. Once you have this kind of gauge, if he has to slow down, Jeffrey can stay at full tilt. He'll just roll straight over the top of him. It's so hard to get that closing speed right as the lead boat once the kites are already up.
So, as noted in the pre-starts, there is a lot of pin end bias on this line, so we're probably going to see a spin at the pin and not the committee boat. So he might do a spin right round the pin end, or he might just do it right next to it. But he's going to be looking to target and have ownership of that zone in there.
And at what stage does he have protection from being in the zone, Matt?
So you have protection from being in the zone when you're within 2 boat lengths. So if you enter clear ahead, you have protection from the zone, but then whilst you're doing your penalty turn, you lose those rights whilst you're doing the turn. So he needs to quickly bookend it back onto starboard and just hopefully drift across the line if you're a Stevenson fan. And then Jeffrey's going to be hunting him down on starboard jibe with his spinnaker up. Max Brennan trying the best to eke out as much speed as possible and come in like a raging bull.
Boy, I think Stevenson has actually gained a little more here. Now let's see, this jibing angle is fairly acute, meaning it was a reasonably large turn, which will of course get him coming into Jeffrey Peterson's line here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I've got a bold prediction here. The most viewed person in the moment is going to be the gentleman on the start boat who's going to either hoist a yellow or a blue flag.
That's right. Well, the fact that Jeffrey jibed there means Stevenson is pretty well ahead here. So now he's just trying to stay close enough so when Stevenson does do his turn that Jeffrey has a chance to affect him. But we shall see.
Stevenson in the purple kite, Peterson trailing in the blue kite. Stevenson owns the penalty before he finishes. Penalty meaning taking a tack, putting the bow of the boat through the eye of the wind, which of course is behind them on this fourth and final leg.
You see Jeffrey's jibed on starboard now, so he's just going as fast as he can to that pin end. If he can get there quickly, advantage Peterson, but if Geordie's able to get there with a decent amount of advantage, he's got the control.
Not a terrifically fast jibe by Jordan. He was in a little bit of a lull while Jeffrey came out on a puff and has again closed the gauge here. Okay, here comes the spinnaker down on Jordan's boat. Must be the head must be below the gooseneck. He's doing his tack. Here comes Jeffrey. Can he get around? He's stopped his boat.
So he has completed his turn now.
Completed his turn, so he's the leeward boat has the advantage. And if he can just look at this. Look at this, folks. Oh, I think he's going to do it just.
Tommy, can you see the flag that went up there?
Yeah, I can confirm. Yellow flag was raised.
Stevenson.
Stevenson with the win.
So Geordie Stevenson has won his Governor's Cup title after a couple of tries and in another just fantastic race. That was, what do you reckon, the distance there was about 6 feet, maybe?
I think you need to go into millimeters.
Yeah.
Freedom units don't go small enough.
I think it was less than 6 feet even.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant finish to what has been a great series. Jordan Stevenson, Mitch, and George Angus sailing a brilliant series. They were second in the round-robin phase to Jeffrey Peterson.
So we're seeing a great shot here. This has become traditional at the Governor's Cup. You see where Jordan and his crew now are. They're having a nice swim. They traditionally all of them jump off the boat, and one of the bosuns goes over and captures it. I'll tell you, we know what to do now, but Tom, the first time they did that, it was a little scary. The boat is sailing away.
Yeah, I've got to give credit to the bosun here. He quickly jumped into it because the guys, all three of them, just left it, and it could have speared into this lovely Riviera that's just anchored nearby. So, yeah, great agile work by the bosun.
Yeah, I was talking to the bosun last night, Pat Lieber, and he was saying he was waiting for his favourite moment of the week is when they jump off the boat because he gets to start sailing a little bit.
All right, can we send the roving boat over to get an interview with the winners here?
Bring them.
They will be celebrating at the Royal New Zealand Yacht
moment.
Squadron down in Auckland, where it's Sunday, about 5 hours before us, 11 in the morning. I'm sure they're coffeeed up and maybe have had some beers.
I was just going to say they could have their 11s.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to the squadron, to the youth program, youth development program, and Laurie Jury and all the people in Auckland. That was a tremendous win against a tremendous sailor. You know, they just beat a world champion here, which is not too shabby, and a Governor's Cup winner.
And a great performance by Jeffrey Peterson, the defending champion. Jeffrey, Max Brennan, Scott Mays, the three of them doing a terrific job. And we're going to go over to the roving boat. And Tommy Spithill with the winners.
Well, Tom, congratulate him for us to start with here.
Will do, Tom. I'm just here with the winners of the 55th Governor's Cup, and we're about to have some champagne showers here in a moment. I'm here with the man of the moment, Jordan Stephen, and your team. Would you like to introduce your team for us?
Yeah, sure thing, Tommy. So we got Mitch Jackson just here, who's been trimming the main and running the bow all week. Come in, boss, come in. And George Angus, who's been trimming both upwind and downwind. So, yeah, shout out to these boys, eh? Outstanding job. We're just, feeling on fire today, so awesome.
Mate, you guys have just won the Governor's Cup. How does it feel?
From coming from an asthma attack and spending all Wednesday night in hospital and coming out to win it feels awesome.
Yeah, it feels bloody good, eh? Out of retirement, the boys have done well, sailed fast. This bloody feels good.
And just how hard did Jeffrey push you?
Yeah, pretty hard, eh? I mean, he chucked a bit of weed down just in front of us, if you guys, if you guys saw that one. But no, in all seriousness, he has a real good grip on these boats, and it definitely wasn't easy, eh? Especially once the breeze comes up, his boys are bloody quick in the wind, so yeah, we were kind of just backing ourselves to start relatively even, which I didn't actually do that good a job of, but yeah, I think we just run the track smart and kind of kept it as quick as we could, and yeah, that was the week, eh? Go fast and then you might win.
Kudos to Jeffrey and the team, eh? They sailed awesome. Real tough competition.
Absolutely.
Awesome, guys. And anyone you want to thank back home, any of your supporters?
Yeah, definitely the olds, and a big shout out to Tony and Barry for hosting us and putting on the best hospitality they could do.
And Andy Rose for helping us get over here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to all the family, friends, supporters back home. You know, I think my girlfriend's probably watching, my parents as well. So yeah, shout out to those guys, eh? It's awesome.
Hey, Tommy, ask Jordy what it feels like to be the opposite of Team New Zealand in the 2013 America's Cup. They won that last race 3 times. Get the hell
That's how
out.
it feels.
They won that last race 3 times. Almost.
Just some colourful French there. I think they picked that up from Will Bolden.
Definitely come from the Aussies.
Kiwis are
Well,
much
guys,
more polite.
Congratulations. Andy, have you got any more questions to ask these guys before things get a bit too more wild here on the roving boat?
Re-ask my question about the 2013. They've had to win that last race 3 times.
Yeah, that
how
was.
did it feel, guys? you sort of. You didn't have the best luck in the last couple of races. You know, you're coming into the gate. You guys had already seen that there was only one gate, so you elected to round it to starboard. Then to have that race blowing up, you know, Tom's liking it too when Team New Zealand ran out of the time limit, you know, and then the next race, having that kelp, you know, 2 things that were sort of out of your control. Well, I guess, you know, you can't blame it on your crew for not finding the kelp, but, you know, how do you deal with that mentally and come back?
First of all, to be compared to Team New Zealand, that's a big compliment. So thanks for that one, Andy. Appreciate it. But yeah, I guess you just got to never let your head go down, eh? Once you get annoyed at each other, annoyed at yourself, it kind of, you start to implode. And I think that's kind of what we run as a team, is as long as we're here and having fun and kind of getting around the course in one piece, we're happy. So just got to keep pushing.
All right, well,
Andy,
Tommy,
I think these guys want to continue celebrating.
Yeah, I think we should let them continue. Just stay sort of sober enough that you can respond to questions at the press conference tonight, Jordy. But congratulations to you all. We'll see you on shore.
No worries.
Okay, so we're going to head back into Balboa Yacht Club. Our 4:30 scheduled press conference will get pushed back probably, Christine, to what, 5:30? We don't want to have to rush too hard, and we want to tell people, give them a time certain. Let's say 5:30 as our next effort. But in the meantime, let's go around the horn here for for final comments for what has been a fantastic regatta since Tuesday and a fantastic finals. Andy Rose.
Well, I think, you know, the one I would compare it to most, I think, is the Harry Price versus Leonard Takahashi 5-race final a few years ago. That was just superb match racing. You know, that match racing is as good as anywhere you'll see in the world, and that includes people that are older than 22. You know, they would be right in there, the Congressional Cup or whatever. So it's just awesome to see. It's great to see the Kiwis and Aussies back and the Brits back at Governor's Cup, and this just beat all my expectations. Congratulations to everyone. Jeffrey Peterson sailed brilliantly, but it just wasn't quite enough at the end. But you know, Tom, if we had 5 more races, they would probably be 3-2 in those 5 races. So
good point.
Great stuff.
Matty Whitfield, you were terrific as our co-commentator, not only at the Rose Cup but here. Final thoughts?
The only thing that annoys me about this week is that it's an under-23 event, so I'm too old to do it again. Like I'm just like, I really want to be out there. It's so awesome, and like I know obviously it's Geordie's last year, but we'll see Jeffrey back next year, and he's he's going to be a force to watch. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't come out fighting next year and dominate the round robin, and hopefully for him the final series.
Yeah.
Chris, do we have comms to the other boat? We can go back to Tommy for final thoughts. Tommy and Christoph Killian. Have we lost them, dude?
Yeah, no, I'm here still.
Tommy, final
I'll just
thoughts
find out
from you.
Christoph here if he had any final words to
Thank
add.
you.
Thanks everybody. I think it was an awesome regatta. It's such a beautiful day to finish it off on. Couldn't have asked for any better. Happy to be out here, and thanks Andy and Tom.
Yeah, echo Christoph's compliments there to you guys and the whole organisation. What a slick program you run here, both on and off the water, and privileged to be a part of it.
Tommy, thank you very much. Thank Christoph and your whole team over there, Colin Kennedy on the chase boat. We want to thank the entire GovCup team, Andy and Maddie, but Chris Bretschker, our producer and director, sitting really right next to us. I don't know if you can turn. He's too shy for us to turn the camera here up here on the audios toward him. Peter Bretschker, Commodore Peter Bretschker, and his wife Kari Bretschker, who not only own the boat, Peter's driving and flying one of our drones. Kari Bretschker is our director of craft services, keeping us hydrated and nutrified. In fact, we might look forward to a little hydration.
A little
hydration.
Nutrification.
And Tyler Wolk, who was flying. Great job, Tyler, on the drone flying today. Christine Gribbins, who was spotting, also helping us with some of the action up here. She was almost the associate director.
Yeah, she really was.
Really was. Max Moosman, Trevor Gurley, Robert Rollins, Julia. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce Julia's last name. Rodebush. Is that close? Rodebush. Thank you, Julia. Colin Kennedy, we mentioned. Tommy Spithill, Christoph Killian over on the roving boat. Commodore Tom Purcell, your partner Andy in the 50-footer, who's been also out here helping us driving the boat. And Ken Sherb, who came off one of the race boats. He was sailing for
Robbie King.
Robbie King from the Great Britain. And Ken Sherb joined us here. And Andy, I think you want to give a final shout out to all of our sponsors.
Absolutely. As I said, we set a record for sponsorship this year, but we also, needless to say, the budget was considerably higher than last year because costs have gone up a bit. But we can't thank you guys enough. There would be no Governor's Cup without our sponsorship. The Balboa Yacht Club only contributes about 6 or 7% of the budget, and the rest is all done by sponsors. So let's go over them again here one final time. The lead sponsor and the presenting sponsor of the Governor's Cup is our friend Rob Bray's Disc Sports and Spine Center, which, as we've said, is not only good at sponsorship, but in keeping the GovCup TV team vertical and walking around due to his great skills as a surgeon. The co-presenting sponsors are Terry Cowsey and his wonderful Call of the Sea Foundation, and Jack Crowell and his family. Jack is a legend around here and has been supporting. When we first, Tom, we first built the 21s, I called Jack and he says, "Oh, well, absolutely, I'll do a full boat, and call me later if you need another one." So he loves this event. The fleet sponsors, Judy Gorski, who's a former Commodore and former chair of the Governor's Cup. The Farmers and Merchants Bank, which has been a consistent sponsor now for years, and we really appreciate them. They have a local office here in Corona del Mar, and it's a bank that was founded in 1907, and they make a lot of money, and they're a great bank. Larry Law, who we finally got here to a Governor's Cup from the Newport Balboa Sailing and Seamanship Association. Great guy, great organization, and they own the boats. John Raymont, the Fast Exit, fantastic racing yacht, good friend, Balboa Yacht Club member, and he and the Fast Exit operation gave us a substantial contribution. Our Admiral sponsors are Lido Yacht Anchorage, Kevin and Christine Gribben, our chair and her ever-patient husband, Senga Engineering, Bosun's Locker, Reinhold family, Berner family, Dobson family, and Tom Purcell's family. And I'm one of those two. The team sponsors, Williams Electric, that's Staff Commodore Bill Bloomberg, the Duda Family Trust, Dr. James and Sarah Learned, Byron and Jeannie White, Island Marine Fuel, Staff Commodore David Beek, CRNR Environmental, my client and fantastic company, Bill Powers, and our commander sponsors, Gordon Cowden, Claus Deckel, Jerry McClellan, former vice principal of my high school, Tom's in my high school, Corey Meyer, Bruce Miller, Alan Olson and his family, Don and Doris Stoughton, who are truly outstanding people, and Judy Whiteman. So thank you all for that. We will, unfortunately, you know, it's like anything else. You give a little money and you get on a list. So all you folks are on our list for next year, and we hope you will help us then. But meanwhile, thank you so much for helping this year.
Andy, congratulations to you and Christine and the 150 volunteers that make the GovCup happen. Balboa Yacht Club every year. This is the 55th edition. We're going to wrap it up at the prize giving, but before that, the press conference, and we're going to do that at 5:30. So in an hour and a half from now, 17:30 Pacific, we'll be live again in under the pavilion, under the tent, on the waterfront at Balboa Yacht Club, with the press conference followed immediately by the prize giving. In the meantime, we want to thank you all for joining us here. Thank my co-commentators and the whole team. Jordan Peterson from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron has won the Governor's Cup 3-1 over Jeffrey Peterson. See you in an hour and a half. Ciao for now.